Good morning, friends and traders. Welcome back to another week of Topstep TV. This is the opening call for Monday, July 20th, 2026. I'm JD. You know the man in the middle, John the Goat Hoagland. Over on the right, Coach Ray, Topstep Performance Coach. Good morning, gentlemen. Welcome back to Topstep TV. How are we feeling today? Hoag, what's up?
Happy Monday. It's always great to have a couple of days off. Always great to get back to the markets. Excited about the opportunities this week. Lots of big earnings coming out. It's going to be another Golden Grams day, ladies and gentlemen. Ray, how are you feeling?
Feeling good, feeling particularly good given the result over the weekend of the soccer. So all good on my end.
Sounds like Ray made a little money, or his team just won. What's a Golden Grams Day? What's a Golden Grams Day, Hoag? What does that mean?
I don't know. It's just an old commercial for a cereal. It's going to be a Golden Grams Day. It's going to be a great day. That's what it means.
It's going to be a great day. It's going to be a day, that's for sure. All right, folks. You heard my alarm go off just a second ago. It is 7:20 a.m. Central Time, 7:28 a.m. in the Chicago time, which means gold is open for business. We're going to take a look at this 1 minute opening range breakout trade in gold. We were just talking about this briefly in the green room before we went on live. What are you guys feeling about this trade? Do we even want to take it? It's been kind of I don't know, a muted overnight session. We're opening in range, in balance from Friday. Does it look like a breakout trade to anybody? Or is this going to be a sort of sideways opportunity on both sides of the market kind of day? What do you think?
That's the way it looks to me. I mean, we're basically right around settlement price. We're inside range, inside value, still wrestling around this 4,000 level. We're going to get a good talk and a look at that when we look at the charts. But for me, it's range bound. It's in the middle of the overnight range. It's right by settlement, inside value, inside range, inside everything. No movement away from 4,000. I'm out.
That's one non-check mark for Hoag. We were talking about check marks last week too. Ray, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, we alluded to in the green room as well. I'm thinking that gold's kind of a little bit, as I mentioned, you mentioned range bound, right? So when on these kind of trades, I really like it to be at one extreme or the other, and the fact that we're kind of in the middle of the range is kind of really turning me off on the whole idea. So I'm also a no or abstain, I guess.
I'm not going to disagree with any of that. Looks like we're going to be holding off. We have established an opening range. We triggered a short by just a couple of ticks. It's looking pretty trappy already. Our opening range, we put in a high of 4017.80 and a low of 4013.60. So it's at a 42 tick wide opening range. It's decent opening range. Triggered a short by just a couple of ticks. And we're trading right at the low of the opening range right now. Not going to do anything. Nothing working. Nothing done so far on this gold opening range breakout trade. Let us know in the chat if you do take the trade. I'd love to know. Since it did signal a short, but now we're trading back inside of the opening range. So we're going to hold off on this for a minute. Anyway, let's move on for the time being. Let's take a look at the economic calendar for the week. If you please, there it is. Fed blackout period. We are in a Fed blackout period. We shouldn't have any talking Feds on the docket until after next week's Fed meeting. If they do come on, they should not be talking policy. But the Fed's been pretty quiet anyway since new Fed Chairman Kevin Warsh took over. We haven't heard a whole lot on the Fed side. But maybe that'll change. Anyway, moving on, Tuesday, tomorrow, we've got the ADP employment change. That's the only real significant number coming out tomorrow. We've got some big tech earnings also. Hoag's going to get into that. We've got Alphabet. We've got, there's a couple of them. Hoag's going to get into that in a little bit. But those are all mostly Wednesday after the close. I had a list in my head, and it fell.
Sometimes it just goes away. I get you.
Everything just filled out, and it's not coming back. Crude oil and natural gas inventories. That's Wednesday and Thursday as usual, and then we're gonna close out the week on Friday with new home sales. Actually, we got a couple numbers on Friday. We got building permits, PMI composite flash, new home sales, and the old Baker Hughes rig count. That's it. The economic calendar is relatively light this week. We will be focused on headline news, which has been a huge market driver over the last couple months. Headline risk remains high, folks. These markets always react to headlines coming out. We've seen it, we know it, and we're going to do our best to pipe in as much information as possible to each and every one of you throughout the trading day to make sure everyone stays as informed as possible. That is our job, and we love to do it. It's your eco calendar for the week. Again, pretty light as far as numbers go, but don't be surprised if you get a rogue headline out of left field and changes everything.
Never know.
All right. You never know. Never can tell. ACH, right, Hogue? Anything can happen. Anything can and will happen. All right. What else we got to do, Hogue? Let's take a look at that checklist. Make sure everybody's done their homework. Let's run through it.
Got to do your homework. Otherwise, Ray may put that on your permanent record. We've got our market research, pre-market research. That's what we're doing here. It's all about context, risk management, and patience. Your morning checklist. Do you get your walk in? Do you walk the dog? Do you get outside, breathe a little bit? Although I wouldn't recommend that in Chicago area right now with all the smoke. But get your coffee, get your water, get a little nourishment so you're ready for the trading day, and always be thinking about mindset. Mindset is everything in trading. If you are in a bad mindset, there's something inside of trading, outside of trading. Double think what you're thinking about, at least size down, because it can affect your decision-making process. Happy traders make better traders. Trade entry checklist. What's going to get you into those trades today? Write them down. Do your journaling throughout the day. Because at the end of the day, of course, you're going to be doing your post-market checklist, which should include finishing and reviewing your journal, reviewing the trades you took. What did you do well? What did you miss? What could have produced a better outcome for you? And of course, watch at the buzzer at the end of the day with Coach Paul, Coach Jay. When you've done your homework, like I said, Coach Ray will not put any check marks, if you will, on your permanent record. You got to do your homework if you're going to play. If you've done your homework, get ready. Let's do this.
Man, I've got that checkmark PTSD going right now. I don't want to ever see another checkmark again. And yeah, the weather, Hogue. We had to cancel an entire day of activities because of the air quality in Chicago today. We had photo shoots planned at the new office. We're going to take an architectural boat tour. All gone. All gone. Not that we don't want to be here with you right now, but it was supposed to be a day. Thanks, Canada. Anyway, moving on. So we're right at the high of this opening. We can get into this trade real cheap right now. I'm still not liking it, but it's a super cheap trade.
If you
what do you say?
If it's cheap, why not?
I know.
I don't think
Hogue,
it's
one of
gonna
your
play.
lines. Yeah. One of your lines was
short.
It is a good location or not a good location?
Good location for short.
I'm putting one on. Might as well get some action today. Working on an offer. What happened? All right, we got in one. We are short one micro gold from 401610. Just the one. I'm putting stop above settlement. We're gonna take $50 worth of risk on this. $50 of risk.
Make it interesting.
Stop is above settlement. We'll let it play out. Still a valid trade. We have not taken out the high of the opening range yet.
Mm-hmm.
So if it doesn't validate,
there are a couple of
What's up,
price
Hogue?
levels that that there was a little bit of iceberging on the offer. 1490 is a high volume node, and most of the trade there was on the offer. So there's positive delta there down at our point of control 4013. Even 156 traded there, 120 of them on the offers. So it does look like there's somebody peppering in some offers
Ooh,
for,
it's good
you
for our
know, any
case.
hint of yeah, that's good for us, but we'll see if that plays out.
All right. We will keep you posted. We have no 7:30 numbers coming out. Nothing to report. We do have leading economic indicators coming out at 9 o'clock. What do you call it, Hogue? Misleading indicators?
Misleading indicators.
The misleading indicators.
The old floor.
That's not for another hour and a half. We'll keep you apprised of that. Other than that, I think we can move on. Let's hit some news, and then we'll get into these charts. As far as the news front goes, Apple has topped NVIDIA as the most valuable company for now. How did that happen? Let's run it. You heard me right. Apple is now the world's most valuable company. That's partly due to its own success accelerating plans for growth. It's also, though, because NVIDIA stock dropped almost 4% after trading opened on Friday. So now Apple's valuation is higher. If NVIDIA stock boosts today, we could have a little, what would you call it? A bit of a horse race. Or most valuable company on the planet. How would you like to be involved in that race? What's
Why
a trillion
not?
among friends, right?
Yeah, look at that.
Not
That
I.
is true.
I didn't even look at NVIDIA stock yet today. What's it doing? I should have a pulse on the Mag 7.
NVIDIA's up about $4 in pre-open right now.
$4.
Yeah.
Look at that. All right.
They may take it back this morning. Who knows?
I bet they do. It's likely to happen. We'll check back in on that closer to the close. Anyway, we're in this gold trade. We got about 6 ticks in the money. What do you say we run through these gold charts? What do we need to know about gold today, guys? Tell us everything. What's going on?
All right. Well, Ray, let's give it our best. I mean, when you look at the weekly chart here, and the weekly, of course, we still have downside structure intact. This market is really struggling to hold anything below that 4,000 level. Now, the 4,000 was the weekly kickoff low last week, which I have extended to the downside. If we find acceptance below 4,000, the next level I see price targeting is all the way down to 3765, getting a lot closer to that 3,500 level that many people have been talking about over the last few weeks. But we're going to have to get through this 4,000 level, and with no closes on the weekly chart below that, we only closed below that one day last week, and of course we'll see that on the daily chart. The market has fallen into somewhat of a range of an area of balance. I'm kind of looking at, what is this, 3960 as the low end of the current area of short time frame balance. And this is the weekly chart. So this would look more like a little bit of a medium time frame area of balance. Here's what it looks like on the daily chart. It looks a little bit more ominous to the downside on the daily chart. We're still putting in lower highs. We've got now even lows here, so we're starting to set up a kind of a falling pennant formation here with the flat bottom, even bottoms, lower highs. Is that going to drive us lower technically? Well, technically, the market did break below an important inflection level last week, closed one day below it. Oh, we didn't see any continuation. As a matter of fact, buyers came back in. Friday, on the day, the recovery day, we didn't add open interest. We lost open interest of about 3,700 contracts, which would indicate that was short covering on Friday. No new buying coming in, but also no new selling coming in. We're very kind of magnetic towards that 4,000 level. Um, the balance is intact to the lower extreme, right around last week's low. 39.63 is last week's low. Weekly kickoff high 41.36, 41.36. That has also been moved lower, but I'm still leaving that 4,000 on my charts here because it just hasn't provided the opportunity for longer time frames to adjust inventory. They've been waiting. They're waiting for new information, it seems. And ACH, as always, anything can happen. Ray, is there anything on the daily chart that you'd like to point out?
Yeah, I mean, the one thing I was kind of, as I was kind of working with the visible range volume profile, I noticed that when you can see here that we have the point of control up here up the at the upper end of the price chart here. But if I just take one candle away, notice how volume has kind of moved down here to the downside. So kind of indicating to us that, there is some acceptance of lower pricing at this moment in time, right? We got more volume at a lower price, indicating that there is some acceptance that's come into this market here. So looking at the DMI, DMI is, I would say, relatively aligned with the general direction of the market. I would say that the negative DI here is relatively flat, probably not sloping. I'm not sensing that we are accelerating to the downside. If anything, we might be losing a little bit of momentum to the downside. Everything is still intact from a moving average point of view. We're below our 200, our 50, and our 20 moving average. So again, still on the daily chart, still giving us an indication that's maybe some more downside to this market. But what I found was interesting was that little nuance there where I just moving one daily candle, I'm able to adjust the visible range volume profile and the point of control of this price chart to a lower price. So a point of control here right around on my chart is at 40.48, 40.48.8. That's the point of control of this lower distribution here. So interesting. I'm assuming that if we can actually stay below that level, I think that would actually give us maybe some more room to the downside in this market. 4,000 obviously being kind of a little sticky level here at this point.
Yeah, looking at that visible profile there, the market has been spending so much time down here. You can see that value is right at the low of it with that low point of control. Technically, according to volume profile, we're still in balance but sitting right here at these lows.
Right.
Could be an interesting opportunity if we do break these lows, and I've been kind of looking for it, kind of thinking about it, kind of waiting for it, but the market generated information has not provided opportunities to the downside anywhere below 4,000. Now we're going to go back on the daily chart. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 attempts of acceptance below that 4,000 level. Thursday, we actually closed below it. Settlement on Thursday was 39.9210. But we saw rejection there again. The market looked lower on Friday, opening right at kind of in range and in value. Opening range was initially the high of the session. The market looked lower. Sellers backed off. Buyers took over. The downside auction ended and a new upside auction ensued, which had settlement outside of the initial balance, which is it's a normal variation extreme. Does that tell us anything? Was the buying there strong enough to turn this market back to the upside? Now, I'm thinking not yet because it was more short covering than new buying coming in. We're looking for new buying to come in above 4,000 for continuation of the upside, or new selling to come in below that 4,000 level. And so far, any selling that has occurred below that level has been met with buyers. What does it mean for us today? Well, overnight inventory is a little bit to the long side. We've got nothing but rejection above value high, which is basically the high of the day from yesterday, right up around $4,029. And the market has been pulling back below that. So right now, even with the overnight inventory, where we are inside of range, inside of balance, and inside of The overnight range, I'm going to try and stay patient today. Look for better trade locations as the day goes on. See if we can get another look down to that 4,000 level. Maybe take a look at our overnight low, which is relatively close and confluent with the value area low from Friday, which is right around 39 90. Let's just call it 39.90 as a zone. So really, I'm looking for the market to show me some extremes from the overnight session, anywhere around 4,000. So far has been magnetic and toxic for executions, but one of these days that is going to become a level that is going to be very good in one direction or the other. The market had been stacking open interest since the beginning of June. We've only had a couple of losses in open interest, and Friday was one of them. The rally yesterday, in that case, could be viewed as a little bit hollow because it was more short covering than new buying coming in. So I'm looking for opportunities at our overnight extremes just to begin with 39.86, 40.45. Taking a look at those levels, I think we could see some decent opportunities. Again, I think we're going to see better trade location as the day goes on. Are we still short this, GD? Are we still short this one lot?
We certainly are. House account short a single micro contract from 40.1610. Didn't want to take a whole lot of risk on this. We only took this trade because it was cheap. Gold did confirm a short by just a couple of ticks, and we retraced quite a bit of the opening range. We did actually break outside the opening range, but we stopped right at settlement price and found rejection there. So we are still in this trade by about $2.50. Our CYA is up at 40.2110. Give a little room to breathe. I think that's a good invalidation point. But yeah, we can move this. We can take the risk off this trade anytime, since technically we busted outside. We took out the high of the opening range, so technically I guess you can call this trade invalidated. We're still in it, so I don't want to take a whole lot of risk on this trade.
Great stop location. You got to put it outside the other side of the opening range. Great job on that. Let it run for a little bit. Let's see what happens. I mean, we're only risking $50.
You know what they say, $50 is
$50. Ray, what are you seeing on the 30 here in gold?
Yeah, well, I think on the composite profile, I saw a nice little reaction away from the high end of this value range. And I think I came in a little bit higher than what you quoted here, but pretty close to this 40.40 level. We got a nice little reaction away from that level. Again, kind of aligning ourselves maybe a little bit more with this downside structure that we've been in the gold market. You can see that we reacted away from the 200 moving average, and now we're kind of working our way below the 50 moving average. So again, I still see maybe kind of range to bearish is kind of what I'm seeing. Looking at the DMI, I see that we got a little bit of a spike here on the negative DI, and the ADX is still giving me a pretty solid reading of 26. So I think this downside move that we're in right now has some momentum behind it. And looking at the point of control here of this composite profile, I'm coming in at 3,998.9. I see that as a reasonable target for this trade. So I think we're in excellent position. If we can get below that 4,007 level, I think 3,998.9 is a reasonable target for this trade. Again, this is not investment advice, just what I'm seeing on the charts as far as areas.
Thank you, Ray. Yeah, so far we are rotating lower. I'm liking this. Profile again yesterday was a normal variation extreme day. Looking for this market to extend the range here at some point, but just right here in the middle, just staying patient. We're short one in the house, looking good so far. I think that's about what we've got for gold here this morning. Gold opening with a quiet bear growl, kind of like
whimper. Whimper.
Somebody did ask in the chat, Hogue, can we get a roar to start the Monday? And you just did it. Thanks. All right, we did hit 1R on this gold trade. If we hit 1.5R, I will take the risk off. At 1.5R, I will no longer be interested in taking any more downside risk on this trade. We'll move our stop to at least a scratch. Cover commissions, save a little room for the Holy Spirit, as one says. That's when I say that, I mean you account for slippage. Give it a couple ticks.
Of course.
All right. Of course, of course. All right, let's take a look what happened overnight. Stocks in Asia closed pretty much mixed. The Hang Seng Index closed up 2.36%. The Nikkei closed down 4.03%. The Shanghai Composite closed up 0.85%. And the Kospi, the Korean Stock Price Index, closed down 4.46%. If you remember, we started reporting on the Kospi, KOSPI, the other week because it's very heavy on technology and semiconductor stocks. So it's been a bit of a mover. Overnight, or currently, stocks in Europe are trading a little bit mixed also, mostly higher in Europe. The DAX is up 2.27%. The FTSE is down 0.23%. The CAC 40 is up 0.42%. And the Stock 600 is up 0.2%. Pardon me, up 0.2%. The US dollar index up a couple of ticks to 100.881. The VIX, the volatility index, the SIBO volatility index is down a couple of ticks to 18.17. And the yield on the 10-year Treasury note also up a couple ticks to 4.566%. All right, this gold trade just retraced all $6 that it gave us.
Oh no.
We talked about chop. We're eating chop suey for breakfast right now in gold.
Yeah. Kind of funny. I had Chinese food last night. I'm having it for breakfast now.
There you go. There you go. Full circle. It all comes around. But I might take the opportunity to scratch this trade if we can, because I just feel like it's going to be going sideways. Again, we took this trade because it was cheap. Coming back to settlement price. Settlement price in gold, 40.1880. All right, let's move on to the mini S&P 500 futures. What are the oracles telling us, gentlemen? Take it away.
Hey. This is the weekly chart. Yeah, Mondays and Fridays like to begin and end the week looking at a pretty long time frame. This is the weekly chart, and we can see that the market is still rotating in balance, narrowing range. It's what markets do. These markets are waiting for new information. There is a lot of uncertainties out there, and overall, I would say that the control of this market has largely been held by shorter time frame traders, and you can see just high low, high low, high low, narrowing balance. That's just what range bound markets have a tendency to do. So this is the daily chart. We are pretty much right in the middle of the range. We're pretty much right in the middle of the Friday, June 5th, big bar here. We're still wrestling with that. We're still wrestling with the 20 and the 50 session simple moving average. What did we do on Friday? We had an increase in open interest of about 3,300 contracts. Now, look at the volume on Friday. Volume on Friday was actually pretty strong for a down day, but I would be thinking that we would be adding more in open interest on a day that strong. So that push to the downside was probably long liquidation, probably some longs stuck from the highs of the week, getting out of those positions before the weekend so that they could lick their wounds and come back in and see what happens this week. So no, we did add open interest, but not enough. It doesn't impress me. 3,300 on a day like yesterday on that kind of volume feels hollow to me. So here we are. We're still range bound, centrally located inside of range, near a couple of moving averages, and right at the middle of the Friday, June 5th big bar, that big sucker that Jay keeps talking about. And we're right back in the middle of it. Ray, what are you thinking here? A lot of uncertainty still out there, thin economic data. Focus this week will be on headlines and earnings. A lot of earnings this week. We're opening pretty much in the middle of last week. What do you think, Ray? Ray,
Oh
we want to hear
Oh,
you,
here we
my
go.
man.
Sorry, my bad. So yeah, looking at this composite profile, I see that we're very much centrally located. That you mentioned here, right? We're above this point of control here at based on this, what I'm seeing on this chart is around 74.88, 74.84. So we're above that range, maybe giving us maybe a little bit of indication. I think as based on the close on Friday, I think many people were expecting maybe a little bit of a continuation move in this market, and we've actually gotten the opposite reaction in this market. So kind of buyers maybe use this opportunity to kind of step into this market here to the buy side. DMI is still a bit on the bearish side. We still had a relatively strong couple of bearish days to close out the week last week. DMI or negative DI is still up, but it's kind of sloping in the wrong direction. It's not indicating continuation. It's indicating that maybe the momentum to the downside has stalled here a little bit. So right now, I think based on this daily chart, I feel like there's probably better location to participate in this market. I'm not really a fan of participating right up on the point of control here. So I'm kind of looking at these low volume nodes down below, right around this 73.90 level. Seems kind of an interesting level here for the longs. And on the short side, I think maybe closer to that 7,600 level seems to be kind of an interesting level on the short side. So I'm going to be patient. Like you said, I'm going to be waiting for those kind of levels. I'm seeing a lot of kind of consolidating range kind of price action. Again, I'm a little surprised given the kind of the nice little sell-off we had on Friday that we're not getting a little bit of maybe a bigger push here to the downside. So we kind of fallen back into range, maybe again looking for maybe a catalyst here to drive the market in one direction or the other.
All right, thanks, Ray. If you were wondering why the weekly kickoff levels kind of keep closing in on price, it's because the market is narrowing in range, and the more narrow that range gets, the more likely we are to see some sort of breakout, maybe to a couple of raise levels, which are kind of outside of the weekly kickoff range. But as the market continues to narrow in range, well, the important inflection levels that I believe longer time frame traders may adjust inventory to tend to get closer and closer to current price. So we got weekly kickoff high 76.01. We got weekly kickoff low 74.61, and both of those moved closer to price as we continue to see range bound activity ruling the markets in short time frame. Again, I believe is ruling these markets. We're not seeing any big changes or directional changes in open interest. Open interest continues to waffle day over day. So we're not really seeing any major players adjusting inventories in major ways. In small ways, yes, they're always adjusting inventories because they're trading these products against a myriad of other products. And as things change, they have to adjust inventories. So what were the things that stuck out on Friday? Well, we had overnight inventory that was exceedingly short. The market did take a look, to lower levels, but the buyers came back in. The short covering traders came back in. We did see some buying coming in. We saw some addition in open interest. I'm looking at that as really more to the long side than the short side. Overnight inventory is shorter time frame traders that are probably going home flat every night. They did start to get paid. The overnight inventory took over, but we weren't able to close the gap to Thursday's session low. That session low was 75.48 quarters. So we tried to, we were unable to. That's one nuance that says that sellers may still somewhat be in control of this market. Now, we did take a look inside of that gap. We were still unable to close the gap in the overnight session last night. As far as overnight inventory is concerned, we're looking at, a little bit of potentially long overnight inventory. I'm just going to kind of point out the fact that we opened way down here on 74, 84, 85 last night, and we're trading considerably higher. That overnight inventory was what actually was to the short side on Thursday into Friday. Friday, the overnight inventory adjusted itself. So if we are still in short time frame control and we have overnight inventory to the long side this morning if the market is not able to bring in new buyers and continue to close the session gap from Thursday to Friday and bring us into higher levels. Then I could see this market pulling back. We could see us getting into, we're still inside of value. I could see value low and settlement as reasonable profit targets for an overnight inventory adjustment. Remember, the overnight inventory is long. The adjustment would bring sellers into the market, and a perfectly reasonable overnight inventory adjustment would be right back down to settlement. I'm just going to call it settlement. 74.97, 75. 74.97, 75. That is the settlement price. Value just below that. So what does that mean for us? Well, that means unless we can, close this gap and reject value and range from Friday, I think we're probably going to just pull this market back down into range. Overnight inventory adjustment, short time frame control, it's already kind of pulling back into that level. We're inside range, inside value. We do have, VWAP, which is sloping to the upside, which would be a barrier for continuation to the downside. Also, our 20 and 50 session simple moving averages right in that area as well. Takes us to the point of control from yesterday. So if we are going to see some buoyancy, some buyers coming into this market, I can see 75.09 approximately, anywhere between 75.15 and 17.09 on this chart, saying, yeah, there may be some support there, but if that gets given up, then I can see us certainly reaching back down to settlement and value area low on this chart showing in 74.95, 75 approximately. Nothing is finite. Everything is a zone. But Ray, what are you thinking?
Yeah, I mean, it just feels like we're kind of maybe on the bullish leg of this higher consolidation range that we talked about on the daily chart. We got a nice little reaction on this composite volume profile that I have here away from this 75-40 level, and we're back inside, as you mentioned, back inside this range. So for me, I feel like we're just going to rotate back to the other side of value here, maybe as low as this 7,500. I think you alluded to 74.97 settlement, I think is. But in any case, right now I feel like we're in a bullish leg. We had a lot of maybe some overnight. This particular chart looks a bit more bullish, but I feel like we're still in some downside control. The 200 moving average, we're still below, while we are above the 20 and the 50 moving average. So a little bit of a mixed bag here. So again, indicating, I would say, higher time frame chart. 200 is kind of indicating to me that we're probably still in some bear side structure here, still sloping to the downside, and our 20 and our 50 are just starting to get maybe some legs to show a little bit more bullish. Anytime I have a mixed bag like that, I'm thinking more range, more consolidation. So a move back down to that 7,500 does seem like a reasonable move here. The DMI is giving us some indication that maybe some bulls came into this market. We've lost a little bit of momentum or a little bit of buying pressure here at this moment in time. If you're not already in a short, I would say that you probably are probably better served in waiting for the other side of the range here, not for a new short, but maybe look at maybe the opposite side of a trade here. 7,500 does seem like a nice level, maybe to entertain a long, again, following that sort of thesis around range. Okay, is kind of what I'm thinking of at this moment in time. So kind of a mixed bag. So if it's mixed, I'm thinking that we are still in kind of some sort of range.
Friday's profile, a normal day. How many times have we been talking about normal days in these equities, like NASDAQ, like the S&Ps? There have been so many normal days, and normal days are pretty rare. A normal day is where the initial balance low and the initial balance high are the high and low of the entire regular trading hour session. Yet another signal that says these markets are largely in short time frame control. Normal days are days where a two-sided trade just kind of run price up and down. And again, Friday was a normal trading day, again indicating shorter time frame control in these markets. That's what I think. That's what we've got for the ES. Should be looking into the crude oil opening range trade here sometime soon. Did we get knocked out of the gold? No, I don't think we did.
No, we are still in this gold trade.
Nice.
We're about $3.50 into it too. I kind of want to take the risk off. We've just been chopping around, basically moving sideways since the open. It would really
Give us a chance. It tried to scare us
gave us
out.
gave us a couple chances, and it's tried twice to scare us out. But third time is a charm. I am going to take the risk off this trade. I will no longer I refuse to take any more heat on this trade. We've suffered enough for the sake of tradertainment. Worst case scenario, we will be scratching this trade. Maybe we'll get some more selling coming up.
Awesome.
All right. Let's talk crude. Gas prices, folks. They're inching up to just below $4 a gallon. Is that high or low to you? We'll get to you in a minute, Ray. All right. According to AAA, the national average price for a gallon of gas inched up to $3.99 a gallon. That's up a little more than a cent from Friday and 11 cents from a week ago. Oil prices have climbed due to a slump in shipping traffic in the Strait of Hormuz. Brent crude, the international benchmark, rose to roughly $88 a barrel, which is a 16% increase from last week. We just got stopped out on that gold trade, by the way, guys. No harm, no foul. We are out at a scratch. Last traded price in West Texas Intermediate crude. That's WTI crude to you and me. That's what we trade here at Topstep. Last price traded $81.70. Crude oil is open for business, by the way. We're going to take a look at this opening range breakout trade. We are seeing just a little bit of selling coming in here. And our opening range has been established. We got a high 81.99, low 81.58. 41 tick wide opening range in crude oil.
Big.
It's what?
Right at the high of yesterday, or high of Friday's session high.
Mm-hmm.
We looked above.
Right back at settlement price now too. 81.78 is settlement price in crude. We've just been jockeying for position around there, going back to roughly 7 o'clock a.m. Central Time. Very choppy. Very choppy.
Yeah.
Yeah, wicks on both ends of this daily candle that's developing.
My thought is,
Opening range is still.
if we were going to be long, I'd rather pay higher. That's my thought.
Yeah, I'm not going to disagree with that. Buy high, sell higher, right? It's a viable strategy. Yep. We nearly took out the low of the opening range too. Missed it by a tick. I think that's a nearly textbook double bottom, right?
Yeah.
But
yeah,
let's see what it gives us.
Nice little.
I'll tell you what, I'll keep an
candle.
Yeah.
There's about
I will keep an eye on this.
There's 100 contract. There was an iceberg order down at 81.60. It was an iceberg, only 100 contracts, but out of the 146 contracts that traded there, 100 of them were on the bid. So indicating potential longer time frame buyers in this market. It's very early, and it's a very small order as far as icebergs are concerned. But it did put in our law.
All right. Well, let's dig a little deeper into this. I'll keep an eye on this trade to see if we trigger a trade. We are still trading right inside, still almost smack dab center of the opening range in crude oil. If we get into a trade, I will jump in and let you know about it. But until then, take us through these charts, gentlemen, if you please.
All right. Mondays and Fridays, like to look at the weeklies. And we had a break of structure on Monday the 8th. That was the week of the 8th. And we did see some directional activity. The directional activity has changed as we're seeing more and more hostilities overseas and questions as to who's going to get through the Strait of Hormuz. Of course, price has continued now back into the upside and back into the previous area of range that was established back in April, March, May, and this whole area. So we're kind of getting sucked back into that range. On the daily chart, this whole downside move was an island top. We don't have an island bottom. What we do have on the daily chart is the 200 session simple moving average. As price continued to push down to that level, ranges started compressing, volume started to dry up. So this 200 session simple moving average back in the beginning of July was pretty significant. Obviously, now we're seeing a trend to the upside. We're seeing more uncertainties, in overseas activities, what's going on over there. So we're seeing the market continue to push to the upside. Now we're out of rollover. This ended up being our rollover range. Friday, we added 7,900 in open interest. Volume was about average, but that open interest increase indicated, there's some buyers coming into this market, whatever time frame they are in. They did add a bunch of open interest on Friday. Those buyers, if they're still present in the market, we could see those buyers continue to push to the upside. But again, we've got to get through a couple of somewhat important levels, and I think we'll see those a little bit more clearly on the 30-minute chart here. Ray, what are you thinking here on the daily?
Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing a market that's probably turning a bit more bullish again as a result of all the unrest that we're having in the Middle East here. I in my composite volume profile here, depending on what number of candles here, we're coming up on the low end of this value range that we had earlier here. So around 83.40 seems to be kind of an area of maybe some contention here at this moment in time. So that's kind of looking as kind of a little bit of a resistance area. If we manage to get above that level, I would say there's a reasonable chance so that we could obviously get up to this point of control here around 90.70, and the potential of maybe getting back to the higher end of this range here, right around this 97 level is kind of some upside targets that I'm seeing on the daily. When I look at the DMI, I'm seeing a market again giving us an indication that maybe some buyers have kind of stepped into this market. We do see that the positive DI is above our negative DI. That's a positive. And not only that, is the momentum is also aligned with the general direction of the market. So that's a pretty good signature, I would say, to maybe a more upside move in this market. Volume, the cumulative volume delta seems to be also coming in the positive direction here, or bullish direction. So on the daily chart, I'm starting to sense the market maybe is turning a bit more bullish on us, and I think it's largely dependent on sort of the adverse news that we've been getting in the Middle East. So as long as news is not positive, I would say that crude oil looks to head higher.
Right. We're going to take a look at the 30-minute chart here. So when we take a look at what happened on Friday, we had a pretty decent breakout of a 3, maybe 4-day area of balance. If we can get onto my charts here. Okay, there we go. So these are the range highs from Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, range bound. This was switch week, right? We switched to the September contract. We don't have to worry not that much about rollover anymore. We'll start to get a little bit more clear information as far as volume and open interest is concerned. But if we were to look at the range from Friday and we look at the increase in open interest, you would say, in a very simple way, that it looks like we added some longs in this market on this push to the upside. The breakout of the 3-day range, was sustained by pretty decent volume and an increase in open interest. Whatever happened over the weekend created a weekend gap, and if you're looking at extended trading hours, well, that weekend gap has now been closed. Why do I say, if I was going to get long crude oil, I'd rather pay higher than buy it here? Well, we've got last week's high, 82.07. We've got the 50 session simple moving average at 82.20. We've got overnight VWAP, which is sloping to the downside. Okay, that would be kind of another reason I would be cautious to be long up here, but short against all this, and all this confluence seems to make more sense to me than to try and preempt a breakout of continuation to the upside. So that's why I'm saying, I'd rather pay higher than get into longs at this point. Now, there's always going to be nuances and things that are saying something different, something opposite of what we're thinking. Just the amount of of moving averages above where we currently are. We got the 200, we got the 20 session, we got the 50 session, we got VWAP all tightly packed here, right up above last week's high. That's going to be kind of a tough area for price to get through. So, if I'm looking for opportunities, we're looking maybe back into the range from yesterday. Excuse me, Friday. I always say yesterday when we're talking over the weekend because days without markets don't matter. So we bounced off value high from yesterday or from Friday. Again, there it is. 81.59 on this platform is showing value high, and so far we're having a little bit of trouble showing acceptance inside of value. We accept value. I can see us moving down to value low from Friday, down around 80.19, 80.18. Again, everything is a zone. Nothing is finite in futures trading. So, with the downtrend, overnight inventory is short. That could be the straw that breaks the back for the shorts up against this area to turn the other cheek, but we haven't seen that yet. We've broken below the opening range. I'm not sure if we triggered anything yet, so it's okay that we're just kind of sitting here watching if that's the case. I would rather sell it upon acceptance of value from Friday. I would rather buy it upon rejection of value and a move through all of these moving averages and VWAP here before I'd start looking for continuation to the long side. The good news is rollover's over. Longer time frame traders are going to be much more apt to become directional than during rollover. Opportunities abound here, ladies and gentlemen. Just find the right opportunity, and there's some difference, some opposing nuances here. To me, the most important one is don't get long until we've broken out above all of this kerfuffleation up here. Ray, what are you seeing?
Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing that the market's having a little bit of trouble getting above this 82 level. That's also kind of aligned with my composite volume profile here. I have 82.20 as kind of this kind of resistance zone on this composite volume profile. We're seeing, as you mentioned, a fair amount of bearish price action here of late. We still have a VWAP that's down to potentially flat here. So I would say that we are in maybe some downside structure. Overall, the 200 moving average is still kind of the I guess foundation for this bullish move here, right? That's kind of the exception. Looking at the DMI, I'm looking at the DMI, and the DMI is telling me that there is some selling pressure in this market, although it's kind of waned here of late. The positive DI hasn't really sloped up to the upside, still kind of sloping to the downside, and our ADX is flat to down. So while we are maybe in some, downside structure, I would say that maybe it's losing a little bit of momentum here, and that we are seeing maybe a little bit more interest here in the bullish direction. So again, it's one of these kind of things that you're getting a lot of conflicting information. So I would say that this market in particular, we really need to be patient in waiting for some extremes of these levels. I would say that if I'm bullish, I'd like to be closer to the low end of value. Maybe this area down below here, but that's around the 80 level. That would be kind of a logical area, and that would be kind of close to this 200 moving average. That would be kind of an area that I would want to focus on maybe 7950. But we will have to get some positive news out of the Middle East in order for that to take place here. So if I'm long, then I'm with you, Hogue. I'd like to see price get above VWAP with some volume. I'd like to see the cumulative volume delta also indicate to me that there's some momentum behind that move. So this 82.30 level on the VWAP is another area that I'm going to be kind of focusing on.
Thank you, Ray. Yeah, it's a lot of conflicting nuances here.
Yeah.
Patience. You don't know what to do, don't do anything. That's what we've got for crude.
Very good, very good. Nothing done on this crude trade. Did technically trigger a short. We're trading back inside the opening range right now. Very sideways price action to start the day in crude. So nothing working, nothing done on that trade so far. Do we want the
All right.
short? We're coming back to settlement price again. I mean,
You know, you don't know what to do, don't do anything. With all the conflicting nuances there, I'm okay just looking for
yeah,
better trade location as the day goes on.
couldn't agree more. Well said, Hogue. All right, let's talk a little more news. We got more Apple news. Apple Music is raising subscription fees. Who still
No,
subscribes to Apple Music? Anyway, let's roll it.
I do.
This marks the first time Apple Music has raised its subscription fees since 2022. Apple cited higher music licensing costs for the price hike. The cost of the individual plan is increasing by $1 a month, while the family plan is up $3. The student plan has also gone up by $1 a month. The new price went into effect this week. Is this a case for Spotify? I don't know. Are we dumping Apple because they're raising prices? I haven't purchased an Apple product in years. What's up, Hogue?
I'm on Apple Music, but I'm starting to get a little aggravated because I do listen to a lot of obscure music, and some of the obscure music that I listen to, they've delisted.
On Apple? By obscure,
Yes.
you mean Zappa on Zappa kind of obscure? What's obscure?
Maybe even a little more obscure than that. But that would be a good example, right? I haven't noticed any Zappa music being delisted, but some of the kind of more folky stuff, old stuff that I've learned to love over the years. I keep going back to it, and I find out, well, that one's delisted. No, that one's delisted. I'm like, what are they doing? Why? What are you doing to me?
Why? It's music. Why do we got to pay for it? Unless you're going to see the show,
It's for
right?
everybody. It's for everybody.
Anyway, just can't
All
have
right.
nice things anymore. All right, let's give
Let's
the
give
people
them
what they want, Hogue. Oh my
what-
God, look at the time. It's 8:16. We only got about 10 minutes left here. Less than 10 minutes. Let's rip through this NASDAQ chart, if you please, gentlemen.
Of course. The weekly is a little bit different than the ES, right? The ES is still holding its narrowing balance, where last week the Nasdaq broke through the narrowing balance and started to look for lower pricing. Now, the 28,375 weekly kickoff low is a previous weekly kickoff low. If you remember last week, I had it great on my chart, and I still think it is going to be an impactful level if we get another opportunity to see price advertised there. We're starting to see lower highs, lower lows. The trend in the medium time frame in the Nasdaq is to the downside. Not so much in the S&Ps. We're still range bound. Are we going to see continuation, or are we going to recover and go back into balance? Well, last week's weekly kickoff low, 29,130, would be a pretty decent level to kind of judge as to whether we're going to come back into range and value, or if we are going to bounce off that level and see continuation to the downside. Of course, there are so many uncertainties out there. ACH, anything can happen. We also have to remember how resilient these equities markets are. If there's no bad news, which there's plenty of, but traders have short memories. Ray, what are you thinking here on the daily?
Yeah, I mean, in comparison to what we were talking about the ES, we were looking for that continuation candle, right, in the ES for maybe a continuation to the downside. Well, we technically got it, with the break of this, right? We got this break of this consolidation pattern, this triangle pattern. We got a break and then a follow through candle, right? So this to me seems like it's a bit more bearish, although today we got a reaction away from it. So, again, I would say the NASDAQ a bit more bearish. That's aligned with what we're seeing on the DMI. We're at the lower end of value here, getting some reaction here on this composite profile. So it would not surprise me if we were to rally maybe up to this point of control before we make any sort of follow through leg or maybe continuation leg here to the downside. But I would say that the market, I would say, is still relatively bearish. I'm not seeing a whole lot of structure to being broken just yet here on the daily chart to kind of say that this market, like to see the market get above 30,000 really to kind of kind of change that view. Right now, I'm still seeing some bearish sentiment in this market.
And if we, have some really good earnings, and there are some big earnings this week, that could certainly change the face of this market. A lot of excess on the low of the range from Friday. And how do auctions die? They die in excess. Let's take a quick look at the 30-minute chart here. We got to get down to business. So last week's weekly kickoff low was supportive until it wasn't. Price tried to come back to it. That was that 29,130 level. I'm still viewing that as an important inflection level for a number of reasons. The previous weekly kickoff low from 2 or 3 weeks before last week was down at 28,375. It is this week's current weekly kickoff low, as we did take a look down to it, couldn't get to it on Friday. Buyers came in. However, again, Thursday to Friday, we did leave a session gap. We were unable to close that session gap, which would indicate, potential sellers remaining in control. But we did lose 2,400 in open interest on Friday in the NASDAQ, indicating that the late rally was a little bit hollow. It wasn't new buying coming in. It was old business. It was shorts covering to get flat before the weekend. When they were done covering, you saw the market kind of pull back off of that. Now, overnight inventory is a little bit to the long side here. We opened right there about 747. We are trading higher. We do have overnight inventory to the long side. We've got VWAP with a lean to the upside. We've got a couple of moving averages also moving lower to moving higher. The 20 session and the 50 session now moving higher. If we're going to see this market continue the move to the upside, I don't want to see any acceptance inside of value, which would bring advertised price down below 28,950 approximately is value high. I don't want to see price spend any time below that. If I'm looking for continuation to the upside, there are some weaknesses in the structure above price. The gap, I'd like to see that close during regular trading hour session. We've got a point of control from Thursday up here, 29,335. Another point of control higher than that. Naked point of control, 29,655. Those would be relatively easy visual targets if this market were to continue a move to the upside, a rejection of this low, a rejection of the excess that we put in on the daily chart, and to see this market rally. Now, so much of everything this week is going to be based on earnings. There's no real important economic information. There's no talking Feds. We're a week away from the FOMC meeting. The focus is largely going to be on earnings, and a lot of those earnings are a big part of the NASDAQ. So what do we do? Do we range until those earnings come out? Maybe. Ray, what are you thinking here on the 30-minute chart?
Yeah, I mean, again, I feel like we're still relatively in some bearish structure in this market. We still have the 200 intact here, so I would say the true test for these bulls is, can price get above this this level here? So right around this 29,250 level is kind of the level that I'm looking at to see if market is able to get above that level. I think maybe we can return up to the highs here, maybe up to this point of control here at 29,700. Again, I think a lot will depend on earnings, but looking at the DMI, we've gotten some buyers that have come into this market. ADX is starting to rise, but still technically below a kind of a strong trend level, kind of hovering around this 20 level, beginning to trend, but not in a strong trend. So again, the test for me on these bulls would be this 29,250 level. That's going to be the level that I'm going to kind of be watching. Do I look for an opportunity maybe for a continuation trade to the downside, or can we get above that level and maybe kind of visit some of these highs? 29,700, maybe as high as 30,000 is kind of the upper levels that I'm looking at. So yeah, I think it's a market that we need to kind of remain patient. But those are some levels I'll be watching.
Awesome, Ray. Thank you very much. That's what we've got for the NASDAQ. We did get a little bit long-winded here today, but JD, back to you. Who we got on today?
That's a great question, Hogue. We got a dynamic schedule today. It is changing by the moment. But right now, we've got Jay, Dakota, Enrico, and Mandy here for Fast Markets coming up in just a minute. Jay and Dakota will be here for the whole time. Enrico and Mandy will be here from 8:30 to 9:30. Vince from 9:30 to 11, and our man Muhammad from 10 to 11. At 11 o'clock a.m. Central Time, Power Players. We got Gabe coming in for an hour of trading with our man George and Mo. Group coaching, Eric G, Ray, and Hoop will be here. As always, we'll be pinning a form to the top of the chat later on this morning. If you've got a question for Eric, Ray, Hoop, or the three of them collectively, grab that form, fill it out, click submit, and they will answer your question live right here on Topstep TV. This is your chance to pick the brains of a couple of coaches here at Topstep. Trade with Topstep, 1 o'clock p.m. Central Time. I will be here with our main man, Jimmy Futures and Chad. And then we're closing out the day in Power Hour with Andre, Ted, and Eric. We've got a full lineup stacked with Tradertainment coming your way all day long, bell to bell, right here on Topstep TV. Don't go anywhere, folks. Hey, Hogue. We've been talking about prices going up for just about everything across the country. Guess what prices are not going up, though? I'll give you one guess. It's okay. Don't worry about guessing. I'm just going to show you.
I can't think of anything that's not going up.
There's one thing, and I chose this for a reason. We'll get into that in just a minute. But as summer temperatures heat up, the price of ice cream is cooling down. Let's roll it.
Yes.
I really love this clip, too, watching it. The Bureau of Labor Statistics reports that the average price of a half gallon fell below $6 last month. That's a half gallon of ice cream. It's driven by a dip in the wholesale prices of butterfat, found in ice cream's most expensive ingredient, fresh cream. Dairy farmers have been using advanced tech and selective breeding to increase the supply of butterfat in cow milk. That helps ice cream makers a lot, since ice cream legally has to contain 10% butterfat. And it makes it tastier, too. Yesterday was a great day to enjoy a cheaper scoop because it was National Ice Cream Day. I didn't know it was National Ice Cream Day yesterday until just a moment ago. But another reason I chose this flip, Hogue, let's tell the people. So we all know the Chicago Board of Trade is the oldest commodity futures exchange on the planet, established in 1848. Second up is the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, the CME Group, established in 1898. And what was the founding name of the Chicago Mercantile Exchange? Sound off in the chat if you know the answer to this. I'll give you 10 seconds and then let Hogue answer it. What was the original name of the Chicago Mercantile Exchange? We're going to let Hogue take it away, and he can answer this question.
There it is.
Hey, Roger got it.
Yep.
Roger got it.
Yes. Yeah, butter and eggs. Yep. The Chicago Butter and Egg Board.
Butter and Egg Board. That was it. The Chicago Butter and Egg Board. All right. That's all we got. Ray, I'll catch up with you in a little bit. Hogue, take it away. Let's do the thing.
All right. Time to do the thing. JD, Ray, always a pleasure to see you in the morning. And as always, thanks to all of you for trusting us with your time. Got a new champ at the top of the chat here this morning. Jacob Gonzalez, new champ. Shubham, you're slipping. Charles Henry. Excuse me, Mike, 1970, Lumira Futures, Coog, Trish, Tandra Takeoff, Square, Roger W.I., Roger, Wisconsin, Dan Trader, good morning. I love this name. Not perfect, just dope. Welcome to Topstep TV. Folks, as you sit down to trade, make sure you take that deep breath. Stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading. Pray for peace every day. It's time for Fast Markets now in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Turn those machines back on. Turn those machines back on. Turn those machines back on. Turn those machines back on.
All this talk about butter and eggs has me excited for breakfast, but we got some work to do here first. It is time to make the donuts. Where's that horn? There he goes. Welcome to Fast Markets, everyone. Good morning. This is the best futures trading show in futures trading. I'm Jay. To my right, we got Dakota. Below me, Henrico, and below Dakota, Mandy. Mandy, ladies first. Welcome to Fast Markets. We got 30 seconds before this market opens up. How are we looking at the markets today?
Ooh. Great question, Jay. Let's go ahead and change this real quick to a better screen for you guys. Looking at the daily, we are again right now on the candle around that support level here around 28,750s. So I guess we're not. We bounced off of that. We're now back up above. I have a support level right now at 29,044. We've kind of been messing
Here
around
comes
that
the
for a
bell
minute.
really
Just broke
quick,
through it.
Mandy. We are officially open. Yeah, but go ahead. Keep going.
Yeah, and then our EMA 200. So I'm short biased. I think we finally broke out of that channel that we had, this Dorito pattern. We broke through it on Friday. We are trying to get back into that channel. That would be above those 200. So I'm not looking long until about 100. Maybe see if we could get to those 200s, but we'll have to see how we react at that nice round number at 29,100, Jay.
Awesome. Thanks for that, Mandy. Henrico, I'll throw it over to you, and Dakota will end it with you. Enrico, good morning. How are we looking at the markets today?
Good morning, everyone. I'm with Mandy. I'm more to the short side. The way this market kind of broke down on Friday, we broke the range we had almost since the beginning of July. So I'm looking to see any retest, maybe do 250s to 300s, and see what the price does there, and maybe find a short if other confluences align. Otherwise, as always, I'm going to sit the first 15 minutes out. Going to let the market settle a little bit and then look for a trade.
Awesome stuff. Dakota, Henrico, and Mandy usually wait for the first 15 minutes, but you might be in a trade already. How are we looking at the markets, Dakota?
I have no idea, man. I usually don't trade the market open. I usually wait like you guys. You guys wait in 15 minutes. I usually wait like an hour and a half until things start to settle down. But I'm neutral. I know we did try and start to break down to that wedge we were forming. On the flip side, this is a daily chart on the left. I mean, we retested these 28,000, like these mid 28,000s, and we've bounced off it. There's a possibility we just freaking rip and rally back up to 30,000. ACH, anything can happen though.
Yeah.
I think
Anything?
very neutral. Very neutral.
Staying neutral for now. No problem with that. The markets have kind of been in neutral in this range that we've been seeing. We do have some size up here in the S&P on the order book. It was on the bid originally, but there is an offer, which is a passive seller, 75.48 on the S&P offer, about 5 points above where price is right now, 75.43 last trade here in the S&P. Seeing some buying coming in here in the NASDAQ. The opening range is the low of the session so far, 29,108 last trade here in the NASDAQ. Dakota leaning maybe a little neutral. Did you check any trades last night in
I would say long. I'm a long and strong type of guy right now.
Gotcha. Leaning to the long side. Of course, if any of you do hop into any trades, let us know. Taking a look at the early tilt here, 60% long in the NASDAQ, 57% long in the S&P, 66% short crude oil, and 56% long in gold. The house account did take that gold opening range trade, stopped out of that one, and I believe stayed flat for the crude oil opening range trade. Crude right now trading September crude, $81.35.
We had a really interesting Friday as well. One thing that I always look in the markets is high time frame EMAs, and I want to quickly show you this Nasdaq chart on Friday.
Okay.
On Friday, we came on the daily chart exactly at the 100 EMA. Usually, when we come to those high time frame EMAs, you get really aggressive reaction when you visit them for the first time. They're a little bit maybe weaker on the second try, but what I'm seeing from this chart is we had a nice bounce exactly from the 100 EMA, which is 28,400. Now I'm looking to see how this white staircase, if you look at my screen, the white staircase is 9 EMA. That's usually the first thing you want to retest to establish some kind of trend if you're leaning more towards bullish side. So I may be expecting even price to test 400s today, and then let's see what the price does there.
29 400s. 29 400s or 28 400s, Enrico?
29.
I think both are kind of in range, right? 29 400s. Got you. Okay, I did see an offer up there in the NASDAQ at 29,150s. There was 1,000 lot on the offer up there as well. So it looks like some size moving around in these markets early. Let's see if they do trade out. They're not sitting at the 150s anymore, so they might have pulled somewhere higher. But there is some size moving around right now on the S&P and the NASDAQ book here. Seeing a six. Yeah, crude's ripping higher, you said?
No, the NASDAQ is. We got Micron up over 5%, now over $1 trillion again. NVIDIA above 5 trillion. We're hanging out right there. It's up 2%. Google up 2.5%. And yeah, as Jack would say, we got dispersion in these markets. We also got Delta and other stuff.
When you see that, Dakota, does that are you monitoring those throughout the day to change your bias maybe, if at all?
Yeah, I wouldn't say it changed my bias, but it helps me understand: are we oversold? Are we overbought? Is there more room to the upside? I'm going to lean towards yes. I mean, we see something like Micron up 5.5%, and NVIDIA up 2%, and the Nasdaq's up 1.3%. We just keep hitting these session highs. I don't want to sell it. Let's just say that. There's so much momentum right now. I don't want to sell into this yet.
Absolutely. 29,130 last trade here in the NASDAQ. Go ahead, Mindy.
We just hit a nice level of support when we were back in this area months ago. 29,151. Nice little rejection there. We're right in this area of that I had between 044 and 151 that have held, but we could literally just bust past through the 151s. That wouldn't surprise me. But I'd love to see a little bit of a pullback here, see if there's any chance for us to get long. Pullback closer to hundreds would be nice, maybe 105. See if I could get in. But this thing is just pretty quick out of the gate here today.
Yes, it is. The NASDAQ and the S&P both leaving their opening ranges at the low of the session, or the dead-ass low, as Hogue would say. The Dow a little different here, hanging out near the lows of the opening range, 52,490 last trade here in the Dow. The Russell as well, so maybe we are seeing that rotation back into tech here, with Dakota saying, some of the tech names are up right now. 29,153 new high of the day here in the NASDAQ, 75,4750 new high of the day in the S&P.
New session highs. Ripping higher.
Grind up. NASDAQ up 1.32% on the day. Continuing to grind higher here. Mandy, you were saying a pullback to these 29,100s. That would get us to that regular trading hour VWAP. Is that what you're looking at for the 100s, or is you have another level there?
No, the next level would be, or the level I am basing that off of, Jay, is my EMA on the 5-minute, which is like
gotcha.
Still so funny to me. These moves NQ's doing. It's like, oh yeah, we just need like a 50-minute or a 50-point pullback just to get back to our averages on the EMA and on a 5-minute chart. Like, that's just so wild to me. Like, a year ago where we were trading on NQ, these moves are definitely where you need to size down. So 50 points. We'll see if we could scalp this up. I'll be happy with my 30 to 40 points, and but maybe we'll catch a nice runner at some point, get those hundreds. I mean, how many points have we already moved since open?
Over 100.
We are up from the low of the regular trading hour session. We are up 140 points. Chat saying that it looks like slow markets. I don't know what you guys are seeing. Markets are up 100, and Nasdaq's up 150 points in 6 minutes, 8 minutes. This does not feel like slow markets to me.
Not at all.
Maybe slow markets is the new fast markets, Dakota.
Yeah, that's slow markets is the new fast markets. This is the price action we see during the Asian session. It's wild, man. And Nasdaq's up 380 points since the previous settlement, right? We're up 380 points, which is just wild to think. Absolutely wild. Maybe we get that pullback here, Mandy.
I know.
A little
Trying
bit
to
of
see if we
selling
can-
stepped in.
How much is enough for me, right? I'd love to see this 5-minute candle turn red, but let's see here.
Little pullback here, 29,133 last trade here in the Nasdaq. Seeing that pullback now. Here we go, about a 40-point move from the high of the session. Pulling back into these 100s here, Mandy. 29,109 is the New York session view up.
Yeah, I'm seeing it as well.
Let's see here.
Seeing that as well, Enrico, Dakota, chat's telling you not to LARP. What's happening here?
Yeah, no, that's a new pattern, DBA concepts. Yeah, I mean, we might see it here. If I see it, I'll shout it out. It's a new technical pattern. We created it last night during slow markets. We're calling it the LARP pattern. Yeah, chat. You know. You gotta tune into slow markets to find out. We're LARPing.
LARP is what the chat is saying right now. 8123. Anytime I hear a new word on the internet, it reminds me of how time works and age. And every time I hear a new word, I'm like, yep, I am slowly being phased out of whatever is considered cool to the kids. And I'm okay with that. I am okay with that. 29,128 last trade here in the NASDAQ. 75.46 last trade here in the S&P.
It's okay, Jay. I know what you're feeling, man.
Man.
My definition of LARP was way different what everyone else was saying, because LARP, live action role play. I'm thinking of like these like groups of people dressing up in like medieval times, and they're like, recreating a battle scene. But apparently that's not what it is anymore. So
nope. Now all the kids are LARP maxing on TikTok, whatever that means. But we are here to trade this market up 29,147. That was a nice little pullback there. We got 40 points off of the high. NASDAQ back on the bid here. What do you think, Mandy? Was that the pullback?
I wanted more, Jay. I wanted more, but
see, still very early in the session.
Candle's gonna do, Jay. We've popped above my moving average on the 1 minute. We're now right back on it. I want to close above, but I kind of the rule. I'm really trying to stick to my rules, right? That's where I get beat up when I've been entering too early. I need to get my EMA to pull on top on the 1 minute. I am also playing Dakota. I think this is great. You said you've added a new, I guess you could say strat, right, to your playbook. I'm kind of doing the same. They're on the new zero lag MACD, adjusted it to a few settings to fit my trade style a bit better. And I kind of like it. I'm looking at I loved tick charts. I went back to the 1 minute. I haven't used tick charts in a minute. Looking back at tick charts again now, looking at the 1,000 tick, I'm trying to decide between 500 and 1,000. But looking basically for MACD to get to 0 and then see how we react there. And it's kind of been a fun little addition or for confirmation for me. I've been getting a lot of head faked lately, and so I think this is helping as well. So if you guys haven't tried out the zero lag MACD and you guys like moving averages and things like that, I think it might be something worth looking at. Topstep coming up with all these new indicators, summer of indicators, right? They're fantastic.
Correct. Yeah. I was just going to say, Hoag's doing the same thing, right? I mean, you have the luxury to test it out in a simulated account. And yeah, that's exactly what Hoag was doing. Summer of indicators.
New highs here in the NASDAQ. Man, continuing to grind up to the upside here.
Pumping.
29,180. 29,180, 175 new high here. We got a resistance one. Speaking of the summer of indicators, I use these pivot indicators. 29,189.50 is R1 as far as pivots go. NASDAQ kind of running into that right now. up 1.4% on the day. 60% long tilt in the Nasdaq here. Everyone's still flat now?
Still flat.
Yeah, I'm looking to see what right now the target price for me for longs would be 29,228. I know it sounds like a little bit random number, but that's 30-minute 200 moving average. Maybe we get some pullback, and then I will look for longs 29 evens. I know it's a long shot to have 100-point pullback or 150-point pullback, but knowing Nasdaq, everything is possible. So we'll see if we get a little bit bigger retracement here.
Everything
Knowing
is
the Nasdaq.
possible for sure here.
Yeah. We could get
Everything is
a
possible.
tape bomb. We could get a tweet that can change
yeah.
the dynamic of the day too.
Right now, bulls are on parade. We do have a minor number coming up at the top of the hour, U.S. leading index, or if you ask Hogue, the misleading index. At the top of the hour, we got a 6-month auction later as well. Of course, like Dakota said, any unplanned news, the unplanned headlines seem to be what's really moving these markets around. So make sure you stay tuned into TopstepTV. New highs here in the NASDAQ, 29,186 last trade here. Just did tag that resistance one as far as pivots go, 29,189.50. Some of the size that we saw out there in the order book is no longer here. Wonder if that's giving us the room to kind of run to the upside here. All that size was on the offer. We are seeing buyers step up. Positive delta so far for the New York session in the NASDAQ here, positive 1,400, positive 1,900 in the S&P. So congruent with direction. The NASDAQ is definitely the leader to the upside right now. Dow trading below its regular trading hour low. New low there, and the Russell kind of stuck in the middle, but the Nasdaq is on the bid here.
We have earnings coming up too, right? That could play a very big role in how these markets reacting prior to earnings. Or
We're here at the open on Friday. See a little resistance in this area. The high of Friday, around those 200s, 210, 215 area. And again, approaching the daily EMA. So hopefully I get a little more of a pullback that I'm wanting.
Dow's getting sold here. Are we seeing that rotation? We've been seeing
Seeing a
the
little
exact
bit of
opposite. Little pullback here.
I say a little bit. That's 40 points. 40-point pullback in the Nasdaq already.
What is 40
Gotta
points anymore in
recognize-
the Nasdaq?
Dude,
Gotta recognize that y-axis. That's one thing I feel like I've struggled with. Is like your y-axis is a lot. Even though the candles look the same size, right, on your chart, they're actually not. You
Yes.
guys gotta compare that y-axis.
Yeah, as a
minutes
trader,
into-
you have to be aware of that. You get
Yeah.
caught way off guard if you don't understand the volatility that you're trading. Because is that 5-minute candle? It could be the same size on your chart every single day, but is that candle 100 points? Is it 20 points? Just be aware.
Nice pullback back here in the S&P, 75.43 last trade here in the S&P, back to the high of that 1-minute opening range, which is right at 75.41s. NASDAQ pulling back here as well, 29,148 last trade here in the NASDAQ. 61% short tilt in the S&P, 50-50 in the NASDAQ, 63% short in crude oil. Crude oil last trade, $81.50. 50-50 tilt in gold as well, trading 40.1590. Last trade there in gold. Everyone on the screen still flat for now. You heard us talking about. Go ahead, Mandy.
Okay. Just look. Yeah, I think I'm gonna attempt a short here.
Okay.
Second. Trying to decide what we do though here at New York VWAP though. That's my only hesitation.
Got a New York VWAP 29,130.
Yeah.
The pullback doesn't hold. The S&P is below it. The Dow is continuing to sell, and the Russell's still trying to figure out what to do. So,
I mean,
Dakota, are we seeing
As
a
you enter-
pullback in the major names as well?
yeah, we are. Like Micron was up almost 6%. Now we're only up 5%. We got SpaceX is in the red, Apple's red. Nvidia's still right around 2. Like it's the market's taking a breather right now. Kind of a hesitation, a little bit of pullback. We're seeing it in the Nasdaq. We're down 60 points off the session high.
Mandy scouting that short. Let us know if you do get into a trade here. Testing that regular trading hour view up right now.
Dale in the chat was asking, what are some good settings for zero lag MACD? And I think the biggest thing for you is first of all, what type of time frame trader are you? Like if you're a scalper momentum, I moved mine down from the default settings. So it's a really good question to first. I think one of the biggest things here is if you're putting on an indicator, defaults could be a great option, but I don't love defaults. So doing your back testing and see what gives you like a signal or some sort of direction to help you with your trade is definitely going to be a key when pulling in an indicator is that back testing. So that answer could definitely vary, Dale, for you, depending on your trading
That's the
style.
Dakota answer. It depends, but you got to play around with the settings, find what works for you. Every indicator is only as good as your interpretation of the information that it's giving you, right? So you could change it and identify a pattern. The right answer is not going to work. The same answer isn't going to work for everyone. 29,120 last trade here in the Nasdaq. 75.41 last trade here in the S&P. Dow catching a little bit of a bid here.
We're 90-point pullback now. We're getting some selling in this market.
Andy scouting that short. Henrico, 15 minutes.
Yeah,
15 minutes in, Henrico. You normally wait.
I'm
What are we
looking for buys. I'm looking for buys. I'm expecting a little bit more momentum to the upside. We had a strong opening. I think this is a fairly healthy correction that we are having after the first 15 minutes, even though it's 19 points. Again, NQ is not the same as it was a year ago or even 7 months ago. So I'm looking to see if we get any reaction around 29.025, which is the 50-minute range low, possibly playing the 50-minute range, or 29.80s, which we are coming up right now. So not gonna buy it blindly, but if I see some price reacting here, I want to try longs here.
Rico scouting along after this pullback, 29.80s. Here we go.
Sellers getting aggressive.
Yes, they are.
No, exactly that, right? We get sellers stepping in, and they're not stopping right now. We might go and retest the New York session lows since we opened up, which is going to be around 020s. Maybe we test that big round number of 29,000 even.
Darnell Price saying the high of the day is in. It's a great question. That is the that could be a $1 billion question, Dakota. At a minimum, it could be $1 million question, $1 trillion question. Depends on how much you want to leverage that. But the S&P just made the lows. We just sold off there.
50 points.
29. Really quick there.
I did.
I
didn't have the guts to take the short. He talked about it for a while.
Lock in, Mandy. Lock in, Mandy.
I know.
You saw it. You saw it.
I mean,
20. Henrico's long.
Yeah, with 2 micros.
I like it. A lot.
Risk below New York low as a scalp. We'll see how it goes.
What price did you get there, Henrico?
045.
29.045
Love
trading.
it.
29.057 last trade here in the Nasdaq. S&P made a new low of the regular trading hour session there. 75.25 is the full session view up in the S&P. 28.969 is the full session view up in the Nasdaq. Dow making new lows of the regular trading hour session.
I'm gonna jump in with this momentum short.
All right, Dakota getting short. How many? What price, Dakota?
I'm short 3 from the low, loose 032.
3 from the low.
Short 3 in the hole.
Enrico long, Dakota short. 40,
I'm risking
11,
about
40, 12.
Exactly 20
Yeah, go ahead, Enrico.
points is my risk.
Okay.
Yeah, just wanted to say stop loss 0.17, so exactly 20 points risk here.
17s.
We're
Let's see
bouncing right
if
off of the
this-
50-minute trend line from the overnight. Clicked right to it.
Nasdaq did not make a new low there of the regular trading hours just yet. We have the Dow, the Russell, and the S&P all making new lows of the regular trading hour session, but the Nasdaq stopped just short of it. Let's see if this flow continues. Tabitha in the chat saying, all my favorite people on here right now. Well, Tabitha, we appreciate you being here. You're my favorite person of the day. If you haven't done so already, hit that thumbs up button if you like what we're doing here. 29,063 last trade here in the NASDAQ, 60% short tilt. In the NASDAQ, 68% short in the S&P.
I'm going to take some
Go ahead,
profits
Mandy.
here.
All right, Enrico.
Nice, Enrico.
Yeah, I'm out. I got out with one contract and then it wicked me out at break even.
All right, so Enrico flat there. Yeah, that means that that R1 pivot in the NASDAQ, 29,189.50 was that price. Nice rejection off of there. We're 130 points off of it. $29.50. Go ahead, Dakota. You adding to this?
Yeah, I might add to this. All right, I'm
5
adding.
minutes until the top of the hour. Dakota building into this position. Short
5
you add?
from
You had
060.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Short 5 from 060. See if we get a flush and a break of this New York session low. The New York session low is going to be like 020s. I'll look for that big round number, 29,000.
Here we go.
Dump it here.
S&P at that full session VWAP. The NASDAQ has about 70 points to go. Nice out there, Enrico.
Yeah, we didn't get the momentum to the
making new
upside. I was
lows.
expecting more, a little bit more bounce there.
Delta was positive in the NASDAQ, positive 1,400. It is back to negative now. So some real selling coming in here in the NASDAQ.
Flush it.
24,000 last trade here in the S&P. Nice trade. Go to short 5.
A lot like Friday. Completely ignored that 15-minute candle at the open on Friday. I think the rest of the day.
Crude did catch a little bit of a bid there. 81.65 last trade here in crude. No news, just price action for right now. But again, it's been pretty quiet so far. Top of the hour coming up in 3 minutes here. We do have that leading indicator number coming out. Minor number, probably not going to move the markets too much, but we could see some volatility at the top of the hour. Dakota in a nice short here. 972, 28,972 is that full session view up there in the NASDAQ. Here goes 29,000. Nothing on the bid here at 29,000. Just a small 74 contracts if somebody wants those sold.
There we go. Got my 29,000. I took a couple off there. Yeah, starting to
nice
pick up
trade.
tech.
$29,000 evens tagged there in the NASDAQ. Full session VWAP 28,972. We have a pivot of 28,798. So let's see how aggressive the selling wants to get. We did, have a decent move in the overnight session on low volume. And oftentimes we see that move retrace, at least at a minimum, back to VWAP here, which is kind of what we're seeing here in the NASDAQ. The S&P did it as well. Dow and the Russell looking pretty heavy. 75 more points Darnell Price is looking for. Calvin in the chat. Price turned on the pivot. It's the year of indicators, summer of indicators. Let us know what new indicator you are using here at Topstep. And when you do, tag us on your favorite social platform, preferably X, hashtag Fast Markets or hashtag Power Hour. We'll bring those to you later in the day. What new indicator? Also, I heard some rumors on social media about price alerts going out to about
Ooh,
10% of traders. If you got the new price alerts on TopstepX, let us know in the chat. Dakota, talk to us about this trade, man.
Yeah, I know. A lot of traders. I took another profit right there, but up 70 points from the lows or from the entry. There we go. That's all I was looking for. I'm gonna call it good. I'm flat. That
Nice
is
hat.
what you call a. This is what I was referring to. LARP pattern. That's a LARP pattern, Coach Jay.
You're going to have to explain that.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, okay, are you guys, are you guys ready? This is new. If we get a moment to talk to Hogue, I'll have to see what his opinion on this LARP pattern is. It's basically a fake out, right? Instead of a breakout, it's a fake out, and so that's what we're calling a LARP pattern. When the price fakes one direction and goes the other one. So this morning we had that nice rally and completely reversed. Now we're going the other way. So that's what I am calling a LARP pattern going forward. It's a rebranded fake out. We got the breakouts,
There we
we got the
go.
fake outs. So instead of fake out, we're going with LARP.
We did get that U.S. leading index change month over month, minus 0.2%. Forecast was minus 0.1%. Prior number was positive 0.1%. Did see a tag of that full session view up there in the NASDAQ 28,973s and a little bit of a bounce there back above this 29,000 handle here. Henrico, when you were saying those 400s, man, this price action is why I was saying 28 400s and 29 400s are both in range of the day. NASDAQ is just 200 points don't mean anything anymore.
Yeah, even like seeing the ATR increase over 800s, 900s, seeing 1,000-point days. It used to be absolute extreme situation that you have 1,000-point move in NQ in a day. Now it's becoming, I'm not saying it's regular, but it's becoming more and more higher probability to see again and again. Especially, I think, when we entering into those 30,000s, the percentage-wise, market maybe doesn't move so much. Point-wise, it moves a lot. So, as Dakota said earlier, you need to be aware of the ATR or how big the candles actually are in terms of the points, because once you enter a trade and you think you're gonna have 20 points stop loss and visually it looks 20 points, but it's actually 100 points, it's not a good feeling.
Yeah, the NASDAQ's LARPing and making you think it's only moving 20 points at a time. But it's 200 points.
Jay. Keep going. Just go with it. All right,
No, I'm not going to keep going with that. That's your thing, man. I'm going to leave that to you.
Okay,
I'm going to leave that to you.
I'm going to run with it all freaking week.
Apparently, chat is saying someone came into Stoll Markets and said you were LARPing yesterday. Is that what happened? And now you're
that's exactly what happened, and I took it, and I'm running with it.
You see what you did, chat? Please stop doing things like this.
They did.
Just leave the man alone. Let him trade. 29,000 last trade here in the NASDAQ off of that regular trading hour VWAP. We did see a bunch of negative delta right at that low off of that VWAP. So buyers are stepping in there, maybe on the bid. Not really seeing any major orders out there, but decent bounce. Decent bounce there in the NASDAQ. 29,020. Tilt pretty much 50-50 across the board. 64% short in gold, which is looking like it wants to maybe trade back down to that 4,000 level there in gold. 40.06, 40.07 last trade here in gold. Crude on the bid, right back at settlement here in crude, $81.80. Crude catching a little bit of buying here as well. Pretty quiet again on the news front, but that can and will change throughout the day. All planned numbers for the most part are out of the way. All right, Mandy, you were looking at that short. Mandy, if there are any questions for you in the chat, Mandy, your call outs are so great. Focus on the trades. If anyone has a question for you, that's my job. Let me do my job.
Got
do me a
it.
favor, Mandy. There's a big red X button on your chat window. Hit that button and lock into these charts because your call outs are amazing. If somebody has a question, I got you. Don't read the chat.
I think because I've been so burned the first 30 minutes of trading Jay.
Mandy, you know who got burned? You know who got burned in the chat? The person who said, "Oh, Mandy's short, get long." That person got burned.
Oh, absolutely.
Don't read the comments. Just trade these markets. Just trade the
Absolutely.
markets.
I am looking to
Uh,
see to get another short, depending on how we react here at 44 range. We've got about 15 points or so to get to it. This confluence at an MA EMA cross on the 15, as well as that support resistance area that I had. So it's halfway to New York anchored VWAP. Gonna see if we can get short. If it just keeps going, that's okay. I mean, you could do a possible kink trade shot up to Scott. Might take a couple candles though, back up to 29,100 range. I'd be half the candles of the EMA getting a nice bend in it. So we have that nice breakout, strong move, half the distance. We did more than half. We did, 1.25 of the entire candle on the 15-minute, sold completely off. So we're just looking for half the distance. So we get back half the distance on the 15 because of this sharp downtrend. I think, yeah, 100s would be a nice range to get to if we can maintain. But I do like this rejection here. Jay, it closed below 29,000. I'm looking to get short on the 1 minute.
Close below 29,000, 29.25 last trade here in the NASDAQ. Henrico, nice out on that trade. Took it for a little scalp. Dakota, nice trade as well. The Russell making new lows of the regular trading hour session here, 29.77. Shout out to all of our Russell traders in the chat. Bink, you might be the only one. But if you are trading the Russell out there in the chat, let us know. 75.23 last trade here in the S&P. We did have a early vibe check going on out there in the chat. 235 votes. P&L vibe check. How's your trading going today? Are you green and feeling good, flat and sidelined, or red and took a hit? Only 14% red took a hit. 57% green and feeling good. Love to see that in the chat.
Dang.
Chat is making money, man.
Yeah,
Chat is making money.
Pretty nice. Yeah.
Except for that one guy. Make sure you hit the like button though, if you are still here. Use code Don't Fade Us for a full price combine right there on Topstep.com. 29.74 last trade here in the Russell. Just made a new low of the regular trading hour session. Mandy looking for a potential close under 29,000s here in the NASDAQ. Big fat round number level. We'll see how the market wants to trade around this.
Yeah.
Selling, still trying to step in here.
They got some big area to get through here. 29,000 and that regular trading hour VWAP. Full session VWAP down at 975s. It's where we bounce from. Initially.
I'm looking to see how this 5-minute candle closes in terms of the 15-minute range. The last 5-minute
Right,
candle, we
short
didn't close
one.
back into inside of it. Sorry, Mandy, you're in?
Mandy short. What price you get, Mandy?
87 quarter.
87
Looking
quarter.
to possibly add a second one into this. Highs the rotation around last attempt for longs, that wick on the 1 minute. So longs at 50.
Short one. S&P is trading 75.18s here. 29,010 last trade here in the NASDAQ. Mandy might build into this. Russell making new lows of the regular trading hour session, as well as the Dow. Dow coming up on its low of the day there. Got another 40 ticks to go.
Yeah. Gold headed back down towards 4,000 again.
Man.
Yeah, this is a difficult one. This is not as clean for me as it was, 15 minutes ago?
15 minutes
Okay.
ago, exactly.
We are still below the New York session open.
Yes,
It's
we
not the
are.
momentum I want to see.
Yeah, I'm in with 2 micros again. I'm to the longs. I'm looking to retest the New York VWAP.
All right.
And
Enrico long. What price you get there?
29.015.
29.015 long 2. Looking for 80s as a potential target up there. That New York regular trading hour VWAP.
This is right at 29,000. That big round number.
Yeah.
We can lark
What
both
significance does that
directions.
number have? I was just going to say
That's
that. What
true.
significance does that big fat round number have to you, Dakota?
It's psychological, right? Like right around 30,000. Two-way trade right around there. We could easily consolidate back and forth. 20 points above, 20 points below. It's that's it, right? It's just a psychological. It's like a magnet, right? Price could be very comfortable trading around that level, and it could
Absolutely.
frustrate a lot of traders.
It's where when I was trading stocks, we would always pay attention to those big fat round number levels, right? Anytime a stock is trading $20, $50, $100, you're going to see the most volume trade there, right? Just naturally, anybody who's trading the Nasdaq is aware that it's trading 29,000, 30,000. Kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy that you're going to see some volume trade there. We'll see what happens. We got Henrico long, Mandy in a short right now. Let us know what you're trading out there in the chat. 63% short tilt in the S&P, 50-50 in the Nasdaq, 61% long in crude, which is trading right at settlement,
I'm not liking it anymore so
$81.78.
much.
Not liking it, Henrico?
Yeah, we didn't get the momentum I was expecting. I might get stopped out here. My stop is 974. We are a little bit too close to my stop. So I might be closed out from this one. I will still maybe look for longs if it don't break this 960s that we kind of established as a support. Yeah, I got stopped out minus 125.
Minus 125, not bad. Just a small loss. Managed risk is what I'm seeing here. Mandy, are you short too?
Yep, just got out of one. Moving my stop to break
Trade.
even.
Nice
work.
trade.
Looking for New York session view off around 44. So I have my net set at 48 for my TP2. See if we can get a new
regular
low
trading
here.
hour. New regular trading hour low there in the Nasdaq and in the S&P. Russell making new lows. All four equity indexes moving together right now, which is when we see that, we usually get some pretty strong moves across the board. So we'll see what happens. Henrico, you mentioned these 960s. What did you see there? What do you see at 960? Because we're seeing a reaction.
Yeah, that's the VWAP area. I think
Okay.
whether it's moving averages, whether it's the VWAP price doesn't always hit the exact spot where the VWAP is. It can go 10 points above, below. It's just more the area itself. And as we got reaction from 960s, that kind of made me look for as a support level.
Gotcha. Mandy flat on that trade.
Yeah, up 131.
Nice trade.
Nice trade. There we go. See, Mandy, lock into the charts. You know what's going on here. Nice trade we got going on there. Plus 130. Dakota, you were looking at the shorts. Well, you came in kind of unbiased. Said maybe a long, switch to a short. I think that's kind of the market conditions that we're seeing right now. How are you reading this? We're getting a little bit of separation from 29,000 right now in the Nasdaq. Major components starting to sell. What's going on?
Regardless of our opinion, we have to trade what we see, right? And that's exactly what I saw. All jokes aside, taking out that LARP pattern, is we did reject up there, and yeah, that was for me just a simple trade to test and break the New York session lows, and we're doing that. We're seeing a lot more momentum than I expected to the downside. Of course, if I was thinking we could sell off this, I would love to have kept a runner, but I'm happy with just a piece of it. The one thing I want to know, something that I'm going to be paying attention to, is Google earnings, right? We have earnings coming up this week and next week. I believe Wednesday is Google and Tesla. Correct me if I'm wrong. And I'm watching Google is up 3.25%. So there could be a possibility that we don't see a lot of momentum in either direction going into this earnings season. And we see a lot of two-way trade still. And I think we're seeing that now. I mean, these moves are just wild. It's a 250-point sell-off. So the opportunity is still there. And it's just a reminder, just trade what you see. regardless of anybody else's opinion.
100%.
Seeing a little bit of a bounce here, 28, 28, 20. I got to quote the 28 handle, 28,972 last trade here in the NASDAQ. This thing is moving around, man. 75.15's last trade here in the S&P. I am maybe still looking for an opportunity to get short as well. Maybe we see a rejection at these 29,000s. I do think we can get a rotation down to 28,800s. We will see what happens, but we're going to go to a little bit of a break. If you haven't heard or seen it, Trader House on Topstep YouTube, Topstep TV.
Yeah.
We're bringing a little bit of a clip here. We'll come back with Hogue. In that clip.
No, it was a practice swing. That was a practice swing. You're not taking more shot either.
That's a fucking rap.
All right, happy Monday and welcome everybody to the pit stop this morning. Just going to take a look at what's been going on in these markets. This is the S&Ps. The market opened and looked above Friday's high, closed the gap. That was it for the buyers up there. We're right back into range, right back into value. I'm going to see if we can get a nice rotation back down to 74.95 here in these S&Ps, if that is going to happen. You can see I've got a little bit of a position here. I'm currently short 3, just trading the old dog, new tricks, learning a couple of things about using this, basing it basically off 3 to 5 in 1 minute. I got LARPed at the highs. We'll talk about that.
You got LARPed.
I got LARPed.
You can learn new words too.
Yes, and I want to know what that acronym stands for at some point here. But so we're currently short. I'm just kind of following my stop down using, I think, pretty much the 3 minute. I got to stop right now. We're short 3 at 75, 23, 75s. Stops up around 30. I could probably close that in a little bit down here to 28. Gonna move that down to 28, and there we go. And we'll see what happens here. See if we get any continuation here. The indicator is still red, still stepping to the downside. We'll see if we get any more continuation to the downside. But here in the NASDAQ, let's take a quick look. Very similar situation. The market opened above value, went through the session gap from Thursday to Friday, took a look at higher levels, rejected, right back into range. Now currently testing value area high from Friday. Value area high around 28,945, 950 area. If we can't accept below that, I can see this market turning around and heading back to the upside. But what I'm looking for is reacceptance of value to bring us all the way back down to 28. Let's just call it 28,688 on this platform. What are we doing in gold? Gold is a very small initial balance. We've already broken it. We did put a failed upside auction. We're still basically inside. Whoa, hey, whoa, hey, whoa. There we go. There's initial balance low. Looked above initial balance low, failed upside auction, straight to the initial balance low. Very small initial balance. We're basically really still inside range and inside value from Friday's recovery from below 4,000. That 4,000 level, you heard Dakota mention it earlier. Tough little spot there for this market. Really finding magnetic. No move away from it really just yet. But looking forward to seeing when we do get some opportunity away from that. I think it's going to be relatively substantial because, as we know, we've been piling in a whole bunch of open interest over a long period of time here. There's a lot of energy in this market. And when it finds direction, it's going to go that direction. What about crude oil? Crude oil. Just left a failed upside auction above the initial balance high at 81.99. Where are we, though? Overnight inventory was short. We're still inside the range from Friday. No major changes. Pretty centrally located in the overnight high and low. Be patient. Be patient. There's going to be some decent opportunities. And we may have just seen one of the first ones that I see today is that failed upside auction above the initial balance. Initial balance high 81.99. Just took a couple of little ticks above that. We did not find buyers there. Let's see if we can rotate back down to initial balance low. It's Monday, folks. Mondays tend to be not my best trading days. I don't know about you, but stay patient. Look for the right opportunities, or even better yet, let the right opportunities come to you. I find when I go looking for trades, I'm going to find them. Went looking for one this morning and got LARPed. Maybe we can improve on that as the day goes on. All right.
Good
Good
stuff,
to see
Hogue.
everybody. Mandy, Enrico, Jay, Dakota. All my friends are here. The heck does LARP
Oh.
mean?
It's live action role play. So yeah.
Hogue, that confusion on your face is well warranted. James, Dr.
Don't
Volatility in
overthink
the chat says, "Come to the Ren Fair with me. You'll see." Go to the Renaissance
Why does
Fair
that
with-
not
with James.
surprise me?
That
at
James
all?
goes to the Renaissance Fair.
That would James would attend that.
Is
at
James
some
going
point.
to come in for his news break dressed for the Renaissance Fair? We will just
I
have to
think so.
stick
You know
around
what?
and see. Hogue, you got a trade on right now. You are short the S&P. I tried to get short the NASDAQ, and I realized I was shorting the big NASDAQ instead of the micros. So I'm out of that trade, but I
Very-
do like this trade that you're in here. 28, 944.50 last trade here. And I think we got another 150 points to the downside here in the NASDAQ.
Yeah.
Well, we're
Yeah,
selling off
Hi.
here.
certainly looking pretty good
Right.
now. Back
Dump
to break
it.
even day right now. So one of the, of course, I mean, I've probably learned this lesson 1,000 times in my career, but just looking at, at trying to trade off of this trend magic, which had, provided a really good trade for us on Friday. I was on with Mo. Both Mo and I took advantage of the short to the downside on Friday based off of this trend magic. So one of the things I'm noticing about it is if you're late to the party, you're better off just skipping it. I was late to the party getting long up near the highs here. That's where I got LARPed. But the indicator was higher. Opening range was the dead low. I'm thinking, all right, well, maybe we're going to find some legs, go back to the upside. It didn't happen. Once we took out that indicator, that was my loss. Then I started looking for shorts, and again, I was late to the party. I did to get into this, but because we took out the low of the opening range, I thought, okay, this is a pretty good opportunity. Maybe we get back into value. Maybe we keep rolling lower, and it seems to be what's happening now. So right now,
We are
looking on this platform like we are getting pretty close to the value area low from Friday. So I'm going to take one contract, join bid, see if I can get out. Okay, so just took profit at one at 75.08 a half. Currently short 75.2375. I did kind of piece into this. I got in, added a couple of offers above price because I wanted to get better trade location based off of the trend magic indicator, and that worked. That worked pretty well for us. So
nice
early
trade,
short
Hogue.
too.
Nice trade. We got about
Nice.
7.5 minutes until the initial balance is set here. 28,912s, 913s last trade here in the NASDAQ. Tilt is starting to build to the short side. 64% short tilt in the S&P. 67% short in the NASDAQ. 63% short in gold. Gold trading 40.0380. Last trade there in gold. Crude still kind of holding bid a little bit here, trying to figure out what to do with settlement price, $81.80. 68% long tilt in crude oil. Let's see here.
Okay,
Mandy,
I
I
am
heard
long
you.
from 937.
Hey,
29,
don't
937. 3?
keep that, Dakota. It's a nice
Yep.
support level there at
Right.
903 that I had. I did want that short. I meant to hit that button, Jay. I missed
Oh, yeah.
the button. But and then it just flashed and I didn't want to go chasing it. So but I was only
Exploit
looking
mode.
down to the 900s. I do like this possible bounce here, Dakota. This looks like a nice
Yeah.
setup.
Taking
Curious
profits
to see
here
how
in
the
these
5-minute close
60s.
is compared around overnight VWAP.
Damn. Okay.
Nice trade.
Nice trade. Back up at
Covered
VWAP here,
one more.
974. There you go, Hogue. Short one.
Yep.
What's your average price, Hogue?
And right now 25.76 and a quarter.
25.76 and a quarter. Dakota long from 37s. Already up about
Yeah.
40 points on this trade. What are you
I
talking
know,
about?
I know this is just going.
That's great.
Pump it.
What's your target on this one,
Pump
Dakota? Are you
it.
just gonna trade the flow?
I'll try and guess this target. I guarantee you guys
29,000.
exactly what my target is.
29.
29,000, baby. Yes.
Let's go for 30.
29,000. Why
Then
not?
it's 80 point.
Why not?
finger.
Beautiful
We're
trade
gonna
there. Did
LARP all over
reject
these markets.
down there at 28,900s in the NASDAQ. Delta, negative 300 for the regular trading hour session here in the NASDAQ. It is negative 2,000 in the S&P. 75.15 last trade there in the S&P. 29,982.50 last trade in the NASDAQ. The Dow, 52,240 last trade there in the Dow. 29.72 for all of our Russell traders out there last trade here. Got Dakota long from 37s. Seeing a little hesitation here at VWAP, but I don't know that it's going to hold. Also, just a reminder to everyone in the chat, I saw a comment from, who was that? See a Sniper in the chat says, I only trade off of Jay's opinion. Remember, anything we say here is for educational purposes only. We share that Topstep risk disclosure at the beginning, during the middle, and towards the end of every trading show that we do here. There is considerable risk in futures trading. Make sure you are taking trades based on your own analysis and your risk parameters. We appreciate you being here. If you haven't done so already, there's a button that looks like this right under the video. Do us a favor if you can hit it. Tell your friends and family to like and subscribe as well. Got some great trades going on right now. Dakota about to hit this 29,000 target. 29,993 last trade here in the NASDAQ.
Here we go. And out. Profit. Boom.
There we go.
There you go.
Live account, Dakota?
Live account, live action, and live
Bang.
LARPing.
Amazing.
Yeah. It
Beautiful
really
trade
is that
there.
simple.
All right, now that you're out, Dakota,
Everybody-
it can go down again.
What's that?
So now that you're out, it can go down again.
Now it could go down. Yeah. What I love, what my favorite thing about this trade is, when I got in long, everybody here knew exactly what my target was. And so there's beauty in simplicity, right? I got in long, Mark started rallying, and nobody needs to ask, what's Dakota's target? Everybody just knows, hey, 29,000. I've been talking about 29,000. It was 29,000 when I sold it on the way down, 29,000 when I bought it on the way up. So maybe this is a good example of trading around the big round number like 29,000.
Kelvin, I like that. LARPing. Losses are really practice.
There you go.
I like it.
There you go. We're just redefining everything right now. 29,004 last trade here in the NASDAQ. 75.17 last trade in the S&P. Are the lows in? Are the highs in? Or are we just going to see a big megaphone day here in the equities? 2.5 minutes until the initial balances are set, Hogue. I know you got that IB indicator on your charts, but we're looking at that first hour of trade from the regular trading hour session. Could we say it's safe? Are the IB lows and highs in the equities? I would say the high is probably in. But I also don't know when the next Truth Social post is coming up.
Yeah, I don't know.
I know.
Yeah, right.
That's $1 million question there.
Right? Or the $100,000 a month question. You could know, you could get early access. We talked about that last week. Early access to Truth Social posts. Would you pay for that?
$100,000 a month.
$100,000.
How much?
100,000 a month.
I think it's 100. I think the price I was floating around was $100,000 a month.
Yeah.
Speaking of LARPing,
I'd say it's like put all the Discord sellers to shame. $100,000 a month. $100,000 a month.
Who's gonna
it's like
pay
Mr.
for
President. Someone will, Hogue.
the winner of the Octagon.
Yeah, right. Take your Topstep Octagon bonus and pay for the early access. Hogue, if it could be a great investment if you're paying $100,000 a month and early access to market moving news, and you're making
Yeah. Pay for it in one trade.
even pay for it in one trade. The only problem I see with that is that we don't know what the market is going to do. Right? The markets are the market, right? So you unless it's like, hey, I'm about to long 5,000 contracts of the Nasdaq right now. If that's the tweet, how do you know how the market is going to respond to the news? That's my only thing.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, sometimes a little information is a dangerous thing.
I would think so,
Yes.
Hogue. I would think so because
Well,
you anchor to an expectation.
Didn't like one of his tweets say we might be doing something to increase the price of oil?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And then I think oil
This is
prices
something
dropped
like
that
that.
day.
Yeah, I know exactly.
So it's hey, if you're
Or
out
buy
there
the
in the
Dell.
chat and you're paying for it. Well, when he said buy Dell, Dell price did trade up 7% in like the next hour from that point. But hey, it'll be very interesting to see. If you're out there in the chat and you pay for it, let us know.
We could all pull together.
We're back to the
All pull
trend
together.
line.
All of
The
us.
stop is just above here. Let's see if this trend line holds.
Nice bid here.
Trend magic.
Magic Man Hogue. We are at
I
the
don't know about
bottom of
that.
the hour there. The initial balance is set. So with that being said, Henrico, Mandy, we're going to let you guys go. Any final words you want to say before you head out for the day? Mandy, we'll start with you.
Follow those rules, you guys. You guys know your trade plan. If you don't know your trade plan, get to know it. Know the ins and outs of it intimately. Know every if then statement. I talk about this all the time in my Discord. Just know every time that I loved you. You said it earlier, Enrico, like 2 weeks ago. You want your trade plan screaming, like your trade to scream at you. Like I want you guys to know
Yeah.
it's so good and know not to miss it. And but wait for that perfect entry. I sat on my hands today. You guys know me. I'm pretty much a fast trader, a scalper. I waited like 35 minutes before I entered that trade. So yeah, that's it. Wait for the setup.
There we go. Wait for your setups. Henrico, anything you want to say before you head out for the day?
What I would say is I a little bit showcased myself today that I am following my new rules, and one of them is do not take any trades after losing or winning trade. I think the most dangerous trade you can take is after the winning trade or after the losing trades. Both sides are emotional. Both sides are either overconfidence or revenge of emotion of trying to get the money back. So for me, I'm with Hogue. My Mondays are not the best. My Mondays are not usually the most green or the best days for me. So I'll probably sit on my hands today, see what the market does, and yeah, trade well, guys.
Awesome stuff. Well, Enrico, Manny, great trading with you both. We are going to go to a little bit of a break here, and then we'll be back with Mr. Vinny 2 Ticks to see how he's been trading it up in this market. Stick around.
At Topstep, we've paid out more money to more traders than anyone in this industry. Over $1.4 billion and counting. Now, we're making that payout process even faster with automated approvals and real-time payment processing. Approved payouts can hit your account instantly. The best payout policy in the industry just got a lot faster. Trade well.
And we're back. Nice little ad there for the fastest payouts in payout history. And we got a new friend joining us on the show here, Mr. Vinny 2 Ticks, Coach Vince, Vinny Lamborghini. How we doing today? How are we looking at these markets?
All right, Jay. Good morning, Hogue. Good morning, Dakota, Jay. Happy Monday. I'm I am hunting a short right now in the NASDAQ. I'm waiting for a pullback. I'm up 14.97 in this combine. I switched over to my XFA, so I'm up $2, I think, in that right now. But we're looking for a trade here, looking for just a good opportunity. I like short side in the NASDAQ, so but I didn't get enough pullback yet to get short. What about you guys?
Okay.
What are you looking at?
I got stopped out.
While we were on.
I'm back short.
Go ahead, Hogue short again.
I got stopped out and I'm back short.
Okay.
All right. I was looking short as well there. We just rejected right off the regular trading hour review up in the NASDAQ. It was right at 29,050. That was the high of the session, and we rejected there. I still see room to the downside here in the NASDAQ. Personally, I don't love taking trades right at this major 29,000 level. Dakota knows it's been acting like a magnet. We traded 100 points below it, magnet right back up to it, 50 points above it, magnet right back up to it. So right back down to it. So I'm looking for maybe that was the trade I was looking for, honestly. A pop back up to these 50s, and at least I'm taking profits into 29,000. And then if the market wants to continue selling, I do still think there's probably about another 200 points lower here in the NASDAQ. We'll see what type of day this is, but I think I'm with you guys on the shorts for the day. It's all about how you trade it, though, right?
Yeah.
Vince, you focusing on the NASDAQ? I know you normally look at the Dow as well. Dow making new lows of the day here, 52,194.
Jay, I've been trading more NASDAQ lately. It's
okay.
The S&Ps
have gone to the dark side.
Yeah, not really. I'm just trying to find markets that are giving a little bit more movement, right? What I've been noticing is in a lot of my trades, because I look for a little bit of bigger bite out of the market, and the S&Ps stall out, and it's not giving me the move, right, that I'm trying to capture in the ES, because the ES is just like shortchanging me, and I'm getting a lot of break-even trades on them because it's just not moving. So I've been noticing that the NASDAQ's giving you a little bit bigger of a range to trade, so. But I'm trading all of them, right? ES, Dow, NASDAQ, gold, crude, wherever opportunity is there is what I'm looking for.
New lows of the day there in the Dow, 52,178 last trade there in the Dow. Little pop there in the NASDAQ. Poll up in the chat here. What's your overall NQ bias for the rest of today's session? Are we going to get a bullish recovery, bearish continuation, or is it chop/range bound? If you vote for that last one, your P&L is going to be the decider. Chop if you're red, range bound if you are green. Dakota, how are you seeing these markets right now?
Well, we've LARPed enough this morning. This New York session, I think, is going to be chop. We're gonna chop around. What do you, Vince? Have you LARPed before?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we all have, right?
Yeah, why not?
What is happening? What are we? What? Andrea's laughing. I'm confused, Andrea. I think I might need to take a break. The markets are selling off right now. 29,995 last trade here in the NASDAQ. 52,176, new low of the day there in the Dow. Crude selling off a little bit here. $81.40, new low of the day there in crude. Dolby, I'm losing control, man. I need somebody in here or the markets to do something. Mr. President, now would be a perfect time to send a post on Truth Social, get these markets moving around. Crude is selling.
How about that? Huh?
Just a bit here. 81.37. Yeah, Vince. Okay, Vince, would you pay for that? 100K.
How many whales? How many whales do you think are paying for that access? Come on.
Right. Yeah, and Vince, if you could,
he's the best marketer in the world. That guy. My charts.
DJ.
Yeah, just reshare them.
He says that they're all right. They're open, but okay. Try it again.
And Hogue, we got you in a short, right?
Yep.
Hogue is
75.19
short. 75.19, 75.16 last trade here. Delta congruent with direction here. Hogue negative 1,500 in the S&P.
Yeah, and it's just kind of static
200
here. It's not really moving much.
Yeah.
Not really
I'm wondering
moving
where
much.
all that size went. We saw a ton of size on the bid in the S&P while you guys were doing the opening call. A couple of thousand lots in the S&P on the bid, and then right as fast markets were starting, it was up there on the offer. None of it filled, but they got to be out there somewhere. Maybe they just went to market. We'll see what happens here. 28,980 last trade here in the NASDAQ. Looking at our quote board, we got a bunch of different markets we can trade with Topstep accounts. I know we talk a lot about the equities. Flat there, Hogue?
1 minute gave a buy signal with the trend magic indicator. 3 minute is still short. 5 minute is still short, but not liking really what I'm seeing here as far as the price action is concerned, especially with the Dow looking lower. NASDAQ is, NVIDIA is now down on the day. Just barely. Just looked at NJT or DJT.
Okay.
That's Trump Communications
So
Technology, Media and Technology Group. It's down a little bit, although it is off its recent lows. It's down around 690. It's up
That might
almost
be-
to $10 right now. Wonder if that's
Hogue,
anything to do with
why'd you just
money
put that
on
idea in my
early
head, Hogue?
tweets.
Why'd you just new income, new revenue stream? Why'd you just put that idea in my head? Wonder what those next earnings are going to look like. 28.
Sorry, Jay.
Yeah, we were just.
I'm long.
No, it's all good, Hogue. All good. Dakota's long.
Yeah,
I'm long.
like long too.
Yeah.
There you go.
This is a quick scalp for me. I'm long that big round number, but this is just a little scalp. See if we can get push up to the 20s here in the NASDAQ.
29,000. 3 lot?
All right.
Yeah. Yes, Hoke. Yep. Exactly.
The
If we can see
usual
those
amount.
20s.
$1.
S&P
All
back
right.
on the bid here, right at that regular full session view up, 75.23s. Oh, we are just pinned. Okay, I see what's going on here. We got a full session view up in the NASDAQ, 28,976. A regular trading hour view up, 29,048. And it looks like we are in the pinch right now. So let's see if we just kind of range between the two. It's a decent range, 70-point range there in the NASDAQ.
Shout out to Brian Shannon. It's in the pinch.
VWAP pinch.
VWAP pinch.
Janish, exactly. At this level, you can make a case for a long or a short or both. Absolutely, right? And that is a range-bound market.
We can make a market here at 29,000.
Oh, yeah.
Buy bid, they'll ask.
I wonder how Hoop's doing, like scalping this NASDAQ. I mean, it's a 50-point like range, right? Every 5-minute bar. It's a pretty decent range for 5 minutes.
Oh, yeah. You know how Hoop is probably doing? I'm going to take a look at the... I know we don't talk about it often, but Hoop does when he's on here.
Order. I canceled my NASDAQ order I had in there. We're going to wait here.
You're looking to get short, Vince?
Yeah, it was, but it didn't get high enough. I was looking to sell value high, but it just hit this exponential moving average I have on my chart, and it kind of just sold off from there. So I just canceled it. If it gets up there, I don't know if I want it anymore.
Gotcha.
I might look for a short here in the ES. It's looking a little bit heavy.
Okay. Rejection off that full session view up there in the ES. I was going to say, I wonder how Hoop is doing. Cattle, no, we don't talk about it often, but tail of a trending market. 15 red days in a row. 15 red days in a row in cattle.
All right, it's time to go buy beef, guys.
Yeah, right. Go get your steaks.
Get my steaks.
It's up just under 0.25% on the day right now. But again, 15 red days in a row there in cattle. Hoop said he's been scalping cattle. Little shaved beef there for Hoop.
Shaved beef.
28,976 last trade here in the NASDAQ. Dakota, you still long?
Yeah. I mean, this thing might just be chopping around 29,000. We're hanging out at these 970s, 980s. I'm gonna get out. I'll get back
Trend
in if
Magic
we
has gone
do
flat.
hold support down here at these 40s.
Let's see
Good
here.
college try.
28,957. No problem with that. Hogue, you said Trend Magic has gone flat. Are you still short?
No. No.
Trade.
It signaled along on the 1 minute chart, and I was still in
Gotcha.
profit, so I got out of it. But it's still holding resistance at the Trend Magic level on the 3 minute chart. So what
Gotcha.
doesn't wear you out scares you out.
Absolutely.
Anybody have the dollar up? Euro is selling off here. I wonder if the dollar is rallying.
It's usually pretty closely inversely correlated, right? Hogue, you see the dollar?
Yes. It's up almost 0.2%, 100.95 the dollar. It's been rallying all night.
Yeah. Euro's sinking.
Looking at a euro trade here, Vince.
Yeah, I trade it once in a while. I used to trade a lot of currency actually, but it's looking pretty decent right now. It's in a nice little downtrend.
Is this the next leg? So there's a ton of negative delta here in the NASDAQ from 950s all the way up to 980s, about negative 1,300 in that little range there, which we keep rejecting off of, which is why I want to be short, and I'm not. We were seeing more selling coming in here. 28,946 last trade here in the NASDAQ. It's just not breaking, right?
Hey, Vince, what's the low of the day in the euro right now?
The low is right here, right now. 114.31.5. We're on the lows.
Is that a weekly kickoff level, Hogue?
All right, I'm back in long.
It's getting close. 113.64.
Okay.
Let's go.
Long again, Dakota. What price you get
nice
there?
little pop.
944.
Nice
Nice.
pop.
I'm gonna add to it.
Yeesh. Long from 944. Nice rejection down there.
Mm-hmm.
Seller, and this is why, we've been saying this during the opening call as well, Hogue. I want to be short the NASDAQ, but I cannot short near lows of the session.
No. It's hard to do.
I'm seeing like there's no momentum, there's no follow through flow, right? So these counter trend trades that Dakota's taking, right? Or
we've got
it's not even really
got a
counter
higher
trend.
low.
NASDAQ up on the day, right?
Dakota, I just joined you in the ES.
All right.
I want to see this break. It's actually still a short for me, but we just put in a higher low.
I mean, that was a really fast 50 points.
Boom. I'm late
That's
to the
the
party
range,
as usual.
right? 29,000 again.
Look for these 020s. 29,000 020s. That's 020s, 030s is the top end of that range. I took a couple off right at 29,000 because we know what my
was your
target
entry,
is.
Dakota?
944.
$28,970 last trade here in the NASDAQ.
I mean, I'm working a wishing order in the ES. Hopefully, you guys could get up there so I can sell it, and you can take your
where are you
profit.
selling, Vince?
Way above the market. It's a wishing order. It's a wishing order.
And we tapped 29,000.
Shout out
again.
to my dear old dad.
There you go.
A wishing order.
All right, I did get short the NASDAQ there, 980s. Just one
short.
micro.
Yeah, I'm
yeah, one
considering
micro.
getting short. Just not yet. I want to let the market work a little bit, work its magic. A little shake and
This
bake.
is where they need to sell, right? It's the rejection off of 29,000 is fine, but this is where we need some flow to continue here in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, I'm gonna bail out of this. We did not. Yeah, we tapped 29,000.
Gotta bail.
We just
gotta bail.
Nice out.
It's a LARP. That was the definition of a LARP.
That was a LARP.
Faked one way and
LARP.
went the other way.
I'm going to secure profits on this. I'm about 40 points in the money, 50 points in the money right now. But like we were saying,
Work.
got to kind of think position management at these lows here. I want to give it the space to kind of hit this New York session low. But hey, Shubham in the chat, getting a payout today. Nice job. Love to see that. All right, I'm going to take 25 points out of this.
Crude is range bound. You can sell both sides.
There you go, Shub. Love hearing
Come on,
that.
just break this thing down already. New sellers, Hogue. We need new sellers.
Yes, we do.
Trying.
They're trying.
Trend magic flat.
How you liking the trend magic there, Hogue?
I mean, it's
too many trades for you.
Made money the first week, lost some money last week. I would really have to focus on it to really learn how to use it. I do like it though. I do like it. It's something that I could see myself looking at.
Mm-hmm.
And you haven't been using it in the context of in your normal context, right, Hogue? Right. So
no,
just using it alone, right? So I think adding that context, your higher time frame context, could even be a stronger signal. Because then you're just looking at it for entry exit, right? But in areas, right?
Yeah, and it was kind of confluent with something else I look at. When I was short and short good, I got out of two of them at value low. I'm gonna just kind of guess where I got out of those from yesterday, or near value low. So 75, let's just call it 10, was where I got out, which is right down here, which is not based off of the trend magic. It was based off of market profile and the value low from Friday.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
So it turned out to be a pretty good exit on two of them.
Oil catching a little bit of a bid here,
profit on the third one, but now it's just choppy.
Yeah.
The indicator, even on the 1 minute, is flat, so there's nothing to do here. 3 minute, it's still stepping down. We had a pretty decent opportunity right on it to get that short, but I was looking for it to go. So did I follow my rules? No. The rules would be I would be short up against this level because the indicator is still stepping down. It's red. It's still a downtrend. Testing right to it would be a nice opportunity to limit risk. And I LARPed it.
Let's see here. Our sellers LARPing this low here. I want to add to the short that I'm in, but we got to break below 915s here in the NASDAQ. I'm only short one, but I'd add two. I'm going to put a sell stop there, actually, right at 915s for the break. See if we get this breakdown. If not, my stop's right at 950s right now. Sellers have the opportunity. There's nothing there on the bid. Someone just come in and sell 100 contracts real quick. We'll get down to 28,900s really fast. But the Dow is starting to strengthen up just a little bit here. 52,245 last trade here in the Dow off of its lows there. 75.12 last trade here in the S&P. Delta still building to the negative side here, Hogue. Negative 500 in the NASDAQ. Where are we in relation to the initial balances?
Testing them.
So far, the initial balance is the high and the low of the session. So ES initial balance low is 75.06 even. So we're bumping up against it. NASDAQ, we just put in a new low. Initial balance low is 28.908 even.
Here comes your selling.
Don't stop at 900s. Come on, keep going. Short 3 from 937s. Just needs to follow through here. We'll see. Again, I think 800s are a real target here in the NASDAQ. That is the pivot. It's about how we get there, right? And it's been kind of a choppy session so far. But let's see. Trip.js in the chat saying failed auction coming here, maybe. We are below the initial balance right here in the NASDAQ. Crude did push up to those 82s, rejecting now, trading 81.81 last trade there in crude. Donald P's got a target 28.08. All right, I'm going to take one off.
So value low from Friday in the S&P is TPO value low, 75.04 quarter. That would be a first target for shorts. And as we were getting close to it, I did cover a couple of shorts when I had them.
Gotcha. I'm flat there as well.
Okay.
All right. That's good
You did hit your
because
890s.
it's preemptive, but it could be a failed downside auction.
I still think there's more room. Thanks, Hogue. I still think there's more room to the downside, but it's about how we get there. Again, I don't feel super comfortable selling the lows, and that add at 915 was kind of that, but it was adding to a winning position. I'm trying to do something here, Hogue. You know, we're driving the show, we're trading, we're dealing with the chat. There's a bunch of things going on. I'm trying to manage my emotions, which is a perfect time to bring in the top step tip of the week. Keep your emotions in check. Emotional control is crucial for successful trading. Don't let fear or greed drive your decisions, and taking breaks if you feel overwhelmed or stressed. That middle one there. Don't let fear or greed drive your decisions, right? I added to that short, and I'm like, oh man, we're getting this 100 points real quick here, but I got to trade the market that's in front of me. And right now, momentum trades haven't been working in this environment, right? So keeping emotions in check. You know, I got hungry eyes for my target, but I got to trade the market that's in front of me here. Emotional control, Hogue. We got that emotional trade journal. Such an important thing in our trading.
Yes, it is.
Well, Henrico said
I know that when I start getting emotional, I've got to walk away. Let go of it.
Take a break.
Absolutely. You're saying Dakota Henrico said it?
Yeah. He said after a big winning or after a winning trade or a losing trade, a lot of times that very next trade is an emotional one.
Yeah. Yes, it is. Vince, you were scouting some shorts there in the S&P. You had a wishing order. We are selling off. We got to be far away from it. I think you might have pulled it. 75.05.
Yeah, I did pull it. I'm going to work another short, though, on a pullback if we get it. But it looks like it just wants to keep on going. We just took at the IB low. We're getting range extension. Let's see what happens here.
Negative delta. Sellers are starting to gain a little traction here in this market. Dakota, your first trade was a short. Am I mistaken?
Yeah. If only I had a runner.
Right? I was just making sure.
I know,
You've taken trades both sides, right? So you would still look for either opportunity here. I'm just seeing
correct.
There is potential. Man,
markets don't
this
want me to
pivot
play.
looks like such a great damn target.
I gotta stop being cheap, guys. Jeez.
Hit that red button, Vince.
Gotta stop being cheap.
Hard.
That's not financial advice, but hit that red button. Low of the day in the NASDAQ, which is the overnight low, 28,709.75. So we're still about 170, 180 points from that right now. S&P a little closer to its low of day. 74.82 is that price. And I really like these 800s potentially. It's just about how you get into it. Febreze in the chat got a target of 780s. 55% short tilt in the NASDAQ, 59% short in the S&P. Still pretty quiet as far as news goes. No tweets, no headlines, just good old-fashioned price action right now.
Yeah.
Not yet. Not yet.
You see some buyers stepping in now? There's some buyers.
And some sellers.
And some sellers, yeah. Are we starting to stair step the hundreds here? Let's see.
That crude's popping.
Close below IB low for shorts.
It is, Vince.
Crude just broke out of its range. See what happens here. Actually, well, still range
right.
bound, but it's out of its intraday range. Just popped the high. Gold's range bound.
Is that
Ooh, there
They're
goes
gonna
the
close.
NASDAQ. There goes the
Yeah, I
NASDAQ.
think continue go. We got a
Damn.
settlement in the Nasdaq 28,773.25. Yeah, Vince, I'm with you. It looks like it
I was
wants to
working
go.
68s, I think. What was I working here? I was working 70s.
You like an
70s.
800, Jay? 800
Yeah,
even?
800,
Mm.
800 even is the pivot. Yeah. It's close to that overnight low. Overnight low is 100 points below that, but it's close to
go.
settlement. It's kind of in that zone. But yeah, I'm liking the 800s.
There we go.
It's just about how you get there, right? I don't want to sell the low though, Dakota.
Yeah,
So
it's
it'd
hard to
have to be a
sell
top
into that.
Closing in 30 seconds here, guys. 30-minute.
That's how you get
auction period.
LARPed.
Yeah, that is how you get larped. Top of the hour coming up here. Maybe we get some volatility there.
A little rejection there, huh? Ooh.
Yeah, honestly, I don't
liquidity
like
stream.
selling below. I don't like selling until we get a pop, maybe back to 950s, and then see failure from buyers there. But let's see, top of the hour coming up here in just a couple seconds.
Right?
Is this where we start to gauge whether this is a failed or successful auction, Hogue?
Well,
Yes,
we just
it's
closed below
confirmed.
the initial balance low, so that's potential continuation to the downside as long as we hold it. Negative 4,300 delta now in the S&Ps. The
Negative.
sellers so far succeeding.
Mm-hmm.
Always seems like these trades, when nobody's watching, seem to work. When everybody's watching,
Right.
they make it
Don't.
difficult.
Yeah.
I'm with you, Hope. I'm with you. I'm with you.
There's the nice bounce
Yeah,
there.
the truth.
UK's Chancellor Reeves resigns. UK's PM Burnham saying, I would never take risks with the economy, recommits to fiscal rules. Looking at the personal allowance threshold for income tax changing, it has significant consequences. Watch out for the pound there. And you heard Coach Vince saying the euro selling off as well. Euro down about 0.25% right now. Nice pop here in the NASDAQ. And that is why I can't sell the low as much as I want to. Got to control my emotions, right? I want to see something happen in the markets, but it's not happening. Go ahead, Coda.
No, I was gonna say, just like you said, at any moment the Nasdaq could pop like 50 or 100 points just randomly. So it's very difficult, like you said, to sell these lows.
Don't say that.
We did have oil.
I've been against it, Hogue. I know from experience.
Oh yeah,
100 points in your face.
There we go.
You know what could get these markets to move 100 points, maybe even 200 points. See how much LARPing he can do right now. Let's bring it over to Dr. Volatility for some announcements, and then we'll come back with Mo.
Hey, everybody. All this talk about LARPing, you gave me a decision paralysis. I can't choose. I have many costumes. Maybe I'll put them on later throughout the day. But hey, guys, right now, I'm here to talk to you about the things that you need to know about to stay in the know with all things Topstep and Topstep TV related. And that includes tuning in tomorrow, because tomorrow on Topstep TV, we are live with another installment of Mindset Matters with Robin Dane, the Traders Coach. With over 35 years of market experience, including 9 years coaching elite portfolio managers, Robin knows exactly what it takes to build a bulletproof trading psychology. Whether you're fighting impulse clicks, struggling with discipline, or trying to bounce back from a losing streak, she's taking your questions and answering them live to get your mindset back in the green. We're going to drop a link in the chat. Go ahead and click on it now to submit your trading psych questions for Robin Dane, and tune in tomorrow at 1 p.m. Central Time for Mindset Matters. We love having Robin Dane on Topstep TV with us, so get your questions in for her now and tune in again. That's tomorrow at 1 p.m. Central Time for your trading psych questions. She's wonderful. We love having her on. Get your questions in now. Then when you're done, be sure to come back, because we have another special guest joining us tomorrow. That's right. Tomorrow, Alex Ferreira is dropping in. Olympic gold medalist and Topstep funded trader. He's coming back to Topstep TV to catch us up to speed on what he's been up to lately. You longtime viewers may recognize Alex when we had him on the show. He is a gold trader and now an Olympic gold medalist. Come join us again. He's dropping in tomorrow. What time is that? 10 a.m. Central Time to sit down and talk with us and catch us up to speed on everything he's been doing since the Olympics ended a couple months ago. So go ahead, come and join us tomorrow at 10 a.m. to see what Alex has been up to. And then you're probably wondering, but James, wait, where do I submit questions for group coaching? I got you covered, because here at Topstep TV, you can submit your group coaching questions via the link in chat. Now, we're not going to pin this one because we want the Robin Dane questionnaire to be pinned for a while, but if you have questions for group coaching, go ahead and click on the link we're about to drop, and you can bookmark it because it doesn't change. Submit your questions for group coaching and tune in at 12 p.m. Central Time to see if it's read live. Today, we're joined by Eric, Ray, and Hoop, so if you have a question for either of those three wonderful coaches, go ahead and click on the link, and again, tune back in today at 12 p.m. Central Time for group coaching, and 12 p.m. Central Time all day this week, or every day this week, as we do group coaching Monday through Friday. And if you don't have your question read today, well, tune in every day because you might just hear it as the week goes on. Now, before we get back to the charts and have Mohammed join us for the end of Fast Markets, Spain is celebrating its second World Cup championship following a dramatic match against Argentina, and Reed Binion has more.
Deafening applause from the crowd at MetLife Stadium in New Jersey on Sunday after Spain's victory over Argentina in the World Cup final. The victors proudly accepting the World Cup trophy after their win. It came after watch parties around the world teemed with anticipation all day before the match, and fans watched with rapt attention throughout the game. The audience at MetLife Stadium included numerous celebrities and dignitaries, as well as world leaders including President Donald Trump. It took extra time, but Spain defeated Argentina 1-0 to capture the nation's second ever World Cup title. At the moment of victory, fans of Spain erupted in jubilation simultaneously in different locations around the world.
Luckily, at the last moment, we finally got the nice goal, and game over. We go home happy.
Fans in Madrid packed the streets into the early morning hours in celebration. President Donald Trump also reacting.
I thought FIFA was incredible.
Argentina fans, of course, very disappointed, visibly upset by the defeat. But there was also a feeling of mutual respect among many after the game.
This is sport, and sport unites the world. Fair play above all.
A sense of brotherhood as well, including between two friends in New York who were backing different teams.
The energy here is great. We're going to all love it here no matter what. Whoever wins is a win for America.
I'm Reed Binion reporting.
Whoever wins is a win for America. We got a trade going on the screen right now, but we got to welcome our last guest to the show. Mohammed, what is going on? Welcome to Fast Markets. Can't spell Monday or money without Mo. You are trading the momentum right now, Mo. I see you are in a short. Talk to us. How are we doing today? How are you seeing these markets?
More money.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Happy week, all of you.
Good morning.
I'm looking to this market as a multi-direction day where we have a full price action to the upside, and now we are working another price action to the downside. Considering the opening range, we are bearish, where we open the first 30-minute 7,552 and quarter. The low was 7,519. We break below it, we retest it, unable to stay above the opening range low, which tells me the market is going to the extension lower. However, we are stopping by the middle of that extension at 7,502, which could work as a support sometime. Most of the time, they work as support temporarily. Looking to break this 50% extension to the downside, 7,502 and a half. I'm short already. My stop at 7,515. Let's see how this goes. I'm already up in the money. I was long in the price action going higher. I stopped out at 7,540 or something up there. And I didn't trade since then. I'm just taking my first short after the open. Let's see how it goes.
Nice. Dakota, I also believe you have... Okay, sure. We are trading it up this morning, guys.
I'm long.
Dakota's long.
I'm long
Mo
907.
and Hogue are short. I took a short. You're long 907.
Different market. This is different market.
Yeah, completely different market. Yep.
Oh,
yeah.
Come on, guys. We don't have to. We don't have to be
29,000
courteous
for
to
my
each other. We
target.
know we all love each other. There's no fades.
Oh yeah,
We've been doing this for a while.
Oh yeah, no fades.
And he's coming with a new verb now. Larbed. I don't know what the hell is that, but it looks that I'm getting larbed now. I'm stopped.
Oh,
that.
nice
Is
pop
that
there.
it?
Wow. Yeah, nice pop.
Nice pop there.
I might get short.
I'm out.
Oh man.
I fat fingered a trade though while we were
Chopping
on that
myself
commercial
to
break.
ribbons.
I heard that, Vince.
I fat fingered a trade. I sold one ES. I was trying to put my order back in to sell one at 60.75, and I read the numbers backwards. 06.75. I sold it. Like I put a limit order and it hit me. So I'm down 26
Is it a good thing or a bad thing?
No, it was a bad thing. A $26 loss on that. So
that's fine.
Oil's selling off a little bit here. $81.40. Did trade above $82 for a second there, but down about 60 cents. Equities back on the bid here. 28,975 last trade here in the Nasdaq. Dakota long from 907.
This is cooking.
War must be over.
This is. I'm holding the full contracts too, full 5 micros from 907 in the live account. And
Nice job.
you know what my
Long
target is.
5.
You know exactly what my target is.
29,000 potential here. 4022, 150 last trade here in gold. Gold catching a bid as well. Again. Oh. Yeah, Jeff. Sometimes chat wakes up and eats spicy O's for dinner, for breakfast.
We are retesting the
five
opening range low
MES
again in ES.
75.16.
75.16. We are trading it up this morning. Mo, you're flat there.
I'm flat. Looking to jump short again if we. Yeah, I will wait for this 5 minute to close. Because this 5 minute tested the opening range low and getting rejected off it. If this is closed, red, that's the confirm of the rejection of the opening range low. Then I will jump short with a stop above it. But with this momentum to the upside, maybe they will try again. The buyers, I mean.
See here, 28,940. Vince, what price are you short from 517?
1575. 1575. I got in a little worse than I wanted. I was trying to work 18s, but yeah, it traded up there quick, and I didn't have a chance to put a limit order, so I hit it at the market. I'm tired of missing too many trades.
Said enough.
So it cost me money on that. Cost me some
Nice
money.
entry there.
It cost me money. Yeah, it could have been better though, Hogue. I was trying to get 18s, but
Vince, you could have not been in the trade, man.
Yeah,
they've been trying to keep.
Stop complaining about it.
These markets.
I'm kind of a perfectionist, Mohammed. I'm very, very hard on
I'm
myself.
so jealous of you now already.
I'm very.
There's
hard
no
on myself.
perfect. There is no perfect entry, Vince. No perfect entry.
No. Ever.
Market's gonna say, "Oh, you wanted that? You wanted that price? Here, we'll give it to you."
Yeah, you want it? It's coming to
It's
you.
gonna give it to me now. It's gonna give it to me now.
Dakota, you still long all 5? You take any profit?
I took 1 off at those 970s, and I have 4 on, looking for a test of 29,000. And I still think there's a chance we could go to those 29,000 020s, maybe 030s. Go back to where we opened in the New York session.
Delta negative
Maybe.
800 now in the Nasdaq, still building to the short side. If those are market order sellers coming in, getting short, price stops moving in their direction, which is why I've been getting short all day so far. But if price stops moving in the direction when we see these kind of pops here, so nice trade here, Dakota. Delta still short in the S&P as well here, Hogue. Negative 3,000 in the S&P, continuing to build short.
Yeah. I'm long again now. I'm trading like a grasshopper. It's almost like I'm trading the reversal challenge here today because I'm long above, short below, long above, short below, long above, short below. Having some fun though.
As long as you had fun.
Yeah.
We're gonna get a short that says.
Once you feel
I
that
just want both
you're
sides
having
to have
fun, that's an alert.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mo, did you have
right.
did you have fun
No,
watching that game
I'm
yesterday,
waiting
Mo?
for
I
a
don't like
strong
being
green candle.
long, but I'm long. I don't
I
like
like
being
the
long, but
long,
I'm long.
but I need my signal to show up first. I need to see a strong green candle in the 2000 tick chart to the upside. Then I will jump. My stop will be at 09 if we see that green candle. If not, will just be a range from 18 to 02.
See London close coming up in about 15 minutes here.
Yeah.
28,943 last trade here in the NASDAQ. 75.12 last trade in the S&P. We got Vince short the S&P from 16s, Dakota long the NASDAQ from 07s. Both trades in the money right now. Mo, did you have fun watching that game this weekend?
Yeah, I did. I mean, it wasn't as good as England and France, which we had 10 goals, man. That's
they just decided not to play defense.
Yeah, they have nothing to lose. What is the third and the fourth? There's no difference.
Right.
So they entertain us. Actually, the final wasn't so good. However, I like that Spain win because they played better. Although I wanted Argentina to win, but Spain played a lot better than Argentina. They don't deserve it. So I like that Spain get what they deserve.
Question for you, Mo. Isn't the difference between third and fourth millions of dollars and a medal?
Yeah, there is a money involved there. There's a difference in the money, but those players and those countries, I mean,
they don't care about
10 million has no difference in them. It's just about the ranking. That's what matters.
Covered.
There.
I got out.
Got out there. Scratch Vince?
Yep.
Nice. Yeah. There's no follow through.
Like $20.
Yeah. Nice out.
I got out.
Yeah, those players make like
close here.
Millions of dollars.
That's enough.
Just to blink.
That's enough, buyers. Stop.
I might get short now.
They want it to stop like this.
70.6.
Tilt building to the long side here. 57% long tilt in the S&P. Gold just hanging around or hanging out at settlement. Gold has been such an interesting market to trade, and I only want to short it. But I heard you guys are on the opening call today, and it's been pretty range bound. Yeah, it feels like that higher time frame break is like it's like watching a turtle cross the street.
At 50. Bidding at 16. 75 16 my bid. Come on. Tell me.
There we go. We're going to see 29,000 here.
75.
Still long 4.
No fill.
Here we go.
No fill.
You looking to get short, Mo?
Long at 75.16. I'm not getting filled. Testing.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm long now.
You're filled.
75.16.
There he is.
Yeah. My stop at 09. 15 micros. Looking for a breakout above 19.
Okay.
All right, so here's where all that negative delta was building in the NASDAQ. Above here, Hogue, I know it might be a little early to talk about a squeeze, but
I'm long.
Let's get it.
All right.
I don't like it, but I'm long. Which probably means it's good.
I like it, Hogue. I like it. We're getting it.
Stops above 22.
Here
we go.
We're going to be taking profit here at 29,000.
29.18. Those 20s.
Trade.
Still long 4?
Still long 4. And I'm going to be taking profits right here. We're approaching 29,000. Currently up $800. This current trade is about $700 in the money. So
trade.
you can see I have I'll put a limit order right at 29,000. I'll do 28,999 quarter. There's so many times. I actually just bought another one. Let me just get out of that one. Set limit too. Yeah, 28,999 and quarter. Do you see how I put this limit order? I'm going to trail my stop loss up a little bit. And that way we can, yeah, so there's my stop loss. It's at 903. Entry, I added that one, so it screwed up the price. But yeah, let's see if we get that push through these 29,000. And then the next level I'm looking at is going to be where we ran into sellers before, 020s to 030s. We got to get through the 29,000 first.
This is where the negative delta was. Right out all the way up to 990s. Up to 990s. So some pressure above 990s from buyers. You could get shorts to cover here. We'll see if that does play out. 28,975 last trade here in the NASDAQ. Top trade. Yeah. Go ahead, Dakota.
No, I was going to say, I do see buyers stepping back in Micron, NVIDIA, Google. So we'll see if they could sustain. But Micron's back up almost positive 4%. And so maybe this could be a thing that most this morning's over. Market's trying to settle down a little bit. And then do we drift higher? Can we find our way back up to where we opened at in the New York session? Because these dips are starting to get bought here on the 100 tick chart.
So they are.
So if
Let's
I
get
could
a
answer-
position update. Yeah, go ahead, Hook.
I can answer Lammer J in the chat. I usually don't enter positions at the top of a candle at resistance or the opposite. But what I'm doing is we're trying to teach an old dog new tricks. I'm basing most of the trades that I'm taking in this trading combine off of the Topstep X trend magic indicator. And so far, I'm about break even after this would be week 3 of using this. And I'm going to probably use this for the rest of the week and move on to another indicator. But this is not how I would typically be trading if I were actively trading. Just looking to try and take advantage of this tool. I know Mo's been looking at it as well, looking at it in a little bit of a different time frame, but I think it's been working pretty well for Mo. But he's a younger dog. I'm an old dog trying to learn something new here. We'll see if it works out for us.
Yeah. You make sure that whatever strategy that you are using is identical to your character. Sometimes you don't use somebody else's car just because it's nice. So make sure that you fit to that strategy.
Order filled.
Nice trade.
Profit hit.
Profit target hit there, 29,000s. Last trade in the. Let's get a position update for everybody. We'll go around the horn here. Vince, are you in a position?
No, working the short though in the NASDAQ.
Vince flat working a short in the NASDAQ. Mo, we'll go with you. What is your position?
Yeah, I'm still long 15 from 7,516. I'm looking to take profit at 22 here. So there's some stops, another take a profit at 25. So see how it works. It's doing what it's supposed to do. But I'm still worrying about this resistance at 7,520. Looking that the market will just break it out.
521 is VWAP there in the S&P. And last but not least, Dakota long from 907s. How many do you still got on in this position?
I got 3 on. I just took profit. NASDAQ's starting to hold around 29,000. We're continuing to grind higher. Look for these 020s. We got Micron catching a bid, Google catching a bid, and it's starting to look really good, Coach Jay, for a test of those 20s. I'm going to take another one off here at 10s. There's the 14s. I think we can see these.
I take 5.
There we go. Nice.
Mo
there goes NASDAQ. Profit too.
Beautiful
Short
trading we
Nasdaq.
got
Yep.
going on
Changing
here.
bias, man. One of the
Nice.
skills that you need to
Nice rally
acquire
going
is
here.
how to change your bias.
All right, we're short
Beautiful
Nasdaq,
trading we
guys.
got going on.
29.07
All right.
quarter.
17 quarter. Vince is now short the NASDAQ. Let's see if we can continue the pattern that we've seen all day. There's rallies, there's sell-offs, there's something for everybody. If you don't like live trading, I don't know why you're here, but if you do love live trading, do us a favor, hit that thumbs up button. Tell your friends and family to like and subscribe as well. I got short there with you, Vince. I'm short from 14s with you, Vince. I might take this for a quick scalp if we can't sell 29,000s. And I'm going to take it for a scratch.
Okay, so one is fading me, one is fading Dakota.
Not a fade, Mo.
Just process.
Okay, not a-
process. What I'm seeing. No fades.
Not a fade. You guys,
Not a
I
fade.
gave you guys a space to work. You know what, Mo? It's actually not a fade. It's the exact opposite, right? I didn't want to get short, and Dakota's my trading buddy. I didn't want to get short until I hear him taking profits, right? 'Cause,
Taking
you know,
profit.
Dakota, yeah, right. And Dakota has an eye for taking longs in the market, and I know when he's starting to take profit, we can see the market potentially slowing down there, right? So I'm using that as a signal to say, okay, the move to the upside might be over for now. So I'm short.
We are
from 14s in the NASDAQ. Let's see if we get this flush below 29,000s. Nice trade there, Vince.
We are LARPing together.
Whatever that means. All right, we can't break 29s though.
I will take another
Kinda
profit
hold
at
it, man.
25. Vince, if you're interested.
I'm flat
We're
there.
going.
I am flat. Vince still short from 16s, correct?
Yeah, I'm still short.
17s.
I'm short 17. Yeah, 17s.
17s.
Yep.
Couldn't break those 29,000s. We'll see. I might get back into that trade, but flat for now. London close coming up in about 4 minutes. London close could give us some volatility here. Coach Hoop posting some headlines in the chat. Alarm sirens were activated at the headquarters of the U.S. Fifth Fleet in Bahrain. Thank you for that, Coach Hoop. Always staying on top of the news here. Senior oil is doing $81.50.
Trying to push this, continue to push this up, man. I still like the test of 030s, maybe 040s before we start to see some selling. It's difficult to say. I know that's
coming after
29,000.
my stop.
Is that where your stop is? That's the level of resistance. I mean, you look at the 5-minute chart and you can see
That's Dakota and Vince in the octagon right now.
That's the open. That's the New York Session Open. That's where we open these 040s.
And
it's
value
possible.
Value high
stop.
for the session today too is 53.5. 29.053.5.
Yeah. 54 is my stop.
Oh, I like your stop then.
Yeah, I'm taking the other 5. So I'm long only 5 here.
All right. What'd you see there to want to take profits there, Mo?
This area, you can see these pivot, these highs around 23, 22, 21. There is some stops. Those are already taken, as you can see. We have wicked all of them. And the market's still lacking to continue. There is no acceptance above this price. So this is definitely a resistance. So it's a good idea to minimize the position, take as much profit. And I'm still in the position because maybe sometime it take longer to do the breakout. But I'm not risking the whole position here. I would rather take some profit. So if this goes down, I'm fine.
You do have a full session VWAP at 75.21, regular trading hour VWAP 75.23. So definitely a little bit of a resistance to get through there. So nice trade there, Mo. Nice trade from everybody on screen today for the most part. We got Vince short from 17s, which is that full session view, regular trading hour VWAP in the NASDAQ. Hogue, that was a failed downside auction, correct?
Not technically. It was a lark.
No? Okay.
It was more of a
It was a
lark.
It was a LARP.
It was a LARP. We gotta add that to the
Lark,
Trader's Dictionary.
Lark downside auction.
LARP auction.
We're
Minute 30.
LARPing
Minute
today,
and 30
fellas.
until the bottom of the hour, which would be the London close, which could give us some volatility here. Let's see. Taking a look at the tilt, 59% long in the S&P. Vince, I love this trade, bro. I love this trade.
Hopefully we can keep going because you know how it is. We're about at
Yeah.
the ATR on the 5-minute bar right here, right? We need to
Yeah, full
extend
session
this,
VWAP right here. This is where they need to sell
need
it.
a flush.
Stay below 90s.
Okay. Long only one.
All right. Mode down to one. Nice trade.
Point
Stay
control
below
pressure,
90.
29,000.
Hog, you're
Gabe from
using a
the,
trade too?
from the trade.
29,000 is a magnet.
Has there ever been a time where we had all 5 people on the screen in a trade at one time? Hogue, what is your position? I'm sorry.
I'm flat now. I took a profit up near those highs on the contract. That was long.
Nice.
Flat.
Okay, gotcha. VWAP held there,
Bias
Vince.
took that.
70s.
I'm telling you
VWAP
that.
held at 70s.
Just look at the 5-minute bars. It's as soon as it gets to that range, it just reverses.
5
like
seconds
just-
here, bottom of the hour.
We're getting it.
I kind of like this.
London-
Though. I might add to this short actually.
London is closed.
It's confirmed for me that the opening range low is holding. So I'm looking to 70,535, the middle of the opening range. So as you can see here, they break it down, retested, stayed above it. Now they are staying above it. As long as the market is above 7,520, I think this is going higher, maybe to the high of the day.
Mo looking for highs of the day now. Above 75.20s, Mo?
Mm-hmm. Above, as long as we are above 7,520, so maybe you can risk up to 14, 7,514 as a long. That's enough wiggle room. I think, yeah. Unless we close below 7,520, then I will look for a short.
Here goes the NASDAQ into these 20s. Can we see 30s?
Oh, you still long?
Yeah, I'm still long. Still long too. Like my
Nice.
live account, I locked in about $1,400, and these two as a runner.
Nice.
We're seeing these 30s come into play. So I'll look to take one off on like a momentum burst if we get like a bit of buying into those 30s, and then maybe leave one on for a runner to see if we can see those 40s. Like I said, this is the New York session open right at these 40s, and you can see there's a lot of resistance there. It's active support resistance a few times today in this trading session. So that's what I'm watching. This dip got bought, like you guys were saying. I think you said this was like the VWAP here at these 970s. That held, and yeah, you can see buying is just very, very strong here. And I'm seeing the same thing in the major tech stocks. Like Micron's up 4.5%. Google's now back up 3%. Nvidia's catching a bit. So I'd look for a nice break into these 30s. We might get it right here. See if we could get that, and I could start taking a few more profits.
I have a caveman trade as well.
Okay. What do you got, Mo?
24.75, 75, 24.75. Stop market buy. Take profit at 28. This is confirm of the breakout above the 23, 22, that area. My stop will be at 15.
One side.
Exactly.
Trying to catch the break here. Hogue, you seeing a little bit of iceberging here in the S&P? 75.23 up to 25?
25.
I got in that 2-point range, I have positive 1,700 delta.
Yeah, I kind of in a small way. I mean, the volume it's kind of a high volume node, so it's kind of hard to gauge like, positive delta. E period. No, not really.
No.
Nothing tremendous.
Got you. And I want to answer a question in the chat from Matt. I know what gamma and delta is for options trading. What do those terms mean for futures? Well, the gamma, as far as your options trading goes, you can still pay attention to gamma in the same way. We're looking at it as, and you'll hear Jack on the show, who's not here today, but he'll mention it often, where some gamma levels are. He's looking at the SPX options and then translating that to futures prices. When you hear us talk about delta here on the show, it's very simple. We're talking about the difference in volume between market order buys and market order sells. So if I say negative delta, that means more aggressive selling for the day. I say positive delta, that means more aggressive buying. And what we're looking at is not just the number in itself. It's if there's more aggressive selling for the day, what have they gotten for it? That's the way I'm looking at it, right? If there's negative 3,000 delta in the S&P, but price is rising, I'm going with the assumption that there are market order sellers in this market that are looking for price to go down. And if you sell something and it doesn't go down, you got to buy it, which could lead to a squeeze. And Hoag's doing hand signals here. What do those hand signals mean, Hoag?
Squeezy, squeezy.
I am.
Buy him. Buy him. Buy him.
Delta divergence. Buy. Delta divergence to the negative side. Buy him.
Yeah. And Vince is going hands out, palms out. He's selling them. Vince, I think you might be on mute.
Also, beautiful inverted head and shoulders in here. I just noticed that.
Right. And Hoag, with that, we're gonna let you get out of here real quick, Mo. We're gonna let Hoag get out of here. You got to prepare for the morning highlights. There were so many trades taken.
Yeah, it's gonna be a tough one.
You can get the general gist of what the markets did, Hoag, but we're gonna see you back in just a little bit for the morning highlights. Anything you want to say before you head out, Hoag?
Yeah, it's Monday. I've done enough damage for today, probably. So only trading these on screen. So we'll try again tomorrow. But trade well, everybody. Dakota, nice trading. Mo, nice trading. Vince, nice trading. Jay, nice trading. Nice trading, all of you. I'll see you in just a few minutes for the morning highlights. Trade well.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Hoag.
Hoag.
Take care.
See you soon. Yeah, Hoop
this
cattle just
NASDAQ.
popped. What do you got in the NASDAQ, Dakota?
I'm just saying it's looking strong. I don't want to say I love this trade, but I am really leaning towards a break through these 030s right now. Like we came up to these 020s, we're not seeing a big sell off here, and we're just kind of flatlining at 020. So want to see us do something, like poke it with a stick.
Yeah. Wake up, markets. Wake up.
It's looking strong though, man.
had-
It's like sellers aren't doing much.
Ron Chanley in the chat says, free combines. Where'd you find a free combine? Let me know. I'd like one of those. Or is that a LARP?
That's a
Might be
LARP.
a LARP. 29,022.50
Squish
last
it.
trade here in the NASDAQ. 75.22 last trade in the S&P. Gold still stuck at, I'm going to stop looking at gold because I want to short it and it's just glued to settlement price right now. So that's fine, gold. You can stay there. $81.46 last trade here in crude oil. Tilt 63% long in the S&P, 56% long in the NASDAQ, 57% long in crude, and 54% long gold.
We're trying, man.
Vince, you still short? Vince, you're on mute.
Yeah, I'm short 1920 in gold. 40.1920. I'm short the NASDAQ at am I short the NASDAQ? Let me go back to
Vince said liquidation day. Find something and sell it. Everything must go. Like
short 20, 17 quarter in the NASDAQ, and I'm looking to add to the short if we get a little momentum to the downside here.
I'm with you, man. I'm with you.
We are getting some rejection here.
Yeah.
Below the 20.
Vince said everything must go. We're selling the shelves, the kitchen sink, the faucets, everything. Sell it all. We're going down.
Sold.
Sold. Let's get a quick update on our live traders for the day. We got Ibrahim up $26,829. And my funded journey up $10,738. Quick little live update there from our
Amazing.
live funded traders. We got a live funded trader on the screen right now as well. Shout out to you, Dakota. But those are two of our live funded traders, both up over 5 figures on the day. Make sure you lock that in, take some of that home.
Nice.
Markets are still moving. So if you see the opportunity, trade it, but want to make sure you lock in those profits. Nice job there.
I'm up 5 figures, but not that kind of 5 figures.
Explain. You count the decimals?
Gotta include the you gotta include the cents.
Oh yeah. That's 32 cents, man. That adds up.
Exactly. Yeah. Inflation
that adds up.
Compounds.
Compounded interest.
Compound interest over 40 years.
Right.
There's 29,000 in NASDAQ.
Yeah, back at it. Back at it. Those sellers. Somebody was selling 25s down to 23s in the S&P. One more time, position update. Mo, did you get tagged in on that caveman trade?
No.
Nice.
I haven't. Actually, I'm looking to exit this trade now. Market is trying to break this 75.20. We close below the 75.20, so I'm flat now. I'm flat.
Sold more in NQ. Got short another one. Average is 29.05 quarter.
Like the short.
It's just handing out NASDAQ to anybody who wants to buy them. I got one for you. I got one for you. Nice trade so far. Dakota is still long from 907. So you're just sitting in this trade right now. How many you still got on, Dakota?
Two. Yep, it was 5, and now it's only 2. But
and
we'll see.
Yeah, go ahead.
29,000 is the magnet today.
29,000 is the magnet. And Vince, you are short 2 markets right now. You short the NASDAQ and gold. How do you manage 2 positions at the same time?
Good question, Jay. No.
How many kids do you have?
How
many kids do you have, Vince?
Oh, man. No, I mean, I have the charts up, obviously, and I know my stop and my exit. So it's when you know where you're getting in and out,
it's just let it work.
Easier to manage it. You know what I mean? It takes kind of the emotional stress out of managing it. So, look at them NASDAQs pop.
Absolutely. Yeah, they're holding. So the negative delta I was seeing in the NASDAQ was from 950s up to 990s that we talked about. We just dipped into that 990s, right? So to me, the way I'm reading this is from a flow perspective. Anyone who's short under 990 is stuck right now. And if they don't gain any traction, then that might be the squeeze that we see for the day. Delta is only negative 600. It is negative 2,500 in the S&P, which is a pretty small number for the S&P. Right now, it looks like the S&P, as long as it holds above 17s, we're good. So we'll see how this plays out.
Buyers are trying again, Jay. Buyers are trying.
Here we go.
Looking to go long again.
All right, Mo looking to same breakout trade, or you buying earlier, Mo?
Oh, there goes NASDAQ.
All right, I'm out of one of those.
The same pattern. I'm long at 22 now.
Okay.
Stop this time at 75.15. Long 10.
Long 10 from 22s in the S&P. And the NASDAQ held those 90s back above 20 here.
I got out of that ad on, Jay. I got out of the ad, but I'm still short the NASDAQ.
Still short. What's your average, Vince?
Right now I'm at 28,993.
Got you. 993.
Well, I guess because it took me out of one, so I don't know if that's an average or not. But that I think it sold out the one I got a better trade location. I'm not sure how it
for sure
takes it out. First in, first out, or whatever.
Nice. Your stop loss is you're short gold too, right?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
short gold. Gold's looking a lot better than this Nasdaq trade.
Yeah.
For
Yeah,
now.
gold's looking juicy. Here goes Nasdaq into these 30s.
There we go.
Yeah, back to the 30s.
It's just pop. About 16 minutes to the top of the hour. We did have a poll come up in the chat. What was your first ever trade? Was it a big win? You got hooked immediately? Huge loss? Small win, small loss? And can't remember, was it too long ago? Kind of split poll here. Can't remember, 30%. Small win loss, 32%. Big win,
I remember mine
28%.
like yesterday.
Yeah. What was it, Vince?
Yeah, it was a QM, mini crude. It was a 500
Okay.
barrel contract. They didn't have micros back then. Back in 2003, first trade, made $175 on it right before New Year's, and went out and bought a bottle of Dom Perignon. And I said, "This is what it's going to be for the next." Yeah,
Champagne bottle life after a $175 trade. I love it, Vince. I love it.
it was $99 too. The Dom Perignon was $99 at the time, so I was
There you
actually
go.
it was half
Wow.
the cost of the trade.
I remember mine as
Oh, do you remember your
well.
first
It
trade?
was
Okay.
it was hemp stock.
Oh yeah, I
Okay.
bought that stuff too.
2010. It
Stock.
was 2010.
Nice. Mo, do you remember your first trade?
It was in Forex, actually.
Okay.
Buying sterling yen. Sterling yen. I'm buying GBP sterling yen, the crazy pair.
Gotcha.
I remember making in that one $2,000 in seconds. Was crazy. That what hooked me up.
Oh yeah. Hooked
Yeah.
forever. My
What about you,
first
Jay?
I don't know if you could really call it a trade. It was buying Apple stock. And then I saw my parents do it, right? My parents would just buy stock while we were and try to explain it to us all the time when we were younger. And it's like, I don't know if I listened until I was probably 20 in my early 20s. So buying Apple stock and then figuring out on Options House. If anyone remembers Options House, my first options trade was on Options House. I was pretty upset when E-Trade bought Options House because I love that platform. But yeah, my first trade was options on Apple. However long ago that was. Did make some money
My
on
first
that.
paper
and,
trade was in 4th grade.
Oh yeah.
It was a school project, actually. Yeah, and the teacher handed us all a
Okay.
copy of the Wall Street Journal, put it all on our desk, and told us to pick a stock. And at the end of the year, we'll see, what we did. And I took
Yeah.
Motorola. That's when beepers were hot. The beepers and all that.
Yeah.
And I bought that. I think it was like, I don't know, it's like $18, 14. I forget what it was exactly, but I made like 58%, I think, on the trade by the end of the school year. So that's kind of what
There you
got me
go.
hooked. Yeah.
There you go.
Like, wow.
Easy
I didn't do
money.
anything. You know what I mean?
Easy
If,
money.
if we want to go on the Wayback Machine, I remember I've mentioned this on the show before, but Wall Street Kid, the video game. You ever play that, Vince?
Yeah.
Wall Street Kid? Yeah, that was I guess
Yeah.
my first trade. I was, I don't know, 5 years old playing this video game that was not a very entertaining video game if you look back at it, but trying to teach kids about the market, I guess.
Yeah. That's when SimCity was hot too. Remember
Right.
SimCity?
Oh yeah. Absolutely. Market's slowing down a little bit here. Market's
Yeah.
slowing down.
It's in the
Gold
fast
popped in my
market.
face there. Gold
little
back
pop
up.
there.
Yeah.
Barcoding in the 5 minute.
This is what I mean.
Yeah,
like,
Mo.
the markets are it's no direction, right? In the markets right now. It's been like this for a while.
You know what?
Yeah,
Kind of
if there's
feels
a
like,
direction, it's the downside, to be honest.
I'm gonna-
Mm.
I remember the markets last year. Remember the NASDAQ last year, how it was trading? It was insane. It just went one way all day.
Yeah.
Yeah, getting to context of the market, below 7520, it's bearish. Above it, it's bullish. So it's keep going up and below that level since I joined the fast market. So we don't have a direction until we break either way from this level.
Mo setting the early above below in the S&P 7520s. Could definitely see that. VWAP is right there, 7521. This is the spot in the NASDAQ where if sellers are going to gain control of this market, they need to do it. From 28,990 down to 970, 700 negative delta in that 20-point range right there. If they can get below it, close below 970s, we could see some pressure to the downside here. We'll see what happens.
Okay, I'm flat. I'm flat.
Dakota
And
as well.
Finally
Nice trade.
extended that bar.
Yeah, flat in the live. I'm gonna call it a day on this
Nice
live
job.
account.
Nice.
So
Nice trade, Dakota.
$1,500. I'm gonna lock myself out, and
Beautiful.
what I've been doing in slow markets is just converting the dollars to points because
Okay.
I was demonstrating on like that Freedom account, right? It doesn't matter the contract size; it's more about the process. And since I average about 3 contracts, that's 250 points today in this market. So very happy with the price action.
Nice trading, Dakota.
Nice.
Nice trading.
Good work.
Dakota up 1,500 in that live account. Why don't we bring in JD for some stats and some updates on our live funded traders? What do we got, JD?
What is up, guys? We got some payout and P&L numbers from Friday. Let's rip through these real quick. Here are Friday's top 5 live funded P&Ls. Up at the top, we've got Brandon putting together a nice day, trading on a 150K live funded account, $22,627 to close out the week. Brandon also took a $13,000 payout early last week, so big month for Brandon. Bowie, $21,350, trading on a 100K live funded account in the NASDAQ. We've been talking about Bowie quite a bit so far this year. He's sitting on 37 winning days, close to just over $200,000 in payouts so far this year. Another big year. John M, $19,065, trading on a 150K live funded account in the micro NASDAQ. John also took a $24,000 payout just last week. Randy T, $18,012 in profits on Friday, trading on a 50K live funded account in the NASDAQ. Randy's now sitting on 12 winning days in the live funded account. And G rounds out the top 5, $15,000 in profits on a 50K live funded account, trading nothing but the micro NASDAQ. $15,000 trade on micros. That's another 5 winning days for G, also eligible for another payout. Go get that money. All right, those are your payout or your P&L numbers. Here are your payout numbers from Friday. Great way to end a week. Up at the top, Benjamin R. Oh, I got the date wrong on there. My apologies. It should be Friday, the 17th. Benjamin R, $36,835. Angie, $12,233. Luca, $11,483. Javies, $9,800. And Mohammed rounds out the top 5, $7,379 in payouts on Friday. Excellent way to end the week. I don't care who you know. I don't care who you are. Those are excellent numbers. I'm sure these guys all had great weekends. All right, that's what I've got for you on the P&L and payout front. And now it's time for everybody's new favorite story, the Top Step Octagon. Let's run it. Here are the last couple days of action in the Octagon. We've still got Jack up on top. Franklin is still in there. Franklin's kind of playing it safe. He hasn't moved too much in the last 2 weeks. He's sitting on $31,633 in profits. He was at about 31,000 early last week, so I think Franklin's holding out for a bonus payout. Let's see how the month ends up. Still a whole lot of trading left in July. $309,559 in total profits for the top 10 live funded traders here at Topstep. There's your Topstep Octagon update. Oh, Kiara's still up at the in the top 5 also. I forgot about that. You know, Kiara started the month. First couple days of trading this month, down $30,000. Fought all the way back up to positive $31,000. Talk about a comeback. All right, guys. That's what I got for you. Back to you. I could talk all day.
Thanks.
I'll spare
Thanks, JD. Kiara didn't hear no bell. A lot of trading left to do in the month. And starting down doesn't have to be the way you end the month. You got to have a plan to trade. Speaking of which, let's get a position update for the guys on the screen here. Mo, I see you adjusting your trade right there. Talk to us. What are we in right now? hit that mute button for me, Mo.
Sorry. That was a fake break to the downside, taking my stop and rejected back again to the same level that I was long in at 7,522. That was barcoding just to shake everybody out. I'm in again in 15. I will take a profit at 28. Then I will
Nice.
take the other at the 50% range of today, 35. So my take profit at 28, the second take profit at 36.
Oh, back in the longs here,
Need some
75,
small
21,
losses.
75.
Here's these
Lose
40s.
small, win big.
Yep.
We are holding, man. Those 70s held like the Great Wall in the Nasdaq.
This is what I was looking for.
They tried to keep you out, Dakota. They said he's locked out, but great trading either way. Great trading either way. Nice read on these markets.
I didn't. I didn't.
You got
Mo
it.
said they're not getting
They
me.
took my stop. They think that I will give up.
Never give up, no, Mo. Never give up. Nice trade. 70.
Never give up.
What if something came out? Any news?
Not hearing anything. Vince, not hearing anything.
A pretty quick pop. I mean, it happened in 76 to it went 100 points in what, 2 minutes? 2 minutes?
This news is not going to do it. XAI unveils Grok add-in for Microsoft Excel. If Excel headlines are what's moving these markets, chat, I retire. So I'm going to guess that it's not that.
Look at something. They look for something.
That dude in the chat says, man, the last 2 months of trading have just been terrible for me. Take a look at the market conditions that you're trading.
Right.
If you are a NASDAQ trader or an S&P trader, the last month and a half have been extremely consolidated markets. If you are a breakout trader and you're trading a breakout strategy, the market condition, it's not your strategy. The market conditions may not facilitate your strategy working out the best. So assess the game that you're playing, right? It took one goal to win the World Cup final yesterday. Play the game that's in front of you, not the game that you want to play. And with that, they changed the shot up on us. Go ahead, Mo. You end it with the final words. What do you got?
It shouldn't be only the market. Maybe it's just your strategy is not built for this market condition. So just take a break. Maybe you're emotional. Maybe consecutive losses is doing that to you. So don't be hard on yourself. Take a break. It's valuable. You will remember me. Thank me later.
Yep.
Take a break of 5 days. Intentional, not trading.
There we go. Love to hear that. Mo, Coach Vince, any final words before you head out of here?
No, just, make sure you have a stop in, right? Because you see how these markets are moving. They turn around. NASDAQ just turned around 100 points almost in a couple minutes. So, just be careful. Make sure you know where you're getting in, where you're getting out. And, try to keep the venom as small as possible, right? Get rid of the venom.
Absolutely.
You take a stop, you get angry, just step up and get away, like Mo said. Right? These markets are tough right now. They've been tough for months. So, like Jay said, it's consolidating. It's not really going anywhere. So just be careful out there. And it's okay to take a day off.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And last but not least, Coach Dakota, you are on for Slow Markets later today. Anything you want to say before we head out?
You're going to be joining me, man.
Absolutely.
LARP on, brother.
LARP on. We got morning highlights coming up after this, and then we are going to get into power players. If you haven't done so already, do us a favor, hit that thumbs up button. Tell your friends and family to like and subscribe.
It's with me, Jay.
We got more trading to do.
I'm with you. I will be in power player as well.
Oh, Mo's in power players?
I'm not going anywhere.
Mo is sticking around. You're sticking around because we got more trading to do. This is Topstep TV. Andrew is looking at me like, get us out of here. So we are going to go to a break. Let's go.
Let's go rapid fire. MP, ready to go? Give me thumbs up.
Fire.
Thumbs down. Let's go. MP, do you guys ban live traders that fail 2 times without telling them you ban them? Switch to Topstep.
No, we don't ban live. We don't ban live traders.
Can you please reopen the 250K Freedom Combine? Maybe another 250 accounts.
Sign up for Market Labs. There's a join, and then you'll be the first one that gets notified.
Winter price alerts coming to Topstep X.
This weekend, 10% of you are going to get them. And then it's going to go full 100% here in a couple weeks.
You have a one-time fee like other prop firms one day.
We do have a one-time fee, and it's in Market Labs right now, and we're also exploring what to do in our flagship stuff, if we should go one-time or not.
Hey, there we go, rapid fire.
Welcome, traders. It is time for the morning highlights. Like it or not, here they come. Trader Z, I appreciate that feedback. We can certainly be looking more into what the context of the market is during this session. There were a lot of trades taken today. There's no way I was going to be putting all of those on the charts. Just like to point out some of the highlights of the trades that were taken during these morning highlights. And speaking of context, let's look at the context in gold. Where are we? We really haven't moved all that much. We're still hanging around that 4,000 level. Market opened in range and in value. Looked above the initial balance, looked below the initial balance. We're range bound today. When we do see, whether you like the initial balance or not, when the market trades above and below the initial balance, this is what tends to happen. We tend to get kind of a range bound day. We're still well inside of the range from Friday, well in value from Friday. We did take the opening range trade this morning to the short side. We're kind of looking at it like, it could go either way. We did look at some profits in the trade. We moved our stop to break even. We were short one MGC 4,016.10. The market paid us maybe 1-to-1 on this trade. We were looking to move the stop down to break even at 1.1 to 1.5 to 1 reward over risk. We did move the stop down to break even, and basically that's all that happened. We did not see any major moves here. And you can see in the morning highlights below me here, you can see, when will the buyers return to gold? Or will they? Or will they? Lots of questions about gold right now. Very range bound, very questionable as to what is going to happen. Crude oil, we didn't take any opening range trade in crude oil. Probably a good thing. I don't think it would have held us into profits for very long. It did take out the high of the opening range. It would have been for a short. We had the weekend gap last night. The market opened with a gap above Friday's high. And that weekend gap has now pretty much through the overnight been filled. Where are we? We haven't moved all that much. We, had a pretty decent overnight range. The regular trading hour session range is minute. It's not even a full dollar. Not even a full dollar for the regular trading hour range this morning. We did put in a failed upside auction. The market looked below or right to the initial balance low, right back to the initial balance high. It headed right back to the initial balance low. A lot of barcoding going on here. And again, still inside the range from Friday and largely inside value from Friday. Could we see a little break to the downside to value low from Friday, which is down around $80.20? Maybe. Have to see some acceptance below that initial balance low, which is 81.10. It's a very small range. It's not going to take a lot of energy to trade outside of this range, and the right or wrong tweet could certainly change the face of crude oil. All right, let's take a look at the S&Ps now. Pay no attention to what I was doing. This is just an opportunity for us to see how some of these new Topstep indicators are kind of showing up, how they work. Thinking about break even overall over the last two trading weeks. I was off for one of those weeks. We're going to continue to use that this week, see if we can't find a way to get back into profit on that. We made about $600 the first week, lost that, I think, pretty much the second week. We're down already this week. No big deal. Just taking a look at these indicators. All right. It's old dog, new tricks for the next couple of weeks, maybe couple of months. We'll take a look at those indicators. Mo came in long, 15, not 16 MES, 75.16. Got out of 10 of those at 75.21 for a decent profit. Added to that position again, got long 15, right around 75.20. Ended up getting stopped out of those around 75.17, but back into the same position, long 15 at 75.20, and currently holding profits in that trade. Mo, if you're around, let us know how the rest of this trade plays out if you would like. What about the context? Well, here it is again. The market opened, looked above Friday's range, closed the gap, session gap between Thursday and Friday. Closed. Rejection. Right back into range, right back into value. We saw the market come back into value. We have not traded all the way down to value low yet, which is right around 74.95 on this platform. We did take a look at it, right back up to value high from Friday. We did take a look below the initial balance low. I wouldn't technically call this a failed downside auction. However, we never did take out the low of the first bar that did close below the initial balance low. This was definitely an auction to the downside that has failed, not technically what I would call a failed downside auction. However, all right, let's take a look now at the NASDAQ. Lots of trades in the NASDAQ today. Again, the market opened in range above value. The market looked higher. We did close the session gap between Thursday and Friday of last week. We looked above last week's weekly kickoff low, which was 29,130, and we rejected. Looks like we may be headed right back to that level, The market did kind of show signs of reacceptance and value from Friday. The rejection of that, however, leads me to believe that we are not probably done to the upside here in the NASDAQ. Now, let's take a look at a couple of the highlight trades. Dakota came in, always really good at finding bottoms, finding tops, got long 5. NQ, 28,907. Got out of one of those at 28,970. Got into two of them at 29,020. And then finally flattened up as the market pulled back a little bit here around 28,990. I believe Dakota finished the day up about $1,500. I think that was correct. I may be off on that a little bit. But we had Vince looking to short the MNQ, 29,017. I don't think he took any profits on this, and I'm relatively sure that he is out of that trade. Vince, if you are in the chat, let us know about the outcome of that trade. Hopefully you did take some profits when you had the opportunity. while that was in the money. Hopefully, maybe you were at break even by that time. But as always, looking forward to hearing how these trades come out. On that note, why don't we take a moment and to take a look at today's quotable quote. Steve Marabali says, happiness is not the absence of problems, it's the ability to deal with them. There's always difficulties in life and in trading. And being able to deal with them, being able to recover from them, being able to learn from them, having the ability to deal with those difficulties is going to be vital for you in your trading life and in your life outside of trading. Your life outside of trading. We've got power players coming up. We got Dolby, George, and Mo coming up. Could be another great session. Don't forget to get your questions in for group coaching with Eric, Ray, and Hoop. Trade well, everybody. Looking forward to seeing you sticking around here all day because there's still a lot left to do here on Topstep TV. We'll be back in just a minute, so stick around. Let's go.
Oh, hello. What is good, everybody? Welcome to the show. This is Power Players. Got a pair of them right here. Pocket Aces, Diamond Hands, Mohammed. Back for 2 hours in a row, Mohammed. That might be one of the first times ever for you. So,
That's a
chat,
stretch.
if Mo gets tired, chat, encourage him. Of course, we got Diamond Hands. What is up, buddy? How are you
You know
doing?
how to do that.
Yeah, we do. Chat knows how to do it too. Diamond Hands, you watched the World Cup yesterday?
I did.
What do you think?
I lost.
You
I lost
lost?
some money. I lost some money
Sorry.
because I bet on Argentina.
I'm sorry about that.
I know. First
It was
time
good.
I don't like Argentina, but the first time I actually bet on them, they lose. Imagine that.
Well, never again. That was probably Messi's last World Cup, unless he's going to play when he's 43. Maybe he can be a super sub off the bench. We'll see. But we got these markets cruising right now. This is the 11:15 sort of hour segment, about 45 minutes here. Tends to be a slightly different sort of market price action. We will see how this goes. The open is long behind us. Diamond Hands, have you taken any trades this morning?
I have.
How's it going?
I did. Well, I took a couple trades, like 2 trades, and I kept getting stopped out. But then eventually I took a 2 micro trade. Once we broke opening print, and then we tested opening print, and then I got in right here about 28.93, and I took it all the way down to 28.82.
Ooh, nice.
So
Nice.
yeah, so I was able to make up my loss and some money. So I think it was like 450 for 2 micros, something like that.
Man, it's crazy. Like the volatility has been so good. I guess it depends. Double-edged sword, right? But micros can really do a lot. We're seeing, 50, 100-point swings pretty easy here. So the micros can make a boatload of money for you. Don't not have to be trading those E-minis right now at all.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, trading me is crazy right now. You get stopped out pretty quick.
Hey, when we first started the show, people were trading E-minis. Micros were not that cool. And now all of a sudden, everyone's trading the micros. It's going to be a psychopath to be trading E-minis. We were doing E-minis for Reversal Challenge on Friday, and I think we had 400-point moves in the hour. Mo, it was a bloodbath, absolute bloodbath. One of the most brutal reversal challenges we've ever had on Topstep TV. Mo, you were talking about some patterns here. One of my favorite patterns, the Dorito pattern.
I
What do you got in
just
the ES?
noticed that. I mean, I haven't changed any bias here. We have the opening range in ES. We are breaking below the opening range, the 30-minute opening range lower. The market take another leg down to the 50% extension of that opening range and ripped back to the low where we struggled here a lot, where I take a long and then I take a loss, take a short, another loss, I took a long, they took me out. All of them as small losses, $50 to $100 loss, just to be in this current trade where I took that long finally. The market ripped up to shallow of the 50% of the opening range. I'm placing my target around it, 7,536. That my next target. I already took some target at the 30. My entry was at 21, as you saw in the fast market. Still long 9 in that position, waiting for the 50% of the opening range. Doing that, I just noticed this market is what the word levered. I think is it levered, the Dakota.
Nope.
all over the place. You can see it. They just tagged lower and leapt up. Then they do it again. They do it at the beginning of the open. So that created a lot, 3 megaphones. So the bigger one is this one. You can see this megaphone in the 5-minute.
Oh, yeah.
This tag the highs and then tag the lows. And then they do it again. They tag the highs here and they tag the low. And then the last one, the smaller one, which we already broke into the upside, which I like in the megaphone. The only thing I like in the megaphone, if we squeeze above one of the trends. So we are above the recent 2 megaphones, going to the 50%, hopefully to take my target, hopefully to continue the megaphone to the bigger one around 7,556.
56. Love seeing it, Mo. Great analysis. The megaphone pattern, for sure, one of the trickier patterns to trade. You get a stop out, you get a stop out. Everyone gets stopped out in the megaphone pattern. Garfield, we're not saying that word. That joke is done. That is done. That is a fast markets meme joke. Diamond Hands, what levels do you have going forward for the next 40 minutes?
I want to see if we can break this overnight high that we're struggling to break right now. 110.
110.
I do see.
Fantastic.
Yeah. So see if we can maybe break, retest. Potentially maybe go to 200. I do see some orders on there. 76. A lot. 29,200. But I gotta see this break, retest, and then go over there.
Fantastic. Are you in a trade currently, or are you just waiting for something to
No.
happen?
Yeah, I'm waiting. Yeah.
Just waiting. Fantastic. So we will wait. Currently kind of pretty close to the overnight high right now in the NASDAQ. We can take a look at some other markets. I think keeping an eye on the yen, which is pretty interesting. We actually did break the lows, the daily range low of the yen, which is the 6JU 26 contract. And so if the yen actually goes down, that means it's getting stronger against the dollar. So that's kind of interesting. We'll keep an eye on that. The Russell here, fairly range bound, doing lower highs, but a fairly even base. You can maybe say it's a Dorito pattern. Yeah, it's a Dorito. And crude, one of the most active markets because of what's going on in the Middle East, currently trading 81.30, so nothing insane happening today, but all it takes is one tweet, but a really nice range in crude between 81.13 and 82.10s. So a little under $1 of a range. We can hop back into these indices here. NASDAQ is trying to push those overnight highs of 29,110. And chat, let us know. How'd you trade today, chat? You trade the open? Did you not trade the open? Dakota was on this morning, and he says he doesn't even normally trade the first hour. And I kind of got to agree with him. Diamond Hands, are you trading the open? You trading the first hour? Or do you got to wait it out?
No, yeah, I usually trade the open, like, but not the open, but I wait for like at least maybe 15 minutes to the market settle down, and then I'll potentially take a trade. Today I didn't take a trade till like 7 a.m. For those that are wondering, I'm in Cali, so at 7 a.m.
That's early. You got a early
so,
schedule over in Cali.
Yeah. So I didn't end up taking a trade until 30 minutes into the market.
Nice. Good
I
discipline.
see also here
there.
an inverted hidden shoulders here in ES. I just
see it, Mo.
redraw it again to, yeah, you can see this is the left shoulder and this is the head.
What time
and the
frame?
right shoulder. So we are.
What time frame?
And it's the 2000 tick chart. 2000 tick
2000.
chart. You can see it in the 5 minute as well. It's in the 5 minute as well. So we already tested the high of the neckline here. It's already tested, confirmed with a strong rejection of it. So the targets of this megaphone, of this inverted head and shoulder is 7,543.
Measured move, huh?
And we are making higher highs as well.
Yeah, range over range for sure. That's a measure. Is that the measured move, Mo, that you're drawing from the bottom of the head and shoulders to the inverse head and shoulders to the neckline?
Yeah,
and you copy paste.
Yeah,
it
from the head
top?
to the neckline.
Yep.
From the head to the neckline, and then you take the same measure from the neckline to that target.
Okay, that's what I thought. Diamond Hands, you also use measured moves, don't you? Isn't that one of like the
Yeah.
core pieces of your strategy? Do you use them like the exact same way, or is it like a different structure that you're using? Measured.
Kind of like what Mo was talking about the 30-minute orb, when he was saying that we went all the way to the 0.5 deviation. Basically, I use a lot of ranges and I use a lot of deviations with it. So both the 50-minute range and the 30-minute range both hit 0.5 today. So that's pretty much why I kind of TP where I did 882. I think 30-minute was like 873 or something like that.
Okay, nice. That's perfect.
Yeah,
Okay.
I've
Oh,
seen
wow, look at the
sell-off
sell-off
now.
here. Yeah, we got MES that just sold off about 8 points. 6 points? 6 points, and NASDAQ just sold off about, not a, but it looks scary. About, let's say 40 points in the NASDAQ, which these days is not a whole lot. Not sure if there's...
This is a nice pullback for me, actually. If I'm not long, I will be looking for a long.
Would you add into this trade, Mo? Additionally?
Yeah, I might add. Depends on the price. Is it away from my target or not? So basically, I'm waiting for a strong green candle to confirm that this is a pullback. So let's say now this is a red candle coming down lower, even lower. I prefer it lower. So then we see a strong green candle. My entry will be at the close of that green candle, and I will trail my stop to the low of that, whatever low I see. So if this green candle closes very high, an elephant candle, I will not add, of course.
Okay, there we go. Got a plan. Of course, Mo put on a clinic. I think it was on Wednesday or Thursday. It might have been Friday. I'm not sure. It was recently about adding into a winning trade. That was very impressive.
Yep.
That was good. That was good stuff. I like that. One of the harder things to do, but Mo just did it. He just did it, and it worked out. Another maybe interesting level here in the NASDAQ is that daily Dorito that we've had for a long, long time, going all the way back to about early June. We are maybe just testing getting back within that range of the daily Dorito. That's probably right around 29,000 evens, give or take a couple. So we'll kind of see if that can hold up there. Kind of lines up with the MES a little bit too, actually. So we will see how this pans out. And of course, drop your questions here for group coaching. Oh, sorry, I got Robin Dane here. I got the Robin Dane form pulled up. So we got Robin Dane coming in, as well as group coaching for today. So we have two different forms that y'all get to submit questions for. Who's Robin Dane coming in? Oh, yeah, she's coming in on 1 p.m. tomorrow with JD, master interviewer. Yes, Stan Emmons. Robin Dane is on Tuesday. So we have the form pinned up now for Robin Dane. If you have any questions for Robin, please click the form and you can submit those. However, we also have group coaching today at 12 with Eric Ray and Coach Hoop. There we go. Got chat moderators absolutely crushing it. So they just posted the link for today. 12 p.m. group coaching with Eric Ray and Hoop. Maybe a little bit of a bid here in the ES. It's kind of been an action-packed day so far off the open. So hopefully everyone made some money. You can take a look at the stocks and see how they're performing. Apple down 2.6%, AMD up 3.8%, trading at $515. Holy moly. Amazon up 2%, Bitcoin up 1%. I haven't talked a lot about Bitcoin. Is Bitcoin on either of your guys' radar right now? Diamond Hands, you a Bitcoin guy?
No, I'm not.
There we go.
Yeah, I'm not really into the crypto space.
Crypto? Yeah.
No.
At least you answered the question
too.
with the
I
same
never put-
enthusiasm that you have for Bitcoin, which is little to none.
I never put my money in anything that I don't understand.
Hey, that's a good rule.
Yeah.
That's a good rule, Mo. So I didn't put any
It's
money
the rule of
into
my life. Never.
what was it, NFPs?
See?
That didn't make any sense to me.
That was the pullback,
NFPs.
Jay.
That was the
Don't
pullback. Yeah, that's a hell of a pullback.
Yep.
Did you get long? Did you head in there, Mo?
No. As I say, this is not type of candle that I want to see. You can see it's equal wick from the downside and the upside. It's tricky. It's not worth it to add, because if I add, I have to trail my stop to the low of this low, which is not invalidating my position. So I don't want to put myself in a position where I have to trail my stop to a place that is not correct.
I like
So
that.
just wait. Maybe another signal. Better location, better setup.
Getting a little wiggly. Getting a little bit wiggly in the dome. Feels like we're due for some news. Someone did post something in chat earlier from Ken Emmons, Iran's Press TV. An industrial facility in central Iran, Khomeini City, was attacked by the U.S., so that war is for sure still hot. I don't know if that is what's moved the market. Let's check on crude to see if that moved it. Maybe a little bit. Crude trading 81.72 now. At the beginning of this segment, we were trading 81.20, so crude up about 50 cents during this segment. Something for sure to keep an eye on. Diamond Hands, are you watching crude at all? I think you did. I think you did trade it a little bit, right? Before?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did trade it a little bit. Yeah. I haven't
Oh,
lately. Yeah, to be honest with you.
Haven't? Yeah. It's such a news-driven market. It is so news-driven. It can be pretty frustrating. It can be fun as a range trader if you kind of like the slowish price action and are okay with that. But as soon as news comes out, it just will either submarine or rocket ship, depending on which one. There is a poll in chat. What is your favorite part about Dolby Time? Daily Doritos, megaphone patterns, or fire commentary? Thankfully, fire commentary is winning with 24 votes. We will take it, chat. Thank you, thank you. Sell-off still continuing here. Down about 50 points? 30? Nope, that's 40 points.
I don't like this bearish
Yeah, why,
momentum
Mo?
I see in the 5 minutes.
What's going on?
You can see the 5 minute momentum to the downside. We got one small green candle here that gets sold immediately. And then after that, follow up of the sellers. So they are determined to go somewhere. So sellers are looking for some place to go to. So buyers, they just disappeared. And also, we back inside that megaphone. I hate the megaphone when we are inside. I like it only if we break out of it. So this is what kept me from adding to the position. I'm thinking to take profit actually now as I'm in the money. So I'm taking, we'll take half of the position out.
Oof. Things are starting to get a little spicy here. Yep. I wonder if this is oil driven here. Oil trading 81.92. It's 5 cents off from those 82 evens. If we can get above 82.10 in crude oil, we could see a range break on the, let's see, what's the high? On the 1 hour? It'd be a 1 hour range break out of that. If we can get above 82.10, that would be pretty momentous. That's a word, right? Momentous. I just don't think it means momentum.
I'm flat. I'm flat right now.
Mo's flat.
Taking my
Crude's
profit.
bidding
Don't want to lose it this
82.
way.
Yeah, wow. This has gotten real spicy here. Nasdaq has sold off about 10 points. Nasdaq has sold
I'm
off
still
about
bullish.
60 here.
I'm still bullish, but I don't know where this momentum will stop.
Yeah.
Until it stops, then I can decide to take a long again.
Yeah, I have to wonder if
Just
this
like
is
an insurance.
news-driven here. I have to wonder if this is news-driven. Diamond Hands, are you looking for any trades currently? Any levels? We saw your overnight highs. That would have been a hell of a short.
Yeah, all the way to opening print.
Yep. Now, is that one of your strategies? Is that in your toolbox?
Yeah. So I use the opening print a lot. So this is why I got the short today, was because we actually broke, came back, retested OP. And this is where I got my short all the way to that 882 basic level.
Nice. Let's see if we get
right
a bounce here.
We're holding OP. Let's see if
OP. So how do you define the opening print? Because we have like initial balance, opening range. What's the
Opening print for me is just basically the first price that opens at New York Open for me. That's what it is.
Okay, just
Usually-
wherever it opens. It's not like a
Yeah.
time range. It's just whatever
No,
that exact
it's
open
just-
is.
Yeah.
Nice. Opening print. Just the so like literally 1 second candlestick. That's the opening
Yeah,
print.
just yeah, pretty much. You can go on any time frame, 1 hour, 30
Got
minute.
it.
It's gonna be the same. It's gonna be the same price.
Yeah, it will be the same for everything. So whatever the open is for at 9:30. Nice. That is the
Yep.
opening print. Chat, you use the opening print at all? Let us know. A lot of people like to measure the open. You got opening range, initial balance, opening prints. What levels do you use off the open? Let us know. Still got some wiggle in the ladder here. Feels like this thing is picking up some steam. Now we're underneath the daily Dorito, right around 29,050. See if we can continue to the downside. House account, flat, not taking any trades right now. Would be fun to take some trades, though. Be a good time.
Yeah.
Chat moderators want to
looking
take
at
this
this
pull down,
again.
put up a new one. Yeah, what do you got, Mo?
We undershoot the 50% of the opening range. Everybody was looking to the 50% of the opening range. They are unable to touch it by how much? Just by a point or two. So we're back to the lower side of the opening range, 7,519. So this could be an overshoot by same amount. So we undershoot the 50% by 2 points. So I'm expecting that we will break the opening range low 7,519 by again 2 points. So 7,517. I might take a long there.
Yeah, I see you have some bids in right now. You have 15 micros in at 75.11 in the MES. See if you can
Same
scoop up.
time, this is the demand area of the buyers. This is where the last place that the buyers took control from sellers. So that is the demand area. If the market quickly moves there, that will be a nice spot to buy the pullback. So I'm looking to buy a pullback, not looking for a short. So far, nothing happened. It's just the momentum dies for the buyers because of time of day. Maybe the segment is low volume, so that's normal. No news, nothing. So that's just to take a profit from buyers. They will try again to hit the 50% of the opening range. As long as we are above 7,519, I am bullish.
There we go. Mo's got a plan. Mo has got a plan. Crude tried to break out of these 82s here and swiftly rejected 30 cents. So I wonder if this correlation trade is maybe still kind of alive. Crude sold off. Looks like the ES and NASDAQ kind of caught a bid here. Still looking a little bit heavy. Maybe trepidatious. There's a word for you, chat. We'll see how this pans out. But yeah, nice little upward channel here in the MES. So no, I think it actually went to your entry pretty much by the tick and ended up bouncing like 4 points. It's very, very MES here.
Yep.
Normally it's like a
Yeah,
NASDAQ
but
thing.
how did they get there? Is that what worries me? It was
yeah.
so strong momentum going quickly, so you don't know where this will stop. I'm bullish. I said I'm out, but I am still bullish because just because of the momentum, I'm out. Because I don't mind to get back again once I see buyers back to business.
You can always get back in.
Which they are.
What are you seeing here, Diamond Hands?
I'm seeing this opening print react to that. I should have got in.
You know, gotta press that button. Gotta press that button.
Yeah.
Got to press the button. So we got Darnell Price. I'm short 2 from 88. Looking for night lows. You're in the money 10 points. I'm assuming you're talking about the NASDAQ here.
Yes, I'm long now.
Okay, Mo's long. Let's go.
With the buyers. This is exactly what I wanted to see. Strong green candle rejection, closing above the moving average which they did. But where is the follow through, guys?
There's wooden buyers, Mo. Plastic buyers.
I mean, no, they are not wooden buyers. They are confirming the control here. Maybe they are
We'll see.
lying buyers.
Maybe they're sneaky buyers. We got a good question here from Monica 4U1 in chat. What would be your target diamond hands if you did take that long off the
Probably over.
opening print?
Probably depends how many contracts I got. If I only got one, I'll probably do the overnight high. If I got two, I'll probably do overnight high, and then maybe potentially leave some runners for hopefully maybe the high of day over here.
Around 29,200s.
Yeah.
Nice, Monica.
Right.
Great question.
Yeah, let me see. Potentially, this would have been like two.
What happened?
Oh shit!
Oh,
something happened.
Tweet.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Tweet? Oh yeah.
Uh-oh.
Oh man.
NASDAQ just sold off. Fuck, bro. That was crazy. That was like a 120-point move. Oh my goodness. Oh, chat.
Jesus.
Chat, if you were long, I feel for you. Welcome to trading, man.
Yeah.
That was a 120-point sell-off in how many? In 5 seconds, we moved. That's brutal. Absolutely brutal. In 1 second, we went from 29,073 down to 29,004. And in 5 seconds, we did 120 points. My goodness. Chat, who caught that? Someone caught it. Someone. Mo, you got swept up in that. You get some slippage, Mo?
Yeah, but I'm long again. No,
Okay.
I don't think I get a slippage. Let me check. Stop was that? 1 point. 1 point slippage. My stop was 19.75. I exited at 18.75.
Okay, not too bad there. All right. Wow, chat. That is why. Leaf Swan
This is
said
just
it.
the megaphone in play, Dolby. You can
That-
see megaphone on
yeah,
my
it's
screen.
true.
You see that?
That is true.
You see
is
that?
the megaphone pattern. Here is the news. It was a Truth Social tweet, which Trump wants to start charging $100K a month for. Get it ahead of time. Every time Iran kills an American soldier, they will pay for that killing many times over. We're doing eye for an eye. Makes the world go blind. Let's see how this ends up. Market certainly responded to it. But yeah, that megaphone pattern, Mo, that stuck the landing there. 75.10 in the MES. Perfect bounce. My goodness, man. These Truth Social posts are just absolute market movers. My goodness.
Yeah, I think it's time to pay 100,000 to subscribe with him.
Yeah, would you pay 100 grand a month? Let's say you had 100 grand a month to blow. Would you still pay for it? Would you pay for it?
If
let
I
us
give
know.
you 100,000 K a month, would you do it? Even if it's
Would
not
you
your
do-
money.
Even if it's not your money, would you subscribe? That's a great poll question. I mean, on that news too, I just pulled up the crude chart here. We went from 81.66 up to about 82.5, so it's about $1 move in crude. Just an absolute earthquake of a tweet, and now we're just settling right back down again. My goodness, man. Oh, market, sometimes you are just not fair. Sometimes you are not fair.
Sometimes?
Unbelievable. Sometimes, Mo. Most of the time, it's not fair. We just got to be happy when it is fair. That's all. When it is fair. When it treats us nice, we got to be appreciative. Normally, it's not going to. That was a move. All right, well, game on. Here we go. The hockey net back in the middle of the street. See how this pans out. What do you mean? What happened to Diamond Hands? Diamond Hands is chilling right now. He's not in a trade.
I'm in no trades. And
Yeah,
I'm
he's
glad I
just
didn't. I'm glad I didn't.
Yeah. He's made his money. You know, eyeballing some trades. Had some good ideas for sure. Future X trader Trump shit. Yep. Welcome to the markets. This is the market state that we live in. You know, if you've tuned into Topstep TV for the last 2 or 3 years, you can kind of like get a feel of how the markets have changed because we talk about it all the time.
Yeah.
You know, we were talking, you know, Nvidia. You know, the AI boom. You know, that was its own market state. You know, an AI headline goes out, and Nasdaq did 50 to 100 points. Now you got the Iran war, you got the Truth Social posts. I mean, this is why you want to watch Topstep TV because we'll let you know what the market state is. We talk about it.
When
It goes in
everybody-
like waves, like 2-3 month waves. So it's always changing.
Yeah.
Always changing.
There
Rules
was
of
a
the
time where
game.
everybody was trading silver and gold.
Remember that? Mo, what was your
Yeah.
favorite market state in the last 2 years?
Favorite what?
What was your favorite market state in the last 2 years since Topstep TV's been on air? I guess almost 3 years.
I have no favorite actually, but have to
Almost
adapt with every market state. I remember that I had any favorite market state.
I think the Nvidia one was my favorite. The Nvidia AI run was just insane. You just wake up, buy Nasdaq, just go to sleep, and make money. It was crazy. JMBA 1306. No, because he's losing credibility. Market will increasingly ignore. Hey, I got some bad news for you. Market is not going to ignore those tweets because those algorithms that are scraping headlines, they love the volatility and they will trade
Look
it up.
at this.
Back on the bid. Let's go, Mo.
That was the pullback.
You're like,
That
what
monster
headline?
was the pullback.
I was like, F your headlines. I'm getting long this. There's no follow through. And honestly, this is a good point, Mo. You know, sometimes we get used to these headlines coming out and shaking up the market, and it's, you know, sometimes they don't stick the landing. You know, it sells off and it bids right back up again like a couple minutes later, and there can be a lot of opportunity in those sorts of moves if you are in tune with what is going on. But look at that. Coach Hoop right back up. There it goes. Mo taking advantage of the
Step up,
volatility.
elevator down.
Yep. Good stuff, Mo. Good stuff. Good man. I was not expecting that for this segment. Holy moly. There we go.
Do you remember
Trump.
my order was at 7,511 when I said this is a demand area of the buyers?
Mm-hmm.
I should just keep my order there.
You should have, Mo. Shoulda, woulda, coulda.
Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, the market's bigger than we think. I think sometimes we look at the market and like, there's no way we're going to trade at this price. But you know, given enough time or enough headlines,
What do you know it? Yeah.
Sure enough, we're right back at that price, and would have had a perfect entry. That's
Just
how,
when you say it,
mhm.
it's happening. There's no
Yep.
way the market is going up. It's going up.
It's going up. No way it's going to get me stopped out. Gets you stopped out. No way it's going to go down to my entry and get me filled and bid. And it goes and does it. Just got to wait long enough. Got to be patient. Just got to be patient. Yup, exactly every time. LOL, too much Kofifi says. Yep. Ooh, Zombie had shorts and I had to flatten right before the sell-off. Well, look at this. Now maybe you're back at break even. Maybe it's not so bad. But we're back within range, just like that. Pretty much the middle of the Dorito. Equilibrium has been restored. What will happen next? Action-packed Monday so far. This is why traders love Mondays. Diamond Hands, is Monday your favorite day of the week?
No, it's not.
There finally some truth. There
No,
finally
it's
some
not.
truth. What's your
But I'm
favorite
here
day
all-
of the week? Saturday?
No. I think it has to be probably Tuesday, Wednesday, probably.
Tuesday or Wednesday? Nice, man.
Yeah, those are the
There you go.
days that probably I make the most. Tuesdays and Wednesdays. I think Mondays and Fridays are not so good.
Yeah. Really getting
Unless
a
we
little
got
chaotic.
unless we got NFP on Fridays, then that's different.
Chat, is Monday your favorite day of the week? Let us know. Let us know.
I know some people
Mark.
that don't even trade Mondays.
Yeah, 3-day weekend every week, man.
Yeah, they only trade Tuesday to Friday.
Yeah, why not? Hey, if you got the data, I mean, you can get the data in
hate
TopstepX.
Mondays. I don't hate Mondays, but
Yeah,
if my first trade in Monday was a loser, I usually stop trade.
A week?
No, for the day.
Oh, for the day. Okay.
Yeah.
For the Monday, yeah.
Put a feeler out there, Mo.
I hate Friday late. I hate Friday late at 11, 12 p.m. I just if I'm trading Friday after 12, I'm in trouble.
Yeah, I feel like Fridays, I think after lunch, it's like dead. Like the volume is gone. Everybody's trying to go for their weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah. Market is not behaving as you used to.
It sounds like chat just universally hates Fridays, but really enjoys kind of enjoys Mondays. I think there's a certain excitement about Monday because it's like beginning of the week.
Yeah.
You got a fresh P&L. You know, there's so much opportunity and life and vitality. And then if you trade like shit on Monday, then it's like whatever. Monday sucks. But if it's a good Monday, it'll be a good week. It'll be a good week, and the market's back down again. Okay, let's check out crude. Crude's chilling actually, 81.64, back in the almost exactly back in the middle of its range. So this sell-off is not being led by crude right now. Sort of the middle of this range is at 81.63 in crude, but it looks like the indices are selling off just because maybe we get back down to the bottom of the megaphone here in the MAS at 75.10. Got Coach Ray in chat, which means in a couple minutes we got group coaching. So make sure you get those questions in. The form is pinned at the bottom of chat. That's you got Eric driving that. Coach Ray, Coach Hoop for group coaching coming up in just a couple minutes. So chat, get your questions in. I feel like there should be some good stuff. You should have questions just based off of this segment. I'd have one. How do you trade news? How do you trade this market state? That's the question I got for them. How do you do it? Size down, wide stops. That's what they would say. Answer my own question. There we go. Ray's already nodding his head. There we go. He's got some nice gear on, actually. Is that an Adidas right there? Adidas Topstep button up? I don't even know.
What?
Yeah, he's looking sharp, man. I didn't even know we had that merch. We gotta update our merch.
Wow.
Yeah, he's looking sharp. Okay, now he's just showing off. Now sell a subscription for the green room. That's what we need to sell a subscription for. Mo, are you still holding this trade? What's your game plan here?
Yeah, I'm holding this trade. If this 5 minute closes below 7,520, I think I will exit.
Okay.
With a small loss.
Sounds good. Mo's got a plan. Well, we've been trading 15 MES for a while now. I feel like this is a new thing. Maybe I just haven't been on there with you that much.
Yeah. 15 MES is decent for my risk parameters.
Yeah. What's your daily loss limit, Mo?
And it's enabled me to scale out quickly if I want.
What's your daily loss limit, Mo?
1,000.
1,000. Nice. On what size account? 150K?
150.
Oh, nice. I like that. Easy enough. Well, looks like indices are kind of marching to the downside here.
Yeah.
And it's not. Oh, okay. And go look.
I was waiting for this candle to close, but it is not closing until it hit my stop.
Yeah, looks like a once your stop, Mo. Just like how
I wanted to exit earlier, but.
Ooh, square 247. I'm having so fun with stop entry. Stop entry is great until you're in a range, and then stop entry is rough go of it. But every entry has a positive and a negative to it. Well, boys, we made it. We made it to the end of the segment. Is the Dorito going to hold? Is Trump going to keep on posting things and moving the market 120 points in 5 seconds? Stay tuned. We got Ray in chat getting them prepped. Of course, group coaching is coming up next. Make sure to get your questions in. Ray's raising the roof. Got Eric, Ray, Hoop coming up next for group coaching. Diamond Hands, thank you so much for coming in. Glad you turned your red day, Green Day. Mohammed,
you.
2 hours straight. Now you're
Happy
just
with
like
you, Diamond Hand.
Now you're just like a regular. Yeah,
Nice to
first
meet you,
time
man.
for you two guys. Fantastic.
Yeah, first time.
Y'all did great. Maybe we'll run this back again another time. But y'all stick around. Group coaching is coming up, and stay tuned. We're going until 3 o'clock, bell to bell, per usual. Group coaching coming up next. See
Let's
y'all.
go.
Welcome back. Happy Monday. Man, I missed you guys. This is group coaching where you guys ask your questions and we answer them. I'm joined today by two of the greats. We got the man who you all love, you all know, Coach Hoop on the right, and the man with the morning plan joined us for the opening call this morning, Coach Ray. Ray, how are you today?
Oh, fantastic. Had a nice little win over the weekend with my favorite team, soccer. So I'm good to go. Raring to go today.
Let's go. I know. I don't know if you've been on air with Andre yet, but maybe we don't talk about the World Cup when he's around.
Oh, okay. I'll be sure
just kidding.
I'll be sure to mention that to him next time I'm on.
100% should. Yeah, absolutely. Ray, have you taken any trades yet today?
I took a little short just as the initial balance was developing on the MES, but just really kind of a little small move here down to the initial balance low. Really wasn't all that much. Market's been kind of squirrely for me. I'm mainly a gold trader, and gold has been kind of range bound for most of the day, not really giving us any extensions either way, and kind of been forced to look at equities more than maybe I like.
Sometimes instead of sitting on your hands, it's better to go find the opportunity, right?
Yeah.
100%.
Hoop, welcome back, man. Monday morning. You had Friday off. We missed you on Friday. What's going on? How'd the weekend treat you? You take any trades today? What's happening?
Glad to be back at it. And, we were talking about the market that was, kind of like gold, the diamond of everybody's eye at one point, that's cattle, has taken a turn for a different direction. And if you guys heard, Jay talk about it, but basically after making kind of a triple top up in here, cattle has went down for basically 16 straight days. And it's unusual because, down movement, and I think, Ray, you'd agree with this, when markets move down, typically they're not zombie down moves. Usually they have some velocity behind them. This has been a zombie break and just slow and steady, and has just continued. The difference you have when you trade an agricultural market versus, let's say, equities in that is, we'd always talk about cash. Cash becomes a big deal between cash and where futures are. So when finally, and everybody, we've all been joking around for the last, if you go look at this move in cattle, this all started, it's kind of like gold, Ray. This all started, back in, Thanksgiving of 24, when we were down here at, 165, and this market has just had a grind up. And once again, if you overlaid this, Ray, which I thought was pretty funny, if you overlaid this with gold, they're very similar.
Oh, really?
They've had this massive move, and it had a retracement just like gold did and got a bounce, and now we're in that mode where where's the bottom a little bit. 4,000 is kind of in it in gold, and I actually took a long in cattle day. I'm playing the odds maybe a little bit, and just was looking for a little bounce off the bottom and see if I could get one early. But crazy, a market that had been so strong just kind of has meandered down, almost $25 from its high.
Wow.
We had talked about cattle previously, and when is ribeye going to be on sale at the store? Is there any correlation between cattle futures and retail beef that you can buy at grocery stores?
Yeah, 100%. And the biggest thing that people don't realize is there's certain times a year that cattle gets featured, beef, and pork gets featured, right? And last year, if you go back and look, hogs had a big run. The big thing with cattle this year has been they've talked about the screwworm disease, and it's not an inventory thing, Eric, that gets fixed really quick, right? You can't just magically grow cows and get them to become really large really fast. So it takes like a year and a half. So this is why this move has started to come, and kind of we've grinded higher. Now, do I necessarily think supply's better? I start to believe that. I just think if, and we always say this with the economy, if the economy and everybody gets tired of paying higher prices for things, do prices start to come down for beef? Could be. I mean, people, I enjoy good ribeye, but I sure as hell know I don't want to pay $21 for one at the store. So yes, they go hand in hand. The cash news is weakened. If the futures hold here in this area around 220, I kind of like them as a buy. That's why I tried to scalp them a little bit today. The only problem in a prop account is, Eric, they're expensive. Every dollar it moves is $400. So, and we used to have $6-7 ranges, so it can get very expensive.
No micros in cattle?
Not yet, damn it. I want micro cows, right? I want little cows.
You know what, Hoop? Just keep writing to the CME every single day. I'm sure one of these days they'll give you a micro cattle.
Eric, the only problem is the guy who's the CEO now, Terry Duffy. I used to stand next to him in the hog pit. He's stepping down, so I got my cattle guy, but my CME guy, he's leaving. So
man,
I think any chance to get any pull are probably gone on micro cows.
Wow. Oh man, no cattle advocate for Hoop, huh? Well, Hoop, I know we were talking a little bit this morning. You wanted to kind of break down some technicals on gold as well. What were you seeing on gold?
Well, when I saw Ray was going to be on with me today, and Ray and I both, love to trade gold, and it's to the point where gold is not far off. We're sitting middle of July, August contract. We'll start to roll. And it's a weird roll. Hoag's always talked about it. And, Ray, you guys have talked about it. It's a weird roll. It doesn't happen like a lot of other ones. It happens in chunks, and it happens over a longer period of time. So this basing around this 4,000 level and creeping a little bit lower to, 39.50 was the low off this last move. I just wonder if we're basing and going to stay here until we roll. And the thing you want to think about is, with gold being trading around $40.15 here, the December contract is almost $60 higher. So when you start talking about the number, and I always say, because I'm a slave to price, Eric, we talk about this all the time. All of a sudden, if you're talking about a market that's $60, $70 higher, it starts to say, well, how did gold get here right away? Well, just remember, we're futures contracts, we roll, and there's different prices. So, I mean, right, as long as we're holding 39.50, we're okay. But, I really kind of think I'm looking more like 36.80. I know Hoag's been calling out 3,500. I don't know, Ray. I mean, I looked at this, we've crossed over a lot of resistance. The EMAs have turned over, but man, she has a hard time breaking 4,000 in this level.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like a pretty steady downtrend. Hoop, what time frame is that on? It's a little small on my screen.
That's a daily. So that's a daily. And let me see if I can bring my once we, and I do peg a yearly VWAP in here. I just hit it. We've been below it for a while now. So, sellers are in control of this market, but man, gold has some pretty violent bounces. So it's like everything, Ray. I think, you size down, you widen out, and until, maybe some of the, the other thing you can see, and if I showed you this in cattle, is this volume in gold is just, it's dying off. It's gone down. Right? Yeah. So it's a time to just stay patient, widen out, and wait for your levels.
Absolutely. Like we talk about every day here on Group Coaching. Now, before we get into some of the questions, let's go over some of our updated live leaders on the day.
Oh.
Number one spot, staying securely in the number one spot, we have Ibrahim at 36,344. Ibrahim, you've made more money since our last call out, so congratulations. Good work there. Hopefully you're locking some of that away. I'm sure you've gotten a call from one of our risk managers with a plan on how to preserve some of that capital. Daniel with 12,331, and then Pi with 11,043. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name, but it's bound to happen at least once per day. So nice work, good trading, live traders. We'll see. We're going to keep an eye on you and give you updates on how they do for the rest of the day. Hopefully they're locked out and enjoying their Monday. Now let's dive right into these questions because we've gotten a couple submitted already. Man, Ray, it's good to have you today because our first question is all going to be about volume profile.
Oh, wow.
LJD says, when using volume profile, I know how to trade a balanced profile. However, on trend days, how can I tell if price will trend above or below the value areas? I tend to get faked out when I think price gets accepted.
Yeah, I mean, that's an excellent question. I think a lot of it has to do with a lot about market context to kind of see if you're kind of in already kind of a structure to the downside. Then the edges of the initial balance, or actually the volume profile, provide us kind of logical locations for us to participate, right? So kind of to avoid, I would say to avoid these kind of fake outs, I think you try to align yourself as best you can with what the higher time frame is telling you. Right. So higher time frame up until recently, we're coming into an area in the gold. Right. That's kind of 4,000. Right. That's kind of has been kind of a supportive area. But I think if you get into kind of a market that's kind of trending, and it has been trending, gold's been trending, momentum maybe has kind of gone down here a little bit. I like to use the volume profile at the edges of value, right, to support me in securing some trades. Right. So. For example, I'm looking at the MES here at the moment, and I'm looking at the 15-minute chart, and I can say, okay, well, I'm at the low end of value. I'm kind of paying a premium if I'm going to go short here, right? Right. So that's kind of if I'm long, that's probably not. I mean, from a risk reward perspective, I'm in a good place. But if I'm thinking short, well, I have to. This is all the risk that I have to take on in order to really support this short, right? So volume profile helps me, right? Because I have a visual area, right? This area above here would be the prime kind of area here. I'm gonna go ahead and draw this out here a little bit. This would be kind of the logical place that I would kind of focus in my attention for short if I can get it up there, right? And that's kind of where volume profile helps me a little bit. I think the important thing to avoid fake outs for me is to try to align yourself with what the higher time frame is telling you, right? So if you can align yourself with the daily and the 4-hour, I think then I think that you start to reduce the number of fake outs you might actually see, and might use the fake out in your favor, right? Because fake outs aligned with higher time frame structure generally means pretty impulsive move in your direction.
Yeah, so in a balanced market like it kind of looks like it is today, right, where you can use these value area low, value area high as potential entry points. Ray, what do you do when we push below the value area low and just seem to not reclaim it? Do you ever use that as a break and retest type style, or are those kind of days that you just kind of sit out and wait to see what price does?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, again, for me, I'm more of a momentum kind of trend guy. So these kind of markets really don't play into my view here. I like to look at these and maybe, offer me an opportunity. I look for patterns, right? So kind of 3-bar reversal patterns on the lower time frame chart. I know that I'm in a good area, right? I know the market has been kind of ranging of late, maybe a little bit bearish, I think, on the equities in general, right? But if I'm not getting that kind of breakout, and we're not getting the kind of initiative moves that we would expect to see as we're breaking these lower levels, so that's kind of caused me to kind of pause here a little bit. So looking for some sort of patterns. I'm a big channel guy, so I like dropping kind of a 2-minute chart. And if I'm thinking long, well, I'm looking at, here I am. I'm at a good location on the volume profile. Well, I like to draw myself a little channel here. See if I can find the channel tool here. Right. I like to draw myself a little channel here, and I just kind of wait for an opportunity like this where I can get a break. Now I'm really not fond of seeing wicks on the other side of my candle that broke the channel. That's not an indication for me for a follow through to the upside. But I look for those kind of moves in these kind of areas for maybe a rotation back through the range. And that's kind of how I navigate my way into a trade, because like I said, you can talk yourself into any trade, right? So the channels kind of keep me at bay. If I get kind of a little bit of rejection away from the area, that's also kind of an indication to me that maybe buyers are kind of stepping into this area.
Absolutely, yeah. Hope that helped. LG. I'm sorry, I lost it here. LJD. I hope that helped. There we go. Hoop, what's your take on it? I know you use volume profile as well as kind of confluence.
Especially on like a Monday, I'll look at volume profile and I'll look at, like, if you look at it on the ES right now, I mean, point of control, we're just, we push away from it, we come back to it, we push below it, we come back to it. It's, I guess to me, Ray, the way I've always used it a little bit is, okay, if I'm looking for trade location, it's one of those things I'm going to be like, am I right in the middle of no man's land where I don't want to be? And on Monday, like you said, Ray, you can always find a trade. And if you get crappy trade location, you just get chopped up. So right. I'd rather, this is why I kind of keep, like, right now, the ES on a 3-minute, we're right around the point of control, right around VWAP, we're right at a pivot, which means no thank you. Because, Ray and I do play the same, where we like to fade the extremes. We kind of come from that, that cloth where we get in here and we get into those, single prints, and we get up in here, then we're looking to see how we act up in here. There's a pivot up here. So I just use it as like, hey, if I'm looking for a trade, am I really getting good trade location, or am I diddling in the middle? And right now, yeah, I'm pretty close to diddling in the middle. And it's Monday, and, you just, in the summer, there's opportunities. It might be a little less frequent, but this is where your patience as a trader this time of year will get tested. 100%.
100%. Yep. Fade the extremes. Don't diddle in the middle, as Hoop says.
Yes.
Well, Hoop, you kind of actually did a really good job of leading into our next question. Simon said, I would love a good summary about the different coaches' approach to trading. How do you guys analyze the market, rationalize your entries, stop losses, and take profits? I know we kind of give everyone a little bit of a glimpse to this when we're answering the questions, right? And Ray and Hoop, I think you guys trade a little bit differently in the sense that, Hoop, you're more of a scalper. So Hoop, since we have your screen up there already, you want to just kind of walk us through things you're looking for when entering a trade, when you enter the trade, where do you generally like to put your stops, things like that?
So, like, let's look at micro gold. And shout out to, by the way, going through here, new risk settings platform, tech team. Thumbs up from this coach. If anybody hasn't seen this got dialed in over the weekend. I sit here and look at, like, if you look, it's probably going to look really messy on a 3-minute for me. All right. So I'm looking at, with gold, typically I'll look at the shorter time frame or range bar chart, and I'll look to see exhaustion. That's kind of where I was cut from and learned to trade, is, once again, the extreme. So you see up in here, we get a volume spike, price tends to look like it. You get a big wick. I've got a pivot here that I can kind of lean on as a point of, let's say, a stop a little bit up and through here. And then I'll look to fade this maybe back into VWAP, depending on how fast it goes. Same thing happened down here earlier. You can see another high volume area, big wick on the 3-minute. We bounced. It's right now the volume, if you go look at the dome, it's a little thin through here. You know, as somebody who looks at it a lot, you know, I can see that. And so I'm definitely sizing down now more because of it being thinner, liquidity. One thing I will typically do is I always have a flat stop in right out of the box, because as a younger trader, I used to say, I'll put the stop in, no problem, once I get into position. No. I got to put a stop in, especially in this news environment. So I will always put a stop, usually at 2-to-1. So it might be, you know, a $200 risk to a $400 profit. That'll always go in, and I'll adjust around it. But, you know, once again, this is why with like news would happen before, you got to have a stop in right now. There's just too many intrinsics out there. So basically, I'm looking at seller or buyer exhaustion when I'm looking at gold. You know, cattle was more of a different thing. It's not the easiest of scalps. You know, the main thing I looked is we got a pretty good volume spike about midway through the morning. I jumped in a little bit on that, caught a little piece of that. But once again, it's an expensive contract. So it's kind of a tough hold. I kind of treat it more of a see money, take money environment. On a 150K, I can probably be a little bit wider. And, you know, but basically, you know, we're all guilty sometimes of cutting winners too soon. We never really have, after we got through VWAP here in the 3-minute, we've never come back to it. So, you know, is it a Hugard thing? Did it make me feel good to get out of the trade and make some money? Yeah, probably. And I probably should have just wrote it. But, you know, no coulda, woulda, shouldas, right, Ray?
Yes,
that's right.
Absolutely.
Well, follow-up question for you really quick. Can you, for our newer traders, kind of just define exhaustion from your point of view? Are you looking at the wicks? Are you looking at the volume?
Both. I would say both. You know, Jay would call it, depending on how VWAP looks around it, it might be a little bit different. But I think ultimately, it probably tends to be more evident in a market like gold than it would cattle. You know, you can see them usually, you know, 1, 2, 3 times a day where you get these big volume spikes. As it rolls, these will become less because now you're going to get volume split between, you know, 2 months. You know, the problem you have with some markets is a good chunk of the volume is done on the open and the close, right? Like equities. The ags are typically the same way. Most of the volume is traded on the open and the close. Soybeans, corn, they're very similar in that. Where you might not get a bunch of volume spikes throughout a day like you would with gold. And gold gets them more, I think, Ray, because, you know, shout out to D, you know, you get these, you know, London, and then you get, you know, London's Metal Exchange, then you get London Close. So you have all these kind of different segments throughout a session where volume tends to get liquidated or move in those time periods. And that's kind of what you see in metal markets. These spikes typically are around Asia, you know, London, you know, the Euro close, and then once again, the COMEX close, which is here in about 1 minute.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you for giving us the insight to a little bit of how hoop scalps. Ray, what about you, man? Tell us a little bit about your strategy.
Yeah, I'm an initial balance guy. The initial balance, unless price can get outside that initial balance range, I'm really not interested. So maybe a classic trade. Now, there's a piece of this that's not 100% aligned, but we'll talk through it. Okay, so 15-minute candle outside the range is my first kind of event that I need to see. Okay, once I get that 15-minute candle to leave the range, the next thing that I'd like to do is I drop to a 2-minute chart, right? And what I'm looking for is some sort of event, some sort of price event that would indicate to me that it's time, right? So I already have the event, the 15-minute candle, and then the secondary event is a 2-minute candle, right? So the frame of reference that I'm using, the basis for the trade is my initial balance low, right? So I don't want to see that compromise in any sort of way, right? So this would be kind of a classic entry, I would say. You got a nice little pullback into the initial balance range, just barely get inside the initial balance range. And then I would again look for my channel, right, to kind of break that range. And then that would be, and I would use the initial balance low as my stop. Now, not just the initial balance low, but I would use, some structure around that initial balance low. So I'd place my stop just above this range. My entry would be just below the range. And then I would look for this 50. This is the 50% extension of the initial balance range. That would be a classic Coach Ray trade, right? So from IB low down to the 50% extension, using the combination of the 15 and the 2-minute to kind of help you direct you to navigate you through the trade.
Yeah, I love that. I love that you're using, both of you guys are using high time frame point of interest, kind of more of a medium time frame to get an idea of where the market's going, and then smaller time frame trigger, right? And I think that's what a lot of traders can, especially nowadays, get a little caught up in, is they can develop this plan in the morning, and then their kind of intermediate time frame changes a little bit, but they've spent so much time on the, that 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute. And then they get a little bit lost in everything else. So being able to, when you enter trades, have that checklist of, okay, box A, good. Intermediate time frame, good. Entry time frame, good. Okay, we can take this trade, right? I think we all can sometimes get a little lost in the smaller time frames.
I'm going to add that ideally on these kind of trades, I'd like to see kind of divergence on the DMI. This was not the best because we saw kind of a collapse of the DMI, right? We have the positive and negative kind of collapsing as it's moving down. And that goes back to what Coach Hopes said earlier. We usually don't get these kind of grinding lower type of moves, right? In a breakout like this, you would expect some acceleration, and we're not getting it, right? We weren't, and that's indicative of what we're seeing on the DMI, right? So my secondary indicators are the DMI and the cumulative volume delta. I want that to be supportive of that move, right? So the fact that I'm getting a collapsing DMI here, I'm not getting any spike on this down move, is causing to be a little bit of an alarm here, right? So am I really in a momentous move here to the downside, right? That would actually be maybe an area of caution, right? So that's that. And then I use the DMI in that kind of fashion.
Absolutely. You have your confluences, you have your entry signal, you have kind of your mid-trade checkpoint to see if you're truly on the right side, right? I think every trader needs to have that system in place, that they need to know, what their exact entry model that they can explain to anybody, just like Ray and Hoop just did, and then be able to have your kind of confirmation system while you're in the trade to make sure you're on the right side of the trade, right? So very, very good explanation on both of you guys. Simon, I hope that helps. The next one from Alberto. He says, do you guys change your DLL according to the changes of size in your account? Alberto, I know that that could be a couple things, right? That could be the size of like the Combine or XFA, whether it's a 50K, 100K, 150K. Then there's also the, like, how much buffer you have. Maybe you have a $4,000 buffer, right? Let's answer it kind of the twofold way. Hoop, are you adjusting based on, one, how much of a buffer room you have in your account, and two, based on account size?
Yes. And I also, when I do that, I also think about the quantity I trade, the sizing. I just, once again, I go back to the risk setting. So if I was trading at a 50K, I can't trade cattle. That's just me. I won't do it. It's too much expense in a trade for me. Even if I, and as coaches, Ray, you and I have had this conversation. I've had it with Vinny. And, with Paul, we talk about, 10%, 10 to 12%. Well, I'm guilty as a person who came from an extremely over leveraged world for 10 years, where I'm guilty, even as a coach, of probably trading a little wider than where the parameters of the account. Because if you have $1,000 daily loss limit, that's pretty big. Especially in a 50K or whatever you're trying to do. When we say 10%, it's of what your drawdown is. So if I have $3,000 worth of drawdown, I should only be really risking 300, 350, 400 bucks. And I know from coaching a lot of VIP that people trade a lot wider, move it out, trade looser. I always kind of go with the 10%. And once again, I know the markets I trade and a little bit how I scale in and scale out. So it's a little bit dynamic for me, but typically, if you can, we always talk about how many swings at the plate, right, Ray?
Right.
And do you want to take 2 swings and blow a combine and leverage it all up in 2 trades? Or do you want to trade smaller and get more swings at the plate? I think most of us would tell you getting more attempts in there, cutting the losers quick, and going tight in there is going to let you, that's what the combine's for. But I saw somebody post in chat earlier. I had 7 combines, and I've only made it, I've passed a couple XFAs and only got 1 payout. Why am I treating the XFA different? Ray, you want to guess, since we've had this conversation with traders a lot?
They
I'm
don't
going
trade
to
the
go
same way.
probably passes the combine too fast. Takes a little more risk than they should. So as soon as they get in the XFA, when it's real, is it sustainable? But I mean, what's your feel on that, Ray? I mean, in a dynamic.
I mean, I like again, I'd like to build enough runway for me to get out of any situation that I might be getting myself into, right? And we don't look at the markets always as well as we maybe would like. So what I have kind of a running number. I said, look, wherever my account balance, wherever that account is in my combine, if it's, let's just say I'm just going to go with a 50K account here, and say my maximum drawdown is 2,000. Well, I want to build in 20 trades in that right, in that $20,000, $2,000 drawdown, right? So that means if I take, I can risk $100, right, $100 over a course of 20 days. No, and the idea is that if I have a viable, kind of edge in the market, the idea is that, if I have an edge 60 to 70% of the time, or maybe even maybe as low as 50% of the time, I'm going to find myself a good trade, right? So I give myself enough plate appearances, right? I'm giving myself enough plate appearances to be able to hit that home run, right? My goal is to be able to come to the plate. I can't come to the plate if my account is down to $100, right? Right. But if I treat that account on a daily basis, I say, okay, well, this is where I am at, sort of kind of the account size, and then I adjust and I say, okay, I want to build in 20 trades in this, and then I kind of work from there, right? As far as what I'm allowed to lose on any particular day. But the goal is for me is to hit base hits, right? On occasion, I might be able to hit a home run, but I'm here to hit base hits. Base hits will grow my account, and on occasion I get a home run. I think a lot of traders do is they go in thinking home run, right, and less about the base hits, and that's kind of what gets us into trouble.
I think we've all been there, right? Fresh XFA. I'm going to get $5,000 today. and then $150 every day after. And then that $5,000 actually turns into MLL pretty quickly. Right. So traders, also, just to make sure you guys are aware, Ray is also one of our longest standing live traders. So to take any advice on someone who can keep their account alive and being able to manage their drawdown responsibly, listen to the man in the middle here. I think it's great. It's a great advice, right? Always give yourself as many at bats as you can, because I'll tell you what. I mean, I've seen people take accounts that are $200 away from blowing the account to passing the trading combine just by sizing down towards the end there, right? Instead of trying to go for that home run. I'm going to either pass or fail right on this trade, right?
Correct.
Well,
that's, I mean, you can't get a good trade. I mean, you can't have a good trade unless you're playing in the game, right? Right. And the only way we're in the game is by protecting our capital, right? So that's kind of why I try to build in, at least 20 trades, right, to get me out of any situation that I might be in at that moment in time. I never take 20 trades. I'm averaging anywhere between 2 to 4 trades on any particular session, right? But I don't want one trade to put my account at risk. I think that's the key.
Well,
absolutely.
The other thing too is, if you're in a lower volume, less trading type environment, I have 3 active XFAs, but I haven't taken a trade in them all day because if it's a C plus, and it hurts me to take C plus setups, but I sure as hell rather take it in a combine than my XFA. So this is the other thing, right? As if you're the batter and you see the meatball coming, that's the one you want to hit. If you're just going to bend something off and slap it the other way, take that trade in the combine or in your practice account. Once again, everybody's like, oh, you can't trade in a practice account. That's not real. BS. Okay? Make it real then. I just say, if you're in that mode of seeing a setup, that's why we get those swings, right? In a combine, if you want to take a lower grade trade, take it in the practice, take it in the combine. But in the XFA, I will definitely be a little bit more selective of the better trade in that account. I will say I am guilty of that one.
Absolutely. And there's nothing wrong with saving your A+ setups for express funded accounts, right? So, that's completely okay to do. Now, first off, Alberto, I hope you're still listening, and I hope that helped. Again, take it from the 2 greats here. But before we get to the next question, we've got a bit of a news segment for you, and this one's for all you movie buffs out there. Looks like AMC reported record revenue for Q2.
Let's meme it. AMC says it brought in record revenue last quarter. The movie theater chain says its second quarter total was almost $1.6 billion. That's the highest in its more than century-long history. AMC CEO attributes the growth to premium theaters and offerings, as well as blockbuster hits. Experts say after the pandemic slump, cinemas got creative with IMAX, re-releases, merchandise, and a whole lot more. When's the last time you guys sat down at a movie theater?
Ooh,
is there a movie
name
you want to
the movie
see?
you last saw in a theater. Right?
Yeah, I haven't been to a movie theater in years.
Literally, I have this conversation with friends all the time that I feel like COVID ruined movies for me, like movie theaters,
right? Because
everything went. I could buy it for $20 on my TV at home. I can get popcorn for like 40 cents, right? Not $14. I'm way more comfortable.
Yeah, I don't have to step on soda. I don't have to sit on somebody else's whatever. It just.
Yeah.
Now that granted, there are going to be some movies that you definitely have to go see in like an IMAX or something like that, and I think once a year I might go out to a movie, but it is not often.
I wouldn't mind seeing a movie in the Sphere.
Oh, that's right. I would not mind seeing a movie in the Sphere. That would be but that's different. That's that's different than
That's way
you're going to step on soda on the ground at an AMC theater. Is this the AMC run up? Is this where we all just kind of ape into AMC now? I'm just kidding. Don't do it. It's not financial
Means
advice. Yeah, it'll probably keep going down. I don't know. Let's move on to some actual questions here. Marina says, if I'm up $500 with 2 contracts and I trail my stop to $400, that means I can't walk away with less than $400, right? Then what's the point of taking partials? If I take one contract off, I will only get $250 if it goes against me. I know we have talked quite a bit about scaling into positions and then scaling out, right? And it can be an art form for some. Ray, do you take partials, or are you an all in, all out guy?
I'm a more all in, all out, just because once you're in a trade, there's so many dynamics and things that you're looking at. The last thing you kind of want to figure out exactly how much more risk are you taking by adding that additional contract. So I have my risk size, my risk parameters kind of defined at the very beginning of my trade. And then I go in with that percentage. And then the only thing that I really kind of navigate is, again, once I get 80, 90% of the move that I'm expecting, I don't want to be what do they say about pigs getting slaughtered, right? I don't want to be so greedy that I get slaughtered because I wanted that extra 2 ticks because I said that the market was going to go to that level. So that's kind of where I kind of coined the phrase, the tip the doorman, right? Once I get to about 20% of my targets, then I kind of tighten up my stops. But that's really the only time I'm focused in on. I'm more of an all in, all out, and I might scale out, especially if I feel like I'm in maybe a counter trend move. So if I go in with maybe a few micros, I should say, I might start scaling out of my position, especially if I feel like I'm a little bit more counter trend. But outside of that, I'm an all in, all out type of person or trader.
Yeah, 100%. Hoop, what about you? All in, all out, or scale in, scale out?
Scale in, scale out. So let's take cattle here. So this morning, I got a little impatient and bought near the open and was going to risk basically the pivot. So I added another one on the way up. And as we start to go, what probably the better play is, I would look, and I'll write in my journal today, instead of just taking the scalp, what I should have done is got out of one, and I could have used VWAP as a trail, right? As we keep going, right?
Yeah.
So the biggest thing as being a scalper early was I used to get more pissed off when a move would continue to go without me as a younger trader, going, you had great trade location, you nailed it, and you didn't leave a runner, right? And then the market goes, 100 points, 200 points, 300 points without you. The beauty is, back then, there were no micros. Everything was full contracts, right? So you couldn't really leverage yourself. Now, micros, no micro cows. That's the problem here. But as the market continues to go, I would just trail underneath it, and this market would continue. If it continues to go higher, I still catch a piece of the move. Once again, Eric, you said it. The art form of the stop. All I know is if I move the stop, I accept if I get hit. That's the biggest thing I've talked about before. If I, move it too tight, or I move it underneath it, the market comes down and hits it, then keeps going without me, so be it. But once I make that decision to move it, but once again here, I would call it another $2 of a move. That's $800. And really, once again, Ray, we always look for the no heat trades, right? The ones that go without us, and we just ride that stop until, the market decides to get exhausted. So those are the home runs, So, but that's kind of typically how I do it.
Yeah, I would add to that. I said, look, there's nothing better than to have a trade go according to plan. There's no better feeling, right? So I wouldn't how we say, make it worse by saying, oh, well, I could have gotten this amount of money.
Yeah.
Right. I think that's the worst thing that you can place in your mindset. If you said that this is my entry, this is my stop, and this is my target, you just had a very successful trade. Reward yourself for that. Don't beat yourself up because there was maybe another $200, and that wasn't your plan. That's an entirely different trade, right?
Yeah.
So I think we punish ourselves, I guess, maybe sometimes too much, right? Especially when we have a trade that goes according to plan. Reward yourself for that. Give your mindset some kudos for reading the markets correctly, right? So
Absolutely. I mean, there's no better trader than Mr. Coulda, Woulda, Shoulda.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, we just lost.
Yeah.
All right. Well, while we wait for Eric to join us here, I was actually kind of taking a look here at the crude oil market, and we're starting to get a little bit of a push here. I don't know if we've gotten any sort of adverse news here, but what are you seeing here, Coach? Do you trade crude oil at all, or?
Ray, I always, was a crude trader. That was really, besides the meat, was my bread and butter for the first 10 years of my career. So yeah, it's been kind of rangy all day. I think one thing, Ray, just rolled, and I think we're starting to get towards highs of the days way up there at $84, but recent highs, we're starting to get into that 82 and a half. With the news that the president shot across here earlier, crude's going to have a hard time going lower. Let's just put it that way. That situation doesn't seem like it's running away too quick.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what caught my attention here is the fact that price has kind of exceeded the initial balance range, right? That's kind of my little event that I need, and I'd like to wait for this kind of 15-minute candle to kind of close here, and then maybe drop to a 2-minute and see if it gives me a little bit of a trigger for maybe further upside in this market. So.
Don't worry, Ray Hoop, I'm back. Looks like you guys got a little sneak peek at our next guest. If anyone wondering, that was not Eric. That was the Eric imposter.
Yeah.
Oh man. Well, Marina, really quick. I know we kind of moved on from the trailing. Trailing versus all in, all out. And the only thing I can tell you is that there's no one size fits all for anybody. It's, your trading style is your trading style. You need to know what works best for you, right? Me personally, I'm not a trail in or scale in, trail out. There are definitely at times, where you see, like Ray said, you see the move go so far in your favor that you wish you were. But again, take that as a mental win, and that you already locked up some of your profits and you did what you needed to, right? So do whatever works best for your trading style and whatever works best for your mental capital to preserve it. Because ultimately, when you were coming to trading every day, I think your mental capital is going to be the biggest thing that you need to have in the correct place so you can make the correct decisions, right? So Marina, I hope that helped. I know we're running out of time here. So let's see. You guys are just doing a quick micro crude oil take. I know equities are finding a little bit bounce. NQ looks like it's bouncing up. Last price at 28,975. So, like I said, you guys had a glimpse of your next guest in the chat there. So make sure you guys stay tuned. Ray Hoop, thanks for joining me. It looks like, let's see here. Let me see the exact. What's going on next? Sorry, guys, I have to pull up the next segment here. Looks like we got trade with Topstep.
You get bumped again?
Yeah, I think so.
He's frozen.
It's all right, guys. JD
Hey, guess
here. I
what,
know what's
Chad?
coming up next. Hey, there's Chad. Chad sitting in Eric's spot. That's okay. Coming up next, we got Trade with Topstep, folks. And there they are. They're swapping spots.
Yes.
We're doing it live, folks. We are doing it live. Coming up next on Trade with Topstep. You got me, JD, the man behind the curtain here. We're joined by Chad and Gabe for an hour to trade it up before Power Hour. Eric, take it away.
Oh man, that's all I got. I don't even know where I got cut out at. You know what? All I can say is I don't know what you guys heard. I don't know what I said, but stay tuned. They're going to put some good trades on. I just know it.
Welcome back, friends and traders. It is 1:02 p.m. in the Central Time, 1:02 p.m. Chicago time, which means it's time to trade with Topstep. I'm JD, the man in the middle. Joining us from the great island state of Hawaii, we have Mr. Chad. Aloha. And you guys all know Gabe also. Welcome back, gentlemen. How are we doing today? Chad, what's been going on, man? How you doing?
We are good. It's a fresh week. Looking forward to it. Starting out with some micros along here. We'll see. Nice to see we didn't just collapse in the some of our equities over the weekend. I was a little worried last Friday. Didn't end so well for some of my other accounts, but looks to be like we're doing a little better today.
You've got an active one, a chip in a chair, as they say in the poker world, right? What's this position you're in? What are you trading? You're trading
Just
micro
micros.
Nasdaq.
Yeah, just on a combine, just micros. Sadly lost a couple XFAs over the last week or two, but after a few payouts, sometimes you get only so much NLL on those left. You don't. It's always a tough decision to take the payout at a lower amount. Sometimes you burn it, and it's like, oh man, I should have taken it.
As long as you're keeping the
back
math
to
on
the
your side, right?
combine, especially what?
As long as you're keeping the math on your side, right? Account management.
Yeah,
It's the same.
yeah, of course. No, it's but at least kind of brings you back to the same, like, all right, let's get these combines passed then. So just working on one. I think one I probably was using last week when I was on. And at the beginning of the week and early in the morning, my time, it's only 8. I don't like to go too big. Otherwise, so I'm just doing some micros, just long. We'll see where this goes. Looks pretty rangy for the afternoon, for the morning. Seems like it.
Pretty sideways price action, typical for a Monday. Yeah. No reason to get all biffed up going into the rest of the week. Gabe, what's going on in your world? What's on your plate? You looking at anything?
Man, I am. So I'm actually locked out of one XFA already. So I've got the second one open to see if we can find any trades. I like Chad's long. As long as we can kind of start to build back above 29,000, I think that's a good outlook for the remainder of the day. It's crazy then. We really just get a lot of our major directional external moves in Asia lately. And New York has been a little bit more challenging to trade in my opinion. I've been having a better performance in Asia than I am in New York lately. But yeah, we'll see if we can get back above 29,000 here. Building a little bit of a higher high, higher low here in the 1 minute after that little sweep back below the 900s, or just tapping around that 900 level, and we're 70 points higher. So looking to see if we can maybe bounce off these 960s and maybe get back towards that 29,000.
Sounds good to me. All right.
And the Asia
Just set the
session,
price.
that's pretty much like, that's usually, I think, when I'm typically trading, that's like when it reopens, right? Like back from,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yep. The 6 p.m. Eastern reopen. I don't know. How many hours are you behind us?
That's 12 o'clock my time. Oh, well,
Okay.
Hawaiian time.
Yeah.
I am moving now to San Francisco, so I'm just doing it to help you guys out with, timing wise.
So considerate.
We appreciate
that.
Yeah.
We appreciate you, Chad. And we did talk
More
about this
available-
last week.
Lots more availability and stuff.
You took one vacation to San Francisco, and now we're moving again. We talked about the whole thing, trying to move everything across an ocean. How do you do it?
Yeah.
Do you leave everything and start over every time? Do you ship everything by boat, by plane? Man, that's got to be a process.
A couple things. You take 4 suitcases when you get like on the United gold level or whatever, and that's all like your stuff, like your picture frames and all of that fun stuff. And then besides that, you get a pod for all your other stuff and art and lamps and blah blah. And then all the furniture, you just start fresh, and don't move or get furnished.
Yeah,
And then
it sounds like a
vehicles,
daunting
okay.
task.
Yeah,
Daunting task,
it is.
to say
It
the
is a little
least.
bit. Yeah, we're not like. I told my husband, this is the last time we will do this move. Like, we're not going back. Like, we're not going to decide on some cold day in San Francisco. You know what? We should be back in Hawaii. It's like
We should have kept that place.
Yeah, especially getting dogs here is such a big deal. So you have lots of things. You have a vehicle. Do we ship it? Maybe we set it up as a Turo or something? I don't know.
What does a gallon of gas cost in Hawaii? Do you know?
We don't really drive as much as I think it's around $6. I think it's like $5.80.
Yeah.
So you won't have
above
much
the
of a
national
difference
average.
between. Yeah.
Yeah,
Coming to
I mean,
California,
when
you
we were
won't feel much.
traveling, yeah, it wasn't so bad. It wasn't so bad.
We
You
just
get
had
pretty
Coach
lazy
Ray
on
on.
the islands, so you don't really drive. Like, the idea of going across to the other side is like 45 minutes, but you're like, oh my gosh, what day of the month are we going to do this drive?
What day of the month are we going to do this drive?
Yeah. That's
On
like
a
that's like
typical
the other side
day.
of the island where you have the Costco, and you're like, well, I might as well get, my dentist there while I'm there, and I might as well, schedule it around an airport pickup for a friend or something.
Yeah.
We're pretty on the west side.
Eye doctor, dentist, everything. Get it all done in one trip. It makes
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got a lot more questions. How often do you leave the house? What's the closest spot to your... We won't get into that. Let's
I
get back
was
into these
at the
markets,
house
though.
all the time, actually, because I definitely am a fan of the happy hours around here. So, you kind of mix it up between like resort bars and restaurants and some of the local bars and restaurants. But it definitely has a small town vibe in Lahaina. It's everybody knows everybody. You don't really gossip much.
That actually sounds delightful to me.
Yeah, it is. The only thing that really is a kind of a problem is you just kind of miss some of the good cuisine. You don't really get like the same level of. You end up getting a lot of fried bar food sort of everywhere. Coconut shrimp is great, but not every day or thing.
Yeah. Spam a real thing? Do you eat spam on a daily basis?
Spam is really a thing here. I do not, though, but somehow it does end up in my fridge, but I don't end up eating it. I don't know. Yeah.
Is your
Made in
partner, or is
Minnesota.
it- or is it nobody? It just randomly ends up in your fridge and nobody eats it.
Oh, Hawaii
Yeah,
is like... Hawaii's very popular for their spam cuisine because it ships and it stores well. So you can send a lot of it there and it lasts forever.
I wonder why it lasts forever, JD. What's it made of?
You wonder why. Yeah, we're all
Kinda
still
like
eating World War II
Pop-Tart
spam.
lasts forever, but it's not really fresh.
And bottled water. What is a bottle of water cost in Hawaii? You can get it for 25 cents at Costco in Chicago.
Bottled water, I don't know. It's not 25 cents, and probably, I don't know, a few dollars. But all of the hotel resorts and everything, they've got all of the bottle like refill here stations and the gym too. So if I really want to feel, if I've lost an XFA, I go to the gym and fill it up there, you know? Got to figure out where to save my money somewhere.
You pay a monthly membership at the gym to refill the water bottle.
Refill the water, yeah. Unless I
That's,
get a few more Topstep
proper
payouts,
accounting.
and then after that, I'll get it from the grocery store.
Who else owns gym memberships just for towel service, showers, water, and steam rooms? All right. Let's get back into these markets. How you feeling about this trade right now, Chad?
Pretty
Still
good.
in
I
it?
think, yeah, I'm still in it. I might end up adding to it if we can continue to get some strength above 29, especially sort of
We're
end
right
of
there.
day. Yeah, I think we're right there. It's right at that level where I don't really think it's great to add just yet. And as we say that, it is. And so it is.
And so it
Um,
is.
Yeah. So I'll go ahead
So what
and
is written?
yeah.
We've
we'll add
got
a few
an
more.
atypical Dobie Dorito happening on a 5-minute chart in the NQ. We've got prices condensing, volume collapsing, breakout seems imminent. Hang on, I'll draw some lines here on the chart for everybody.
We reject 29,000 here. I'm actually going to look to go short, but if we can get above and
Yeah,
stay
it's
above,
right.
then
May have
Go
gone
ahead,
in
Chad.
We
just a
are
little
right.
early.
We're smack dab in the middle of this range right now. Like, oh, my chart's up on the screen. Yes, that is what Dobie would call a Dorito pattern. But yes, we have, like I said, prices contracting, volume going down. Something's going to happen eventually. Maybe not
Usually
today.
does.
Maybe not tomorrow. Yep.
It usually goes to the right.
Yep. You play the range till it's time to stop playing the range. Who likes playing ranges? Who likes playing breakouts? What's your style? Ranges or breakouts, guys?
For ranges.
And you're in this trade.
I would say this
Would you
is still like two different ranges though, so I'd probably want to still trade this long up until the highs of like 29,100.
29,100? Yeah, that's up there. Gabe, any
right.
thoughts? I know we're
yeah, I'm gonna nibble on a little short here. Just gonna go small size.
Gabe playing with
Just in one
shorts
micro so far.
mid-range. Love it. Love it.
I'm gonna be pretty wide with this. I'm gonna risk up to 50, 29,050, and see if I can get maybe add another one or two at the most. But actually,
Let's see what it does. We might get a little pop here. We might get nothing here. We're just gonna have to talk through it. Looking at some comments in the chat. Range versus breakout. It's looking pretty 50-50. Ranges, breakouts, ranges, breakouts. What do you guys prefer? Tell us. Give us more. We want your feedback. Yes, we haven't checked in on the tilt yet either. We got 59% long in the S&P, 56% long in the NQ. I'd call that pretty balanced. That's pretty flat. Crude oil is getting a little long, 67%, and gold, 56% short. Gold, our lone laggard on the short side. Looking at the news, not a whole lot happening. It's a Monday, folks.
think the World Cup is over.
The World Cup is over. Did anybody make money on the World Cup? Who'd you bet on? Who'd you like? A lot of people in my neighborhood. A lot of people in my neighborhood were rooting against Argentina, and I went with that. I put some money on Spain. Made a little bit. I was actually texting with VWAP George last night. It was hilarious. Not last night, but yesterday afternoon. Because I enjoy watching sports. And sometimes I gamble on sports. But between us, made a couple bucks on Spain and a couple bucks shooting pool. Nice little Sunday. Anybody else do anything?
Chad, did you have going on
I
yesterday?
did not. I did not watch the game actually. I watched a lot of the other games, but I watched like the U.S. and England play. That was like a lost day of my life, if I remember right. It was just back and forth, 0-0 for a long time, if I remember. I was really going for Cabo Verde. Really rooting for them. I've been to those islands before, and I don't know, they're good people over there, and I'm pretty small country to be that far along. But once they were knocked out, I wasn't following as much.
All right, I just added one. Short 2 from 997. Stop still
Gabe
just
Shorten.
above 50.
Gabe Shorten the Rippy. Here we go. We got a bit of a Rippy happening in the NQ here.
Yeah, I'm liking it
Watching
right now.
the-
If we can stay above it.
We are still pretty much mid-range. I almost said rib range. We're mid-range. Looking at this contracting triangle pattern. As we ease towards the apex, we are right in the middle. Still no news coming out.
What news do we have this week? Do we have anything? Anything big?
No, the
just
calendar
unemployment
is,
claims.
Yeah, the
That's
calendar
what-
is
for
very
Friday?
late. We're going through a Fed blackout period ahead of next week's FOMC meeting and rate announcement. So we're not going to hear from any talking Feds throughout the week. They're under obligation not to speak. They call it a blackout period for a reason. So we will not be hearing from any talking Feds this week going into next week's Fed announcement. We will, however, be having a Fed watch party next week for that rate announcement.
Nice. Just kind of looking overnight, it seemed like stocks or China's market was doing pretty well, or at least a lot of the major stocks on their index.
We do have a 20-year bond auction on Wednesday. Could be potentially market moving. I'm looking at the calendar right now. It is very, very thin. Not a whole lot of economic reports coming out. Tomorrow, nothing. Tomorrow is going to be blank Tuesday. Wednesday,
All
we've
we're
got
leaning on is headlines. That's it.
It is what we're leaning on. Headline risk remains high. It has for months, you know. That's what's moving these markets. These markets need
I'd love to
catalysts
see
to
some
move,
sideways
and
action.
depending on news. Say it
I
again,
mean,
Chad.
last week,
What's that?
I'd love to see sideways from here because Friday was a little bit hitting some levels, hitting some of the lower levels that you always get a little concerned when you're looking at the charts and you're thinking, if it drops here, we got a ways to go.
I won't disagree with that. Oh, my dad is calling me again, even though he sees me on air. That's hilarious, isn't it? Does that ever happen to you guys? You get a phone
He
call.
wants to make a quick appearance. Take the phone
Is he
call
trying to
live on
tell
air,
me-
JD.
Is he trying to tell me to fix my hair? What do you think you wanted? I didn't answer the call, obviously. So I'm talking to you guys.
Lawyer knows. Say, just text me, Dad.
Your dad a
You will
texter,
call
JD?
someone.
Is my dad a texter? This is actually pretty funny. I think we did a bit about this a while ago. When the iPhone first came out. And my brothers and sisters and I all chipped in and got my dad his very first iPhone. And my sister Katie was showing him how to FaceTime. So he pulled up the iPhone, she went in the other room, and they did FaceTime, and he goes, "Holy shit. This is just like a Dick Tracy watch. I always wanted one of these, you know?" It was hilarious.
Funny. Dick Tracy. That's a name I haven't heard of. Wow.
Ooh, a little whippy there. A little 20-point pop down to 960.
Yeah. I may add down here, actually. I think we're still going up.
What's going on? Here we go. Here we go.
Here we go.
Last price in the... Gabe's still in short. Gabe, what's your profit target on this? What are you aiming for?
I'm going to take one off near the middle of this range, kind of near that 940 level. And then I'll hold one and see if we can make some new session lows.
All right.
Actually, go ahead. Say that one more time, Chad.
You're trading the big boys, yeah?
No, actually, I'm trading micros. I've been really trying to focus on micros lately, just doing a few. I think 5 has been my max lately. And I've actually been surviving in these XFAs longer. Usually I've been trading minis and I don't last that long. So
yeah, the payouts from my last XFAs, I was doing great trading even single micros even. It was kind of surprising how much it can add up.
Yeah, absolutely.
That was a sniper entry, by the way. Gabe, how'd you see that coming? What was your level up there?
Just 29,000. Big run hole number. High of a little, we'll call it 5-minute range, kind of near an extremity.
Very nice, very nice. Looking for new lows. Big fat round numbers. They're a real thing. 29,000 in the NQ. That's what Gabe shorted. Yeah. Here we go. Real John Ross says, here we go. Flush to 7450 SPX. Last trade in the ES, 7510. Is this a real flush? Or is it just a retail rinse? What's going on? Sound off in the chat. You long, short, staying out? What are you doing? If you're trading equities. Actually.
What are your thoughts sometimes on when, explain to you, if you know, like when the main index is maybe green, but the micro or the the futures are red. That happens, especially it seems like the last couple of weeks sometimes, where it's like all of the major stocks would be red, but the index future seems to be green. So things like that always baffle me. I don't understand. I'm always confused what's really driving.
Good question. So we are not trading individual stocks. We're trading the index. We're actually trading derivatives of an index. So we're not trading what would be called the cash market right now. We're trading what people think the cash market will be a few months from now. That's why they call them futures contracts, right? So it's not so much, here's what the cash price is. That doesn't equate to the futures price, right? You can always see an imbalance there. And futures contracts have expiration dates, right? So as people anticipate what's going to happen in the future, they hedge their bets against the cash market with the futures market. So it's not uncommon to see the cash market sell and the futures market buy as people hedge, and vice versa. Cash market buy and futures market sell until it all comes back into equilibrium. There is a hedging process involved, and there's a lot of players involved also. So it's very... I know we're just sitting here trading NASDAQ futures, but there's very complex positions behind what we are looking at on these charts. Does that make sense, everybody?
Yeah, I mean, clearly. And usually, though, like if it's a really red day, let's just say for the top 10, stocks of an index, the index is also red, right? But and sometimes when it's not is when it gets me confused. I'm like, you could have a really, really bad day for a lot of the stocks and the futures are green, and you're thinking, what am I missing? What does someone know that I don't know?
Exactly. What does somebody know that I don't know? Does somebody know that on the 15th of every month, when you contribute money to your 401k, there's going to be an influx of cash into the markets? What are they buying? What are they selling? What's going to be happening? It's good to know about these things. It affects your futures trading. We can sit
By the
here and
way,
look at charts all day.
Did
What's
cover
up, Gabe?
one down at 940. I got that 940
Nice.
bid that filled, so I'm short only one now from 29,000 still. Realized 98 on that first one. I moved my stop to break even also on the second one.
All right.
I think I've taken
Very
one
good,
off
very
now,
good.
and we're back in the middle of the range.
Yeah, I had
Top trade
added
says
3 down there as well. It hit that order. So I'm actually not so far from maybe break even, not after if we get one nice push. But we'll see. Now it's 12 micros, so
very good. Top trade says gold is cracking more and more. It smells so flushy. I'm looking at a gold chart right now. I was on a 1 minute. Let me pull up a 30 minute of gold. Gold has been looking pretty sideways. If you guys have been paying attention for the last year, not year, the last half a year, Hogue called 3,500 in gold back in January. Do you think he's going to hit it? I'd like your opinion in the chat.
well, his key levels seem to be very key. I mean, it's very often when they fall through, they will end up creating a tail around a lot of his levels. I'm always impressed with his key levels. I've been trading silver, and I know he doesn't have the key levels for that, but it often goes along with gold. But right now, it's not. Right now, it's like silver's up, and gold is in a different place, right? Let's see.
Gold is in a different place. Top
Which
trade back in the
is,
chat saying, I'm taking my jewelry to the pawn shop right after the market closed, man. Gold is about to get chopped in half. I hope everybody got their jewelry appraised up above 5,000. That was a pro move. I did it.
That was a nice ad down there, Chad.
Yeah, I'm gonna like get out if something pops up here a little bit. Just get a little smaller. See if it kind of touches VWAP.
What's the average price, Chad?
My average price is 28,971.
29,871. All right. All right.
You just risking the lows, or what are you currently thinking as like an invalidation point to bail?
I would be if it fell below this last order. I don't have the stop in because I don't want to get flushed out. But if it fell below this last buy, I would look at getting out around below the lows.
All right. We're not too far from there. We're approaching the lower channel line of this Dolby Dorito pattern. But still just listing, drifting sideways.
Yeah, it's becoming a more tighter range.
Crude oil rally. What's a crude oil rally? Oh yeah, crude's up there a little bit. 82.65 in the last couple minutes. A little bit of a pop in crude. I wouldn't call that a rippy just yet, but it's moving. Crude's moving. Crude just settled too. Yes, settlement price was just established in the crude oil market 1 minute ago. There's usually an influx of volume volatility right at 1:30 p.m. Central Time. That's when settlement price is established by the exchange for the crude oil market. And I've got that price for you right here. West Texas Intermediate Crude settled at $83.23 a barrel, up 74 cents or 0.9%, almost up a full percent in crude today. And then we get a little pop right after the close.
It's a pretty touchy spot down here. This is, if it falls through, it could go quick.
I'm going to lock in a little bit more profit on this and move my stop just above that little high that we just made, around 970.
Mm-hmm.
I've got my target down here at the lows of 900.
900 looks good. I don't know any better. I say we bounced off the lower extreme of this Dorito pattern. Lower extreme of this little channel. Let's see if it keeps flushing. Clutch wants a flush. Who else wants a flush? Clutch wants Warsh to tweet.
My orders and bounces.
Clutch wants Warsh to tweet, but you will not hear from any Fed regulators, no Fed governors, not the chairman of the Fed, until next week. We are in a Fed blackout period, folks. They will not be talking. They will not be saying anything. If they do, it will not have anything to do with monetary policy.
Sleeps a little bit better. I hope he's taking a nice little vacation.
Warsh? Talk about...
yeah. Jerome. I think he needs a nice...
Oh, Jerome.
vacation.
Jerome, yeah.
I would think at some point it'd say, hey, you know what? It's time I have some more time off here.
Mm-hmm. He deserves it. Took a lot of heat for doing his job.
Yeah, that was like he made it look pretty easy, but
that's how you know you're dealing with a pro, when they make it look easy, right?
Mm-hmm. Feds seem to always have like a monotone sort of voice, you know. I always hear like Alan Greenspan in my head, like.
See your ringtone?
It has to come with a special voice, yeah.
All right, guys, how we feeling right here? 28,908. It's on your Topstep daily levels. It is. What is it? Hang on a second. Let me fix something.
Not loving it.
Oh, that's
initial hold.
That's initial balance low. I was looking for a Topstep daily level. That's initial balance low, 28,908. My apologies.
Yeah, I'd be looking for. Right. Okay, so this is
my last. This is where it gets either bouncy or done.
Yeah.
Here we go.
I'm out. I'm flat on that. Up 302. Almost 2 micros.
Nice trade, Gabe.
I haven't stop in, but it would already hit my DLL by then anyway, so.
Would you double up on longs here, Chad? Is this a spot?
We're not double up, but I added 3 more down there on that. Appears to be a good at the moment if we can continue up.
I mean, you know what the risk is, right? The risk is clearly defined.
Yeah.
Below 75. This trade's no good anymore. We're getting a nice little pop off that low.
Yeah, this is always kind of timely. Like, what's that?
What's your average price now?
28,959.
959. All right. You got some wood to chop. A little ways to go.
We close
Should
back
be a
above
good
950.
match.
Close back above 950. I'm going to get long back to the high of the range. This is where, I mean, if we stay back above the IB low, if we just kind of kissed it and we get a nice solid rejection back up, look to just trade it back into the sessions range.
Mm-hmm.
I think this 950 level is going to be important to see if we can reclaim. If not, we're going lower.
950. Gave us at the price. Daniel in chat says we're trapping longs right now. Who agrees? Are we trapping longs? Are we trapping shorts?
A little bit of both.
Uptick, a little bit of both. It's a retail rinse, as they say. The retail rinse. S&P's looking decent. 75.06 last trade in the ES.
Nice little
People
pop
saying
here.
balance. Gold's still in balance. Crude.
Get a little.
Falling off just a little bit. Micro Bitcoin, 65,630 last trade in Bitcoin. Who's trading Bitcoin? Anybody?
Futures or just crypto in general?
Yeah. Anything. You got a position? Do you own Bitcoin, Chad?
Yep, I have for
your
some time.
portfolio?
I think it seems pretty rangy, like at the moment.
Mm-hmm. I went through a period where I just bought. I haven't traded Bitcoin, but I've bought Bitcoin, so I own some Bitcoin. Not a whole lot, nothing very impressive, but I've never traded it. I've just held it.
I think with a lot of places, especially with their commissions, it's hard to do that. You know.
Mm-hmm. By trading it, I mean, pick a high, take some off, buy it back lower,
Yeah. Or a multi-week or
wants to know.
multi-month setup.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't like this little topping tail on this 3-minute candle.
This is we get back below 915 here. I think we're going to make some new lows. I'm going to look for some momentum if we close underneath this last little imbalance here at 915.
It's
Sounds
tapping
like we're
on the door.
945.
Let's look like we're possibly making another run for the lows. See what it does here.
Yeah.
All right, I'm short 2 stops above 950. See if we can get a little continuation here, a little momentum.
Looks to be a good move you made.
Here we go.
I just want to see it close under 900.
I'd be rooting for you if I wasn't long.
Right? We're just above 900 right now.
Yeah.
28,908. 907 last print.
Seen the tilt change from 59% on the ES long to 43. It's a pretty big difference.
Mm-hmm.
If we don't get this momentum, I'm going to bail pretty quickly just because I'm selling the lows right now.
Sell low, buy lower. Right?
It's the Tom Hogar way.
Follow the momentum. What happens when momentum?
Oh, it's looking.
Doesn't be momentum anymore. Funny question in the chat. What's my favorite Irish bar in the city? Good question. Snuffle Platypus, are you from Chicago? First, I need some. I will tell you my favorite Irish bar in the city is not on the north side. I grew up on the south side of Chicago. So my favorite bar is not a tourist attraction.
Got a bid to cover at 875, which is at the 5-minute low from 11.
It's right about when it's going to take me out.
Here we go. We're making moves. We're moving.
It's moving. Not looking pretty for my longs.
Someone in the chat says, "What a dump in Nasdaq. We're at the lower. We're at the bottom of the range. Look at these charts. Is it a dump? Are we gonna get a little liquidity grab at the lows here and come back into range? Is this break for
Stop me
real?" The situation happens so much. Yeah. Sean Mastro, like, have you recognized a pattern? Would you trade that pattern again? If you saw this setup one more time, would you get on the right side or would you try and fade it? That's the question. When you start seeing patterns on the charts, you follow them or do you fade them? What do you do? What's your process?
Well,
Nobody?
I feel it's easier to go with ranges. I mean, more so than like just continued for trends. For me, I trade ranges better. Not in this particular example. I mean, not done yet, but not looking so great. But in general, I tend to do better with ranges and patterns around ranges, especially after hours.
News is quiet. Let's see what the tilt is telling us. Nothing. We're flat on the tilt. Ooh, 72% long on crude. Maybe we look for a little reversal in crude in a few minutes. We all know what happens when... I shouldn't say we all know what happens when the tilt gets above 80% in crude, but it's something I've been looking at for a while. Above or below 80% in crude oil, you start looking for a reversal. I do personally. This is not trading advice of any kind. Gabe, I know you're locked in. What are you doing?
I'm out. I'm flat.
You're
Just
out?
took out that 5-minute
Gabe's
low
flat.
from 11 a.m. Eastern. Locked
Ew.
in another 163. So up 463. 2 base
Right.
hits. I'm going to be done. I'm going to lock it out.
Nice. 460 tree. 4-6 tree in 45 minutes. That's a great hour of trading. What happens from here, guys? What are you predicting? What are we doing to the close? Is anything going to happen?
Going up or down?
Or sideways, right? It will never go
We
left.
love
It
to
always...
get a push here. Right around right here. Oh, it's gonna knock me out. And then it's gonna pop.
Is this going to be regular trading hours liquidity sweep? Are the stop hunting algos
Oh, I'm out. I think I'm out.
on the job right now? What do you have your DLL set to again, Chad?
3. Oh, I'm out.
Gotcha.
Lesson learned.
I'm joking.
Now this is where it's gonna pop. And if it doesn't, well, it's good I had the DLL.
Got a lot of
Caesar says-
overnight lows.
Yeah,
A lot of overnight
there's
lows
quite a bit.
below.
Quite a bit of retracement left in this market, no doubt about it. We do tend to get a little tunnel vision looking at regular trading hours, but a lot of action happens overnight too.
Look at the 15-minute. I still probably would have done the same thing. But from
The
here
S&P
on,
looks
I
a
think
lot. Here on what?
looks to be fading. Yeah,
S&P looks
S&P
a
looks
lot
to be
weaker than the
breaking.
Nasdaq does. Yeah.
Yep.
I think we definitely see a little bit of buying coming in here at these 850s, which is the low from about 5 a.m. Eastern. But then we got overnight lows from like 11, no, it's what, 9:55 p.m. and 2:35 in the morning. Relatively nearby around 762s. So if we see continued selling back under 850s, we could have another 100 points in the tank.
It really just went, tapped my stop, and then just started going up. Maybe to the tick.
Hate that.
But no,
it's a psychological level
tick.
then, right?
Man.
When you're talking about stopped out to the tick on a sim, that means it is a psychological level. Other people saw what you were looking at.
Yeah, it wasn't my order itself.
Yep. It wasn't your order because it wasn't real liquidity, right? But they sense the same thing in the live market, which is actually driving price action.
I could see here though. I could still see this drifting down. Just this kind of being like I mean, look, it made a new low for the last since I guess early morning. So this could just be a temporary little pop.
If I wasn't locked out, I'd be willing to short the 900s. Just a retest of the previous 5-minute low. We broke through. We'll just look for 850s.
All right, everyone's locked out. I guess I got to put the trade on then. It's against the rules, but I'll do it.
Nah, not against the rules. We don't have any rules here.
You're right. There are no more rules.
There are no more rules.
We're building the plane in the air, as they say. All right, I got the micro Nasdaq up. I'd rather trade micro ES though. Gabe, what was your level? 950s.
I like to retest the 900s.
900s, yeah. It was a great short off of that big fat round number. Dan Emmons, 50 lot engaged. I could do it. Should I do it? No, I wouldn't do it.
50 MES? Yeah, you can do that.
So what's the most micro you've ever traded? Like let yourself build up.
150.
150 micros?
Yeah, I think so. Probably some
15 minis.
Yeah, it was on a 150K combine when I was trying to really get aggressive.
Yeah, I've done the same.
Mm.
Sometimes it works out
anymore, but yeah, sometimes.
Yeah, it's definitely a cost average like attempt. When you end up with that many micros, you don't just go in 100 micros at a time.
It's all Bush League.
It's usually adding to losers.
Didn't quite get back to 900, but saw some sellers at those 90s. You can come back up and grab that 900 level, give you an entry there, JD.
All right, I'm watching it.
I mean, had I not gotten stopped out, I still don't know that I would touch it here. If I was starting fresh.
JD, one thing that right now that I'd be looking at on the 5-minute is I don't necessarily want to see a 5-minute candle closure back above 900. I just want to see 900s retested and then immediate rejection back below.
Yeah,
I wouldn't
that's
want to see
basically
a sustain above 900.
basically initial balance low, right?
Yeah.
Accounting for a little head fake above and then back down. Initial balance low
And I
again,
just-
28,908. But yeah, I see what you're saying, Gabe.
And I'd only be looking for 854s, so just about 45, 50 points. But we might come tag that first. If the target gets met first, those relative equal lows, then I wouldn't want to short 900s if we take the target first. I'd prefer to get a retest of 900 and then one more flush below.
Yeah, I don't know if it's
Sorry,
gonna
I'm
make it up
reacting.
there.
I'm reacting to a comment in the chat from I'm not even gonna say the name. But he says, I have this live on different devices and the context is different and the conversations are different. What the actual F is going on? Well, I don't know. Nothing has changed. We're only streaming this.
I've had that happen before. Maybe it's not set to live on one of them, you know?
Right.
Yeah. Refresh your feed.
Yeah.
Trying to think of that movie now. You see this? This is this.
So tomorrow we will fly to San Fran to look at places.
Oh, here we go.
I don't know how much I'll be trading for the week. We'll see.
Probably not a bad week to
Self-employed
take off,
deer
though.
hunter. Yes, it was the deer hunter. You see this? This is this. It's not something else.
Yeah, it looks like you might get your 900 retest here.
Possibly. Got a little rippy happening.
Yeah.
What section of San Francisco are you guys looking in, Chad? You got an idea?
Probably like Nob Hill, Pacific Heights, North Beach, any of those. We were really looking at maybe not having a car too. We have 2 vehicles here, and I might still move one of them, but the other one, well, I'm just not sure we need a vehicle in San Francisco. If we wanted to go to Napa or something, we can always get a Turo or something.
I gotta know. What does it cost to transport a vehicle from Hawaii to San Francisco?
Not as
I'm
much
gonna give
as
a
you
guess.
think.
Not
I'm
as
gonna
much
give
as
a
I
guess.
think.
Yeah,
I would
it's
say
cheaper than people think.
$6,000. I would say $6,000 to move a car across the ocean. Minimum.
Yeah. Nope, much cheaper.
Really?
Port to port to Oakland, from Maui port is 2,100.
That's not bad at all.
When I shipped the vehicle from Denver, it was door to port, and that was 3,400. They actually picked up right at your door in Denver and drove it all the way to like Long Beach and then to port. So cheaper than you would think. A pod can be a little different, but port to port is still not so bad. It's around 4 or 5, and that's pretty good size.
All right. There's the entry, JD.
Here we go.
Yeah.
We're there.
The entry.
We're at 900s.
28.9, and the rejection's happening.
Nothing done yet.
You missed it.
We were talking.
I told you. There's the entry.
Coming back.
You missed
Coming back.
it.
It's coming back.
I don't like doing
It might
I
have-
don't like doing market
Yeah.
orders in the NQ either. Get a little poppy here.
Yeah, but you're an
We were doing
MNQ.
plus or minus how much to ship a vehicle.
Over under the ship. We're in the wrong business. I'm gonna start buying what do they call them? I'm gonna start buying carriers. I got a buddy that did that. Is it a viable investment still? I think the insurance.
I don't know.
I think the insurance is very spendy because shipments do get lost and whatnot. But Anyway, ooh, they just changed the shot on us. All right, guys. We're done riffraffing for a little bit. I see Ted in the background. Chad, thanks for joining us. Good luck on your home search in San Francisco. Can't wait to hear more details about it. Let us know what happens next week. Gabe, I will catch you in a little bit. We got Power Hour coming up next. Andre's going to be here. Ted, Eric, is that right? Is Andre here? We got Ted, Andre, and Eric.
It's at least
we got a whole
Ted and Eric. At least Ted and Eric.
At least Ted and Eric. We got a whole hour of Tradertainment coming your way, folks. Stick around. Power Hour coming up next. We're going to take a short break. Make sure you're trading on the close. Nah, don't make sure you're trading on the close. Do whatever you want. All right, TopstepTV. Let's go.
Oh, what is up? It is Power
There you go.
Hour with some powerful people. Ted and Eric. Let's go. Look, markets
What's
are selling
happening,
off.
gentlemen?
Feels like we're down a bunch. Actually only down 0.14% in the NASDAQ. But hey, anything can happen in Power Hour. It looks pretty
All right.
heavy. Pretty heavy. We were talking in the green room here, Ted, about some option levels in the ES. Tell these
Yes.
lovely people in chat what you were telling me. We'll draw these levels on the charts.
Yes. So when so that we can support Ken Griffin and his purchase of a 180 unit building down in Miami, the market makers look like they're stepping in the SPX cash. It looks like they're stepping in on the puts at the 74.50 level. Anybody that can read an option chain, it looks to me like there were 135,000 puts. If you look at the volume at any other strike, maybe down at 74.30, there's 70,000. So I look at the big, large number. And what that number at 74.50 tells me is when you sell a put, and right now you can sell that put for $5.40. So if I sold that put, I would collect $5.40 times 100. So that's $540 that I would collect. But if it goes below, it's at 4:00 today. If that price of the S&P is 74.49, I don't get anything. So
For the
market
SPX,
makers,
not for the
yeah,
futures.
not in the futures. The conversion is 74.90
There we
in
go.
ES. Okay.
Write
So
that down,
right
Chad.
now I'm looking at this end of the day, 74.50. I'd be careful. 357, 358. If we're sitting around 74.85 and there's not much work to do to get it above 70 to 74.90, look for that pop at the end of the day. I wouldn't look for it at 345. It's too early. But there is a nice trade setting up towards the end of the day, something I've traded for a long time. And they would make a lot of money. They make probably about $100 million if they hold that line today.
Look at that insight. So chat, did you get it? We're looking at 74.90 in the futures.
As a close, right? In the
At
ES.
least we want to close above 74.90. So
Correct.
Ken can buy a $1 billion house in Miami.
Exactly.
Right? That's the theory.
One.
Okay.
Yeah. Support the
yeah.
man buying that $1 billion house. We need to keep supporting him, right? So
Yeah, he needs all the help he can get, right? Where's mine here?
100%.
Here,
But other than that, honestly,
that level.
there hasn't been
Ken's
much of an
house.
edge today. I've noticed that, the headline came across and I got hurt today. I was up money.
Oh,
And
bro. That headline, holy shit.
yeah.
That thing hit so hard.
You kill one of our guys and we'll kill many of yours. Those I think gotta had to stop, but it turned a good day into a bad day. So I'll leave it there. Put a little punctuation. I know my colleague here, he's a phenomenal trader. I can't wait to hear what he's thinking.
Eric,
wow,
what do you got?
Man, what an introduction after just laying down all that heat from option chains. Oh, let me take it back to our elementary futures level really quick.
Purple boxes are on your chart, Eric, that you like. Anything good?
Yeah, so I'm up a little bit of money. I took a short actually after that big news candle there, and the whole reason for it was just because we came up and retested the New York Open, which is actually no, I lied. I'm sorry, I moved over a little bit. Let me turn my executions on so you guys can see. I'm not lying to you. But we had came up, tested the New York Open, rejected off it, came back up, tested it again, rejected off it again, and I just essentially took this trade level to level, right? I do hourly levels based on changes, trends, so I just took it from New York Open down to my level at 28,882. That was a good one. Tried catching a long actually over here after we swept these lows, thinking potentially this level at 882 could be hit again, but maybe not. So took a loss there. But overall, still up on the day. Ted, I like what you're saying about the option chains potentially ending bullish. I think, that gives a good case for the MOC being kind of on the buy side at the later today. But we don't want to get into anything too quickly. So like the levels I'm looking at are 805 if we continue down lower.
Yep.
Unless we can reclaim 882. If we can reclaim 882 with some decent volume, I'd be looking at kind of like a bounce back up to 29073. But these are kind of the low levels that I'm looking at. Is
I see exactly the same.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah,
there we go.
Same.
Got some confluence.
It's amazing.
Going on.
You can use a 5 minute. If anybody in the chat's watching, use your crosshairs and do a 5 minute chart. You can see the level he called out, and the next level you got nothing in the way until like you said. I'm with you.
Yep, nothing in the way. So that's why I don't really ever on a big flush like this, when we're in the middle of the level, I don't usually love to take trades. I very well could have shorted that one up there, but we're chatting. I'll take that next one if we pop back up into the 68.50 area. I'll short it, targeting 805.
Okay. Man, guys are coming in hot. You're well prepared for Power Hour. All right, let's do a little game here. Ted, I have a feeling what you're going to say here. The game is above below. You're going to pick a level that you think we'll use the ES this time, since you're an ES aficionado.
I'll give you both.
Pick a level where you think the ES the moderator can only put in one. So chat can only handle one market at a time. It's a chat limitation.
Man.
Not the people. People are great.
I got you. I understood.
The mechanics of it. We'll do ES. Where do you think the ES is going to close at by 3 p.m. Central? And then chat will say above or below that.
All right. So I'll do both. 28,912 in the NQ. If we start looking bullish, you can get above 749750 in ES. And I'd love to see the two working together. I'd like to see the underlying stocks and participants in the S&P 500 and NASDAQ 100 supporting that. Also like to see some VIX selling to support that as well.
Perfect.
So I'm going to go 74. I think we're above 74.90. There's a short setup here.
Pulls up 74.97.5. That's what we're going with.
Yeah. There's a little short here right now happening.
Yeah, a little short. Yeah, we'll sell off here across the board. Let me check on crude real fast because that. Oh, geez. Okay, crude trading.
Oh yeah, look at that thing.
82.80.
Yep.
My goodness. Yeah. Really strong bid. So crude normally, the U.S. pit session closes at 1:30 Central Time. Normally after that, crude tends to be pretty chill. But if you use your cursor, you can kind of see that at 1:10 p.m. Central, crude really caught a bid into the close. Kind of range bound right now. But when I was on earlier, we were playing around these 82s to 81s, and looks like we finally broke out. So maybe that is helping push the indices down here. I got the orders are popping off in my headset. Who's popping off right now? Is that you, Ted?
That was just a quick scalp for me. I'm trying to make back some money I lost earlier. I'll take every $10 bill I can see.
After Trump crushed your trade, because that's what he did.
Yeah,
man, that was brutal. 120 points in about 5 seconds. Thank you, Truth Social. Thank you, Truth. That's just brutal. Just brutal. We had a good question here from Shubin. Shubin, who actually just took a payout recently. Can you ask Ted, what mistakes do new traders make when interpreting options flow and positioning?
Okay. Let's try to find a Cliff Notes version and take 26 years and cram it into under 45 seconds.
Yep.
If you have access to an options chain, meaning if you can pull up the SPX, type in, you could be in Yahoo, and you type in the SPX and it says options chain, and you go to today's options because it's a daily expiration. It'll show you strike prices, meaning price. So S&P right now, last sale 7442, and the option at the money is the 7440, 7445. If you look at volume, the volume in the put side is 97,000 right now, and the volume on the call side is only 7,000. So what that tells me is 97,000 versus 7. There's more betting going on selling that put that 7440 holds than goes lower. That premium is like daily rent. They want to collect it. But if it goes below 7440, they do not get to collect it. So you don't really see a lot of option buying 1,000 calls at 7440 or being sold, is what I'm saying. It's mostly buying, in my opinion.
Okay. So what mistakes
I hope
do
that
people
works.
have when reading? I think that's a great explanation.
They don't.
What mistakes do you
They
think
don't.
people make when they're trying to interpret option chains?
They jump in too early. Those lines in the sand don't need to be defended until 4 p.m. Buying something at 3:30 or selling something at 3:30, thinking it's going to hold and build yourself into a big position, and then that doesn't hold. I've seen lots of guys on Twitter with baseball bats, smashing their glass desk and computer monitors. Zero DTE should have worked and it didn't. Jumping in too early. Wait till 3:57 and see the whites of their eyes. That's what I think is the
There we
biggest
go.
mistake. Yeah,
There we go. That's right. Because those things do close at a very specific time.
correct.
It's like under or over just that specific number at the close. That is what they are playing for. Also, Ted, can you put your glasses back on? And can we go to a full screen of Ted? Can I see
Those
these
are-
again? These are
These are
pretty incredible.
goggles, buddy. That's how bad my
Look
eyesight
at
is.
those bad boy. My
Those are
goodness.
freaking,
Pink
And
turtle
then
shell.
if my girlfriend bought me these,
Okay, that's
she's
a
in
little bit more
Georgia.
traditional. Yeah, a little bit more traditional.
These are
Those-
goggles.
Where did you get
Can't
those
see.
from, man? Where did you get those from? I don't even have a pair that
TJ
bad.
Maxx, $2.50.
There we go. There we go. You gotta save that money for commission, man. $2.50. Pink turtle shell.
That's
Lovely
right.
stuff, Ted. You're a fashionista, my man.
I like it.
Eric,
When
what did you
this
learn?
comes out.
Yeah, Eric, what do you got?
I'm in a long right now, just seeing if we can pop off this 805 level. So I'm in long from 823, stops below 795, and we're gonna see if we can ride it back up to 882.
Heard.
You said you're long 823?
Yeah, I'm long 823.
Okay, cool. Perfect. Oop, get rid of this. Chat, do you like Eric's trade? Yes or no?
I like it. 84 is nice little. If we reclaim 90 in the ES, I think this trade works like a charm. And we're only about 3-4 points away.
Those 850s are going to be kind of where I'm gonna, like, if we don't just reverse and take me out, 850s is kind of where I'm going to look at potentially peeling some off.
Got it.
Hey, what got you in at 820s versus say 800s or 805s?
I like the so I like when we break essentially the previous candle's wick high, and that's kind of like I like entering via stop orders, so I just put stop orders. Like anytime we sweep a level like this, that's a key level. I put a stop order above the candle that swept it, and then I just wait for it to fill, and then I put my stop below it. It keeps downside low, and then gives me like a really mechanical way of entering.
So you're not trying to like knife catch 800s. You're waiting for the candle that pierced it to get pierced on the way back up.
Exactly. Yep.
And then use the stop. I got it.
That's momentum trading right there. 101.
Yes.
Trading.
I mean, that's what you love about stop orders, man. Stop orders, if you're right, and so I don't love how it's not really going anywhere in this position, but when you're right, like it can fly 50 points within a minute, right?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, NASDAQ. Well, nice thing too is it's almost like a 3-bar reversal in that you're just setting your stop on the other side of whatever that set of 3 bars is. It's not
Right,
quite a 3-bar
exactly.
reversal, but the stop placement is the same logic.
Exactly. Yeah, just
Very,
kind of
very
hoping.
technical.
Is this a reversal point? Maybe not, but is this a point where we potentially could get a nice pop up? Yes.
Yeah, and you're exchanging location for momentum, theoretically.
Right. Exactly.
Let's see if they want to
Eric, I'll tell.
some stop. Why not?
I'll tell you
Yeah,
an
Ted.
interesting trade that somebody showed me was, you ever notice on CPI days when the data comes out, you get that big bazooka 100-point candle. A friend of mine on the floor taught me this. He would put a buy stop in the ES up 15 points. And if it triggered, because your human won't move that fast, that news headline would come out, he would be long. And I swear I watched his P&L go from 0 to 1,000 on one ES in a second. And it hit sell. And
I
he
believe
did
it.
the same. What's that?
I said I believe I've seen people
Yeah.
do that, and
Right?
it's crazy because it
Sick
makes
trade,
sense, right? It makes sense taking advantage of the volatility using stop orders like
Right.
that. This last CPI print, I think is like the one time it didn't wick. So anybody who
Yes.
had they'll put stop buys above, stop sells below, and then I think this one CPI was where it didn't wick, it just went straight up. So I'm like, okay, anybody who has stop buys above, in the money immediately, however many points.
And if you're not wide enough, by the way, I've seen it actually before the number. I've actually seen it take out the buy and then take out the sell and then rip. So I've seen both ways. I've seen it instantly. It's not something. I mean, if I have a ton of money laying around, I want to gamble with it. Great. But on a regular tape like you're doing, it's a phenomenal way of getting an entry.
I mean, that's it though, right? Like I don't like gambling my accounts with CPI.
Right.
It's just I'd rather
I'd
rather just sit out.
on CPI. That is not financial advice. Not try that at home, kids. Do not try that at home.
No, that's way too volatile for me. I'll gladly wait.
Sign the release waiver before watching this show today.
Seriously. Seriously.
If you're watching, you've signed it legally.
Oh, that's true. Oh, yeah. Anyone who's watching Power Hour is already a regular. How many people have never seen or tuning in for the first time ever in chat today? Go ahead and type something in there if it's your first time ever. I have a feeling it is a lot of regulars, which we love. Absolutely love. It's like your local watering hole for Power Hour during the weekday. Let's go. Mohammed, this is 18 and over talk for chat. Arnold Price, I know for a fact it is not your first time. Little stick save here for Eric's trade. You can stop.
I'll tell you what, we got real close to the stop out.
Oh, kidding!
My goodness.
I took a long in the ES on that MES and made another $20 back. That was nice.
Well done.
I got $300 I need to make back. Not before the end of the day. I don't put that pressure on myself. I never put myself in a situation where I'm 2 days of work away from making it back. Losing $2,000, that can take a whole week or 2 weeks. But losing $300, my batting average says I can make that back in 2 days.
Yep.
I want to be making money. I want to be making money by Thursday. I'm not a not-for-profit trader. I mean, look at it on a weekly basis. I want to be up on Friday at the end of the week. I want to say I sat here and made money for the week. Maybe not for the day.
The problem too with losing too much money, Ted, is that if let's say you lose $2,000 on a Monday and you make $500 on a Tuesday, you still feel like an asshole, right?
Still got to dig a big hole.
You're still digging out of a hole. You can't even appreciate your $500 because you lost $2,000 on Monday. That's a terrible feeling.
Yeah,
that's the one thing I learned when I was doing trading combines is like, yeah, you gotta keep that ratio appropriate. Like you want to be able to come back the next day and feel like you're still adding value to your account. You're not just digging yourself out of a hole all week. It's just terrible.
100%.
I think it really eats into your mental capital too, man. We've talked a lot about mental
20
capital.
hours of screen time for no money? That's terrible.
Yeah, especially on Monday
Nice.
too. It's like great.
Yeah.
I got a whole week of crap to deal with because I'm down $2,000. Can't even make 750. 750 doesn't even feel that good.
Yep. That's a lot of screen time for no pay.
No pay. No pay. Ted, do you think that we talk about trading the P&L and like trading the P&L is kind of a taboo thing to do. How do you feel about trading your mental capital? Do you think trading your mental capital is okay? Like let's say you take a losing trade, but you're one of those traders that feels really good playing from even, and you take a next trade. Do you take that next trade to get back to scratch for the sake of your mental capital? Is that okay?
No, I don't think like that. I'm every trade is a new trade, and the nice thing about futures is every day is a new day. You know, I traded equities, and I was trading 200,000 to 500,000 shares in a single position. It could be for the day, it could be for a minute, it could have been a swing trade. You know, I like futures because it resets. The game resets. It's 0-0 tomorrow. Unless you go into a trade for a reason, it's a swing trade, which I do with options. I can define my risk. I could buy the option, but I don't hold ESs or NQs overnight in my personal. I only hold options because I know that if something happens, that's the least I can manage. But no, every trade reset. Everything's a reset. I have amnesia. I'm a good trader. I have amnesia about a lot of things in life.
I guess in trading, having CTE would be good. And forget your losers real fast.
Yeah.
Just just goldfish memory. Every day is different. I have no idea what's going on. What about you, Eric? How do you feel about trading from a perspective of mental capital? Are you more of a TED guy, or?
I'm working on becoming more of a TED guy. I think that comes with experience, right? That's it. Like I don't think any trader, unless they are like the embodiment of stoicism, comes into this game and can just forget their losses right away, right? It doesn't affect me nearly as much as it used to, right? I mean, it's like when I take a loss now, it's like, whatever. If I take 2 or 3 losses in a row, I start getting a little skittish, right? And start kind of trying to play from more of a defensive mode. But no, I try to stay as level as I can. I mean, that's one thing that we talk about in group coaching a lot, right? Is your mental capital is worth just as much as your P&L is. So anything to do, like there's just times where you got to preserve it. And like, I'd rather just walk away on a red day if I take 2 or 3 red trades in a row than trying to get it all back. And then I'm blowing up my mental capital. I've taken 100 trades. I'm physically exhausted by the end of the day. Right.
Yep. I'm actually up in my cash accounts and down in my combines today because I'm that careful. Not that I'm different, but I'm a little quicker. When I trade NQ, I'm looking for 7 to 10 points. I'm out. I don't care if it goes 30 or 40. In my combine, I'll stretch it and look for a little more than 10. And that split 10 seconds was the difference in the headline and the difference between my cash and my combines today.
Wow.
Whoa, something big happening.
Hello.
What is that?
Hello. We got a Dominic Hasek playing goalie for Eric over here. His stop.
Well, I think we got a headline.
What do we
got a headline for sure. I'm peeling two off. 2 off, rest to break even. My goodness, what is happening right now?
Eric, you're cooking.
This is
it might be bottom of the hour. It might be bottom of the hour. It is 2:30 right now. We typically do get a lot of volatility right at 2:30, but it's also coinciding with some news here. Well, Ted, we're above Ken Griffin's house line, which is 74.90 right now. We're right back up there. Yeah, Doc, let me guess. Iran wants to come back to the table. Axios.
All right, I'm out. I'm out fully. That was a
Great trade.
Well done. Great
man.
stuff.
Well played.
Two ticks from stop loss to pretty decent profit there.
Game of ticks, man. You were 2 ticks away from taking an L.
Hey, those are the markets we're in, though, right? Sometimes you're on the right side of the news. Sometimes you're on the wrong.
All right, here's the news. Right now, this is from Axios, citing U.S. official. Right now, Trump is focused on making Iran pay for their violations of the MOU and their continued acts of terrorism in the Strait of Hormuz. Axios with the Axios. There we go. They've been moving markets just like True Social has. Well, let's see where this ends up here. We got both traders are flat. Ted, you're usually flat. You're not in a trade for all that long anyways. So odds are Ted is typically flat.
Keep the least exposure to radiation as possible.
That is exactly right. Everyone in the market's trying to take your money. Everyone's trying to take your money in the market.
That's it, man.
Yeah, Ted, I feel like you're always on fast markets. How many trades do you take a day normally? I always see you in and out, just scalping it up.
Yeah. Anywhere between 100 to about 75 to 100. But my P&Ls are not big. I mean, I'm looking for 400, and I'm trading 3 accounts, copy trading. I'm doing that in my cash the same. And I'm real quick. If I'm up $1,500, my rule is I'm willing to give back 300 of it and walk away with 1,200 no matter what. And if that happens by 12 o'clock in the afternoon, I'm happy because I'm on my bike, I'm at the beach, and I'm coming in and I'm up 3,600 on the day. I'm good. You know, I'm good to get out of here.
Yeah.
That's it.
You live in one of those communities, Ted, where you can't own a car. You can only like bike.
No,
and
I
golf
actually did a tanker cam when we were bored as heck the other day
I saw that.
because of we had to wait for the testifying of our new Fed chair.
That's right.
So I was in my office and I'm on the ocean, and I ran out to my balcony earlier in the morning. I saw 2 tankers going south towards Miami, which means they're going to pick up fuel. And so I brought my iPad out on the thing and let everybody watch the ocean. We didn't see any tankers, but it was tanker cam. We were waiting for one to come by.
Tanker cam, love it. Well, hey, ES and the NQ, both indices here on the up and up.
50 cleared, great trade.
Yep, 50 cleared, 82 rejecting. What do you guys think? Dolby, the range master, think we're going to range from like 805 to 882 here?
Oh no, actually I haven't even mentioned ranges today. I've been
have we got into a taco? What are we doing?
Taco.
we
do have a range right here. I think it's kind of like a 4-hour range, to be honest. Probably like 28,766. It's hard to say. It doesn't really pass my 3 candlestick rule. 1 hour, no. 30 minute, no. 15 minute, we have a range. Okay, the low of the range is 28,000. Let's say 28,800 up to about 28,900. So only about a 100-point range on the 15 minute. My range rule is that you got to be able to draw a line through at least 3 candlesticks and have them be relatively equal. So that's the only chart that I see that passes right now. So the 30 minute, we only have 2 candles. 1 hour, only have 1. 4 hour, only have 1. Daily, that doesn't count. Too big. So yeah, only the 15 minute qualifies for a range right now. So yeah, your stop was right below the 15 minute range. That's all I'm seeing right now.
Just below. Just a hair below.
Yeah, man.
Just a hair. What a great goalie. Let's get some volatility in this market, though. I want some more volatility. Let's get Dr. Volatility in the house here. Got an announcement. What do you got?
Yeah, let's wake these markets up. Hey, what's up, everybody? There we go. Hey, guys, I'm coming in really quick because I want to remind you, whether you are a first-time viewer or a long-time viewer, this is important for you because tomorrow on Mindset Matters, we're welcoming back Robin Dane. Robin Dane, also known as the Traders Coach. She has over 35 years of experience, and including 9 years coaching elite portfolio managers. Now, Robin knows exactly what it takes to build a bulletproof trading psychology, so make sure you tune in tomorrow at 1 p.m. to catch what she has to say. If you have any questions for Robin, you can go ahead and drop them into the link we're going to post in chat. These go directly into a document that we're going to send to Robin so she can answer your questions live. Again, this is tomorrow at 1 p.m. Central Time. Click on the link in chat and be sure to tune back in. Mindset matters. One of the most important things in trading is keeping your mindset sharp. So be sure to tune in. Now, before we go back to the rest of the Power Hour, we're more than halfway through the year. Can you believe it? If the first 6 months flew by while your goals for 2026 got pushed to the back burner, you're not alone. Michael Yoshida is joining us now with advice from an expert on how to reset for the second half of the year.
Just like that, we're at the midpoint of 2026.
It's halftime, right? What needs to change?
Author and leadership coach Greg Vanerick says now is the perfect time to do a mid-year review and reset of your personal goals.
A lot of us are exhausted. There's AI and all the changes and a tough job market. So I think it's important to actually take back our life, not give it away to all the stress.
It's a chance to step back and get clear on what's working in your life and what isn't. Vanerick says it's not just about progress or metrics, it's about noticing patterns, good and bad, deciding what to do next, and spotting where you may be drifting.
Being carried along by the currents of where your workplace takes you, of what your boss wants. Are there signs where you're becoming complacent or you're settling?
That review can reveal the traps we fall into: negative self-talk, overthinking the past or future, or doubting what's possible in our relationships, work, and life. Vanerick says keep it simple. Find a quiet place, give yourself time to reflect, and be honest about where you're having success and where you aren't. Don't build a massive to-do list. Stay big picture. Notice what gives you energy, what drains it, and choose a small shift you can make now. And remember, it doesn't have to be perfect.
The point is, come back home to yourself and what matters, and then focus on what can I do about it.
I'm Michael Yoshida reporting.
Wow, that was actually kind of uplifting. That was a better bit than everything's getting more expensive.
It is.
Which it is. Chat,
Hey, I
how
sent
was
you
your
an email.
Yeah.
I sent you an email with this thing, the option chain.
Oh, hey, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Chat, what's your mid-year report card looking like, chat? And what's one thing you want to improve for the back nine of 2026? Go ahead and put it in there. We will see. What about you, Eric? Eric, it's probably get into fast markets. Is that what you want to do?
Man, I could get to fast markets. That would be a fun one. Then I could be there when Ted's chopping it up on fast markets. I'm trying short, by the way.
Trying a short, nice.
Trying short at 61, 861. Just the same thing off the 882s, same thing as the 805s, right? Rejection off the 805 or 882s, close below.
882s, right?
Stops above. We're gonna see if maybe market wants to come and rip out all these equal lows down at the bottom.
Sounds good. Let's see. We got a trade on. I'm loving it. I'm chopping it up here. Let's see what we got. Ken Griffin's happy right now. His options are doing well.
Yeah, good. We're coming up on that 21 EMA, which is a good EMA, and we hit that and came off to the prior candle, wicked right to it, and then we wicked again, and Eric is in the short, so nice looking.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, at any point these levels can get completely ripped through, right? And
100%.
I just like trading the reactions off of them.
It's really you got your edge. You know, we really don't have any edge. That's why I use the options. It's my only edge. Like the headline's out. So do you sit here and say to yourself, well, that was a nasty headline. Like you kill one of ours, we're going to kill 100 of yours. And you start thinking in your mind bearish. But the big boys, they know what's going on. Like they're pricing this thing in. And if you hear some of the really smart guys like Kevin O'Leary talk, you don't have to kill a lot of people in a war. If the regime has somebody that's got a house in the Hamptons, you blow that house up, and then the next guy, you blow his house up. Eventually, the next guy that's got a house in the Hamptons says, I don't want to be in a war with the United States. And not one civilian has to lose their life. So this could be a very tactical way of doing things. But that headline, if I traded the headlines, I'd lost all my money easily a long time ago. So my only edge is the options right now. And they're telling me they like 74.50. It's a nice round number. Close there, close a little above. See you tomorrow. That's all I got.
Yep.
That
All
and
I
a quarter won't even get you a cup of coffee.
Yeah, I'm out of that one. Got taken out, which I mean, to your point, Ted, I do, like I said, I was with you on end of day longs. That's why I don't want to go against my system and not take the trade when it's there, but I did size down. I only did three macros on that one because end of day, like I said, I would not be surprised if we came and started attacking some of these higher prices. So small loss, not bad.
No. I mean, listen, if you're up $400 and you lose $40, that's 10% of what you made. On a percentage basis, like if your bank account has $1,000 in it and you woke up tomorrow and your bank account was down 10%, $100, you'd be like, what did I spend $100 on? You'd notice that. But if it was down 1%, $1, you might not. You might not go crazy calling the bank, hey, what the heck happened? $1, like maybe some slippage or a fee. Any percentage basis, anything over 10, 15%, I feel it. And so I kind of walk away if I lose 10% of my P&L. That's okay. I'm done. I'll wait for another.
Smart way of doing it.
It does feel like there's a big difference between 350 and 400. Just psychologically.
Right.
It's like 250 to 300, it's like whatever. It's actually more percentage-wise. But emotionally, having a $400 day feels way cooler than a $350 day.
That's a 20% loss. I mean,
yeah. Hey, numbers, man.
That's bad. But
yeah,
sometimes that helps you think about the market. Like, what's my percentage? What are you going to walk away with? If you worked hard for 400, what's your cutoff number? Mine would be 350.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, 350. Man, 350 it's a good number. Good number. It's not as good as 400. I like 400 a little bit more.
Yeah, but if you went home with 200, like if you gambled and you lost $5,000, you'd be like, yay, I won. But if you lost $5,000, or at least me, I'd be so angry. I'd be 1,000 times more angry than I would be euphoric over winning.
Oh, it'd be $5,000. That's a lot. That's a lot, especially because you probably didn't get there in the most disciplined fashion. It's not going to be a pretty,
not at all,
pretty way to lose. We have a little headline here. I don't think it's going to be market moving. Maybe for the mineral futures or like the metals. But Trump signs executive order to make it harder for defense contractors to obtain waivers for banned foreign critical minerals and materials. I don't have copper up or anything. Maybe it was market moving over there. I don't think it moved our indices at all. Still think crude is
Trump will make
82.40 here in crude. And then
you see that Trump will make Iran pay for the death?
Oh, I was on air for that, Ted. That's when NASDAQ sold off 120 points in 5 seconds.
No. Oh, that was part of the earlier headline.
Yeah.
It's in red again on my thing. I got you.
Oh, it is? Okay. Yeah, that was a True Social post at around 11 o'clock. It was 11 o'clock segment, maybe like 11:15, 11:20 or something. You dropped that one. That was fun. That was fun. If you
can I ask a weird question?
You can ask whatever you want.
Can I ask like I want to ask a really weird question.
To who? To chat? To me or to Eric?
Just anybody. So I'm in a war with Iran,
Okay.
and now I want you to give me some money for the
How
death
much
of a
money
soul.
do you need?
How do you get it? Is it I'm wondering how you get it, right?
Like, get it out?
Yeah, I mean the death of anybody, whether it's our people or any person, and I love the fact that I'm protected by the United States military and our troops. How do you extract the money? Is it, like these kind of headlines get me a little nervous. Like, I'm not going to joke about it. It's not like, oh, this is how do you tariff or tax or say we lost 2 lives? They're
Yeah.
priceless. There's no number on it, right?
Well, if you're a life
So,
insurance company, Ted, they actually have it
all
down to
right,
the lip. They have it down to
that's
the
true.
lip. They literally do.
Yep.
Yeah, like a thumb is
Oh
worth
yeah,
more than a pinky. I sold life insurance for 6 months. That was a
yeah.
terrible job. That was a terrible,
That's a
terrible
tough call,
job.
man.
Yeah. Swiss bank
It's a
accounts. What
tough
answers
call.
does Chad have? Swiss bank accounts. LARPing as a bank. Yeah, that was a thing for fast markets. They're already in the New York Federal Reserve Bank. Yeah, who knows, man? Who knows? Certainly still moving the headlines, though. We're talking about market states, Ted, and this is kind of the market state that we're
Yep.
in. I kind of miss
Yep.
the NVIDIA AI market state. That was a good time. Trading
Mhm.
felt a lot simpler back then, Ted. It was a
It
lot
did.
easier. You just hit the green button, and then you come back later. And
Yeah,
you made money.
WorldCom.
It was amazing.
WorldCom was unbelievable. I saw guys buy 1,000 shares, leave, come back, it's up $50.
Oh, what was that? Is that .com era?
Yeah, the WorldCom. Remember
Um,
what's his name? Damn, they did a movie about the
CEO?
guy. Oh well.
The CEO of WorldCom?
Yes. Yeah.
They
And
did a
then there was
movie about
another
him.
guy. Yes, they did.
Bernard Ebbers? That guy?
Bernard Ebbers, and then the other guy from
Who founded it?
Tyco. TYC. Remember Tyco?
That sounds familiar.
And that
Ken
CEO, they did
Lay was
yes. He was no, he was Enron.
He was Enron. Dennis Kozlowski.
Kozlowski, he's in jail. He had a yeah, I mean he videotaped every one of his parties with all the stuff going on, all the shenanigans.
That seems unwise. Must have been had to have been pre iPhone. Had to have been pre iPhone.
I don't know if that makes it worse though, because that means you went and got like a camcorder, and you're like, "This is a good idea."
Like a shoulder mounted. Yeah. You can dodge that thing from a mile away, man.
Right.
Got like a spotlight on that bad boy.
Now it's easy to record, right? Back then you had to be intentional about it.
Way too sneaky.
And by the way, we are taking markets seriously. I only talk about this stuff because I don't want people like staring at the screen trying to make a trade happen. There is no trade right now that I see. I mean, the setups are a little far away. So,
Ted, we do have MOC coming up. I mean, this segment's flying
Let's
by.
go.
Yeah, we got it.
Yeah, I know.
2 minutes.
Got about a minute. Not even got a minute to MOC, market on close. We will see buy or sell side for the MOC. If you do not normally trade Power Hour with us, in about 45 seconds, we're going to get an injection of volatility. The MOC market on close, a bunch of orders coming in for over $1 billion. Typically, that is significant. We are under $1 billion.
Yes.
That is not significant. Ted, your trade doesn't really manifest until about 3 minutes before close. We're looking at the
So it's starting to change a little bit. So 74.50 and the SPX has 165,000, 74.55 105,000, and 74.60 123,000.
MOC in right now.
Anything over 100,000 is a lot.
A little volatility to the downside.
Yeah, this must have been.
Is there another?
I'm gonna wait for Hoop to post it. I believe he is in
Oh, that was
Chat,
MOC.
we'll post that momentarily. Yeah, that was MOC.
I like this.
Oh my! Where did the time go? Holy moly!
I like this.
Bro,
I hope
I
this thing
drive a
flushes
time
down to
machine,
700.
That's how this works. You are in my time machine. You're just zooming through these segments. U.S.
Yeah,
ties
so I mean,
reduced-
looks like my stop was maybe a little tight on the 882 rejection. Seen a couple people tell me in chat, too tight.
Too tight.
No, you've made money.
Yeah, we made money. We're good.
Can't count what you would have made, man. Never do
We're
that.
good.
That's a dangerous game. Here's the MOC right here. S&P 500 sell side, 2.5 billion. Nasdaq 100 sell side, 2.2 billion. Dow sell side, billion. Mag 7 sell side. Let's say 1.2 billion if we're rounding up. That's a roundup of 49 million. That will and can change. So we'll keep an eye on that. But general gist is sell side. Ken Griffin is currently underwater on his option, 74.90.
So hold on a second. Hold on a second.
What do you got?
The bid in the SPX is 7447 and the offer is 7450. So imagine if you were trading ES and it was $3 wide. Okay? That's how wide it is. Last sale is 7447. So I've seen these big $2 billion MOCs, but in 5 minutes, if that thing's flipped over to 300 million to the buy side and we're below 90, I am buying the ES.
Okay, we're still looking for 74.90 as our line in the sand, though, Ted.
Yeah,
that hasn't changed.
yeah,
Okay.
358. I want the final MOC to be a flip from the sell of 2 billion to a buy of 300 million, and we're at 74.85. I will buy a full contract in the ME and the ES, a mini, not a micro.
Okay, man, Ted, I love that perspective, man. We got a lot of people in chat, not a lot, but some people in chat, think that the end of the day is stupid. No one should be trading. There's nothing to do,
Sure.
and then Ted comes in and is like, "Nah, I got a plan." And I have a good one and a reason for it. There is money to be made in the last 2 minutes of trading if you know what you're looking for. Any point in time, really, in the markets, if you know what you're looking for, you can make some money.
100%.
We'll see here. NASDAQ kind of playing in the danger zone a little bit. We're trading at 2806 right now.
Nice wick.
Couple bottom
Nice
here
bottom
at the
wick.
800.
NAS would be nice to see it take out all those lows at 785, right?
760, yes.
So
that
many.
if we're gonna bounce, we want to swipe that and then bounce off that.
Is there a cheap trade here for you, buddy?
There potentially, yeah. If we sweep out the 95s, I'll put a stop market on 820s.
On 820s, interesting. So if we sweep 795s, you'd stop market 820s for Momo to the upside.
Right. Again, sheer momentum trade, right?
It's your bread and butter, man.
I love swiping.
Swipe it to the top. I mean,
is swiperific. Like that market loves running stops and bidding back up again. I mean, Ted, for a while I was running this sort of strategy. The volatility is ATR is too wide now, but when it was a little bit smaller, Ted, I used to take 5 micros and just split them up 5 points apart. And so you'd bid like 90, 85, 80, 75, 70, just anticipating for that range to run and then break back up again.
By the way, the invalidation of this trade would be never catch a falling knife, ever.
There we go.
If we're going to educate somebody on how to do this trade, options or not, I don't like catch falling knives ever. That's not a sign of buying. I don't want to teach anybody a bad habit. So if it's a falling knife and it can't stabilize, we got 4 minutes.
Actually, why I started doing stop orders is because anytime I would market order at a level without it showing what I wanted to do at that level, like you're catching a falling knife, right? Like I'm waiting for one of these. I mean, it is just crushing through.
Nasty's getting smoked right now. 28,770.
Crushing through it.
Let's go.
Yeah, this is a big sell-off here in NASDAQ. Let me see if
I'm
MOC changed. It
no
has.
longer interested in getting in a long down here.
Exactly.
No. Well, this is also
Until
why I
the
stopped
second
sending-
publication of MOC.
Yeah, MOC should get updated. I haven't heard anything yet. I don't have anything on the juice either as far as an update. But this is actually why that kind of 25-point range strategy just stopped working because the volatility is too high. It would have gotten stopped out on 5
Agreed.
contracts. But when you're running stops by 30, 40 points out of a range, it's a little bit tricky.
Mm-hmm.
ES has not made new lows, at least structurally. NASDAQ did. So I'm not talking new lows on the day. I'm just saying within like this 5-minute range that we kind of have. The NASDAQ did do it. ES has not. So, okay, ES is trying though. 74.82. We're looking for a break of 74.78. Kind of break the structure going into close. Ted, you're looking at what? 58 for this trade potentially?
Yeah, I'm looking at right now. The only trade I'm interested in is 358, and the 2.2 billion has to flip, in my opinion, for this to be a mini trade, not a micro, but a mini trade. It's still fighting its fight. It's only 6 points down. I actually may put a micro on just to be there. I'm willing to buy more at 7.6.
Ted's long.
We did swipe the bottom of that box. We did swipe at 760.
Yeah.
Eric called that out. It didn't go to 750 and then 720. It held. So I'm on from 8.4.
Here's an update from troops in chat. S&P sell side 3.3 billion, NASDAQ sell side 2.2, Dow
That's
sell
not good.
side a little over $1 billion, Mag 7 sell side $1 billion. Assuming that's coming from. It's not from the juice.
This trade might only be worth about $20 to me, but I'll take it.
Well, I mean that's Chipotle, unfortunately these
That's
days.
dang right. That's Chipotle with guac. Let's go.
Guac and a side of chips and maybe a drink too. Well, it looks like we're maybe
357.
back on the
It's holding
bid.
in nice.
I don't know if these 74.90s are going to get. Well, maybe as soon as I said that, it bid like 2-3 points. So we'll see.
I added one.
You're done? Are you
I'm gonna
adding
put
one?
I'm putting a trailing stop down 50 ticks in case there's something silly.
Shenanigans.
I'm willing to lose that. I believe in this. Yeah, I believe in this. The bid in the S&P is 74.44. Offers 74.46. It only has about 4 points to go. I think it gets above the 90. I'm going to see it through all the way to 4:01 p.m. time.
4:01 p.m. Ted has got
4:01. I want to see this close.
Got King Caesar up 600 in the XFA, locking it out. Well done, sir.
That away.
Bro, Ted has 25 years of trading professionally. Dude knows his shit. I would agree. I have certainly learned a thing or two from Ted. I'm not fading Ted.
Thank you. Thank you.
Never fade Ted.
Appreciate it.
Although, I mean, by the time I'm done blinking, Ted's already out of his trade, so we're operating. We got a minute into the close. Let's see if we can hit these 74.90s in the ES. Ooh, all side coming in again. We're trying to smash this side in the close.
Hanging in.
Man.
We gotta
Never gonna get really hurt trading this trade.
ES was looking so much stronger. I wonder if NQ just going to pull it down.
1
20
minute.
seconds to go.
By the way, 1 minute in trading is like an hour.
Yeah, it's an eternity. A lot can happen.
Long from 80, or what am I long from? 85. Almost green in the trade.
Yeah, you're about break even right now. King Caesar, Dolby, I love TopstepTV. King Caesar, like and subscribe. Tell your friends. We love you too. NASDAQ, new lows. 28,770.
Stop wasting time, boys. Go.
Yes. I mean, they got 10 seconds here, Ted.
It'll be green.
Maybe Dr. Volatility.
Maybe not 90. Oh,
what a
go ahead, baby.
pop. Oh.
Yeah, go ahead. All right, it's green. I'm taking it off $40.
Bam, there we go.
All right.
2 orders of
fought.
Chipotle right there. Let's go.
Good try.
Ah, it was amazing. Ted and Eric putting on a clinic for Power Hour. Boys, thank you so much for coming in and hanging out. Ted, I cannot wait. Oh, there we go. All right. There's your 74.90s right there, Ted.
Right there,
Right
401.
above. Look at that.
Options don't close until 15 after. So
15 after. It's got a little bit of time.
Yeah.
Chat, thank you for sticking around, participating, and watching Topstep TV. If you're watching now, I'm sure you've already hit the subscribe button, but make sure to hit the like button as well. Eric, I'm gonna any final words before I give it to James?
No, great trading day. Good day good price action to start off the week. So let's just keep this mindset going into the rest of the week and finish strong, right? Ted says no need to sit in front of a computer all day and not make money.
That's exactly right. Ted, anything you'd like to add?
Hey, if you can't win in trading on a day like today, go win in life. Do something good for somebody else.
Oh, I love that. And that's some positive stuff, y'all. Well, thank y'all so much for
Thanks,
tuning in.
gentlemen.
I'm kicking it out
Awesome
to
panel.
James. James, take us away. Take us to Tuesday, James.
Let's go to Tuesday,
Eric
everybody.
Dolby,
Hey,
thank you, guys.
chat. No, Ted,
Appreciate
thank
it.
you. And hey, everybody in the chat. Thanks. Thank you guys in the chat. Give it up for our Power Hour crew. Let's hear it for Dolby, Eric, and Ted. What a day. What a Monday. We've made it through. The hardest is over, chat. It's all downhill from here. And we have a fantastic rest of the week planned for you guys. I'm looking at the calendar for the week ahead, and man, oh man, do we have some cool stuff coming. Don't forget, tomorrow during Fast Markets, we're going to have Alex Ferreira drop by. That's happening at 10 a.m. Come catch up with Alex Ferreira, see what he's been up to since securing the gold medal at the Olympics. We're also joined by Robin Dane. Robin Dane tomorrow, 1 p.m. Central Time for Mindset Matters. I think the link for the questionnaires is still pinned in the chat. It is. Go ahead. You can book that link if you need to think on it. Get your questions in for Robin and tune in tomorrow at 1 p.m. for that. And that's just Tuesday, y'all. We still have a lot of content coming your way. A lot of big names, a lot of cool stuff happening all week long. So I know we'll be seeing you in the chat bell to bell Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. For those special viewers that can unlock how to watch the Topstep TV Saturday stream, you know who you are. Anyway, up next is At the Buzzer. At the Buzzer, it's the only post-market recap show that you need, and it's got Coach Jay and Coach Paul. They're going to be hosting it, and they're going to be talking shop for the next hour and a half, and they're going to get you feeling good about the market reopen at 5 p.m. Central Time. Then when the market has reopened, be sure that you grab popcorn and tune in for Slow Markets with Coach Dakota tonight at 7 p.m. Central Time. Coach Dakota does this little ditty called Slow Markets Sunday through Thursday. So tune in tonight to catch Slow Markets with Coach Dakota. He's usually joined by Jay and Braden and a bunch of other guests. You never know who might show up, so you got to tune in to find out. As well as watch Dakota climb his way up the Top Step Octagon. A lot of reasons to watch At the Buzzer and Slow Markets. So stay tuned because we got them all coming up next. And that's all happening before we come back alive with another episode of Topstep TV tomorrow morning at 7:15 a.m. Central Time for you. Again, big day tomorrow, so I know we're going to see you all bright and early. But let's go ahead and get you on over to At the Buzzer. As always, I've been James Harden. You've been The Chat. And this has been Topstep TV. Have a great rest of your Monday. We'll see you tomorrow. Let's go.
Most people won't see it. Not the wake-ups, not the weight of repetition, not the days that start cold and quiet. They'll see the win, the 1 second that worked, not the hundreds that didn't. This isn't about hype, it's about habits. I write it down, every run, every trade. Not to remember, to refine. I've missed, I've fallen, I've lost, but I've always come back sharper. I don't train for motivation. I train for execution, over and over. Whether I'm in the pipe or in the market, I'm chasing the same thing.